Kyron, get on your mat. Kyron, get on your mat. Kyron, get on your mat. Lay down. Alright. You can go there if you want. Welcome. Listen. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Woot woot!
Stay a while and listen. Good day.
That was garbage. Actually, this is there a lot of, let's see here. Hey, Sons. Yeah, long time no see. Still staring you down. Creepily staring at you. Breathing heavily.
Yes?
Avada Kedavra! People still by, come hither, join the fun on the road to 3K. Woot woot! Correct. We're getting there. Maybe it's another inject.
I am overloaded.
Oh. It is really hard on player 7. Alright, a unique ring.
I am overloaded.
Time to you and Mama Mondays. So for you, it'll be about 8 p.m. We might start a little earlier than that. It depends on when my mom decides to get up and drive over to the casino, but that's probably what it's going to be, right around 8 p.m. for you. Whoops. Yeah.
Hello.
What an angel. Yeah, make it a little easier for you, you know? Yeah, my nose itches. Cough sounds like mine. Oh, I'm feeling okay. Feeling okay. Just a little bit of an itchy nose.
Good day.
It is allergy season after all. So, you know how it is. Great form. How about that? I mean, I don't have a use for it, but it's still nifty to get. Hello, Ishu. How you doing?
overburdened.
Maybe that's accessories. GTA 5 is on Game Pass? Nice! Probably because GTA 6 is about to come out in the near future. And they're trying to get everybody hyped for it. I think they spent like $2 billion creating that game. GTA 6, that is. It's absolutely crazy. But they're gonna make their money back tenfold at least. I was stream playing it, but yeah, what a vile amount of money, right? Seriously though, just imagine what you or I could do with $2 billion. It'd be nice. Could certifiably change the world with that kind of money. Instead, they make a lewd game, so whatever. Yeah. I suppose there are worse things to spend that money on. That's what I like to see. Actually, I need that bump one.
Okay.
Cancerous. I don't have that, so I'll put it here. Juanines. Not the one I was hoping for. Resistance is... That's a lot of dexterity, though. Hold on to that. Style points, I guess.
What you need?
flicking through my Game Pass, might try a new game every day, then do the OGs for a bit too. Yeah. Be a variety streamer. Hey Glenn, how you doing, man? Another rare rain, alright.
I am overburdened.
Sonya is awesome. Could not agree with you more. She knows that. Oh, an Elmaroon,
I
nice.
am overburdened.
Take that.
I can't tell you.
$24, it was good live? Nice. Ooh, an ogre ash.
I am overburdened.
Got a good set of stuff there.
Yes.
Played with 40, right? Not bad then. Voodoo Machine was awful. But so, yeah, you're right though. To leave with that money after having only put 40 bucks in is pretty damn good.
I am overburdened.
Congratulations on buying the house next door. Thank you so much, Glenn. I appreciate you, bud. Yeah, my brother and his wife are gonna. They were supposed to start moving in today, but they haven't started bringing stuff over yet.
Okay.
Let's see. 24. How good pay out for that long? Yeah. How many people did you have in your live? I mean, because I heard last time, like the time before, you had like 150 people in there. You hit the YouTube jackpot if that's the case. Oh, went the wrong way. Dang it. People and 325 views, 236 likes. Damn, dude, that's actually pretty dang good. No joke. For only your second ever slots live or third ever or whatever, that is good.
Overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Hop in between news streams. Yeah. Pretty soon, your channel will be to 500 subs, and you'll be at the first tier of monetization.
Good day.
Actually, hold on. Mod father, so lots of channels, fishing game slots, and filtered it in and out. Yeah. They're helping you out for shizzle. Let's see. I'm just happy for you, man. I'm super stoked that you're getting that much traction, especially so quickly. For sure. 100%. Derek's in jail. Make sure Boris had made your mug. Oh, well. Mod online, also Sonia. Nice. Guess I'll go take out the Smith.
I am overburdened.
I guess this that was empty. Yeah, eat the piece. Yeah. There we are. Ooh, a battle rocket. Nice. There's 4 sockets too. Do a subathon when I come over there at casinos. Have a big row of you streaming and supporting one. Oh yeah, for sure. That'd be fun. Those guys hit hard.
I can't tell your soul. I can't. Greetings.
Yes?
I can't.
I have a feeling you and I would do a stream together and be Boris and Peyton. We'll see about that. Buy drinks and provide giggles for shizzle. Giggles for shizzle. A lot of trouble for sure. But who's to say that's a bad thing? drink with you, but I don't drink and drive, so we'll need our own hotel rooms where we can drink. There you go.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't.
The presidential suite and throw a party. We only got 20 grand lying around. Right.
Good to see you.
I didn't get wild with Gwen to my list of demands. I think that'll be
Good day.
that'll be a fun time. We should do that. I'll be buzzed but not drunk, but it will be fun. Gotta be a good influence on the many impressionable minds. Alright. Go ahead and get into too much fun. I will join you for sure. Sensibility can occasionally be thrown out the window. Drink for fun to a limit. That's right. And if every once in a while you accidentally surpass that limit, mistakes can be forgiven. It'll be for my birthday, y'all. Get a little loopy. Oh, yeah. You know I know how to let loose. You've seen the live stream. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, Sonia. Shall it be controlled chaos? Perhaps it'll be controlled chaos. Oh, behave. about the amount of people that came into my live yesterday and the likes and views? Yeah, definitely, Len. We're getting off to a rock solid start. Giggity. Sorry, I had to say it. You know me. I got a dirty mind. But I tell you, if that keeps up, you will know for certain that you hit the YouTube jackpot. I need to put a tracker on me. So much fun, no wonder they all popped in. Only on the up now.
I can't carry it.
Giggity. Track of my bestie's purse and shoes at clubs.
I can't carry it.
Trailer is wild to me.
Stay a while and listen.
You meant pulling the trailer, right?
Yes.
scenes filming. Probably a lot of carpet time and laughter. Oh yeah. Just the way I like it. But anyway. No, my brother Alan and his wife have a very big group coming with them, so we're all staying over here. They got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people and a dog. Part of their household, so that are a part of their household. Yeah. I mean, we're even bigger over here. We got 7 people and 8 dogs and 2 cats. So, but it's a bigger house, so it's a little easier. Impossible. Pair of those, I suppose. Lots of people. 15 family members and 2 houses. Right next door to one another. It's a little village. In my house. I grew up in our house, 5,212 square feet. I had to fight for the junior master suite. That's a big ass house, man. Damn. Hit D. Oh, hot damn. Gotcha. That is a big house. Really big house.
I can't carry it.
Pretty small, but always come with some form of land. Yeah.
Hello.
Honestly, you don't really need that big of a house, right? For, most of the time. It's really good to have a smaller house, lower utility bills and stuff. So that's good. That's actually not a bad shield. Wow. Not good enough though. 3 stories, had a dumb waiter elevator for... That's the life, man. $300 a month, could be 100 a few years back. Yeah. Meh. Whole house generator. Those are good. We actually have 2 generators at our house. Solar panels, 2 generators, a bunch of batteries, all sorts of power. If we ever need it, all we gotta do is go get some sunlight, and we got power. Or go get some gas. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate ya. Thank you for the follow again on Twitch. Alright. To get solar panels here due to planning permissions. Locals don't like them as they're unsightly. Yeah, they aren't particularly appealing, but if you can get past that, they're pretty good. Get that we paid $45K for them in the field so we could have parking under them. Yeah.
I am overburdened. Impossible.
I win a lot of get my ranch. I'll have fun with them. Yeah. We both got to win the lotto, Sonia. Got to do some scratchers together.
Okay.
Alright, let me go ahead and character. This is my dedicated holy fire paladin. Hey, Oxygen! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for letting me breathe!
I'll get back to the use.
I had copies. Could find somewhere. There we go, that's what I want. 36. Those are rookie numbers. We can do better than that. Where we can give it more strength. Had 2 disasters happen to me this weekend. Ordered carriers online, blue, empty box, make it swollen due to both abscess. Hope you feel better soon, bud. And just a handful more strength. I need that strength more.
What you need?
I need one more.
I'll put that to good use.
Alright, well, let's get going here. This character's playing normal right now. Tap drawing, yeah.
Oh, recording name.
There we go. Other one's name's Quiet Blue Little Bag Piece of away. I like your style. I did. Gosh dang it. So check up here real quick, just to teeth down there. There we go. bread. Put the space there for you. No more grumpiness, only happy. That's right. 100% Sonia. 100%.
It's locked. Light guide my way in this accursed place.
Be ruining theirs for 5 hours. Sunshine at the weekend too. It's been great weather. Oh yeah, it's been beautiful here. It's been surprisingly cool for the beginning of summer. I'm not complaining. It's nice. Just a surprise. Scorcher here. Everyone fires like.
The light can never be extinguished by evil. Hi. Hello.
Blessings to you.
Got one. Oh, yep, there you go.
When the trouble
It's a small world. No, I'm not playing ladder right now. I'm just playing solo self-found hardcore.
mind.
A White Walker in Game of Thrones. I see that first wave. gotta put the rod in the orifice.
I shall honor Tal Rash's sacrifice by destroying all the prime evils.
I thank you. Good to see you.
I never behave, that's right. Only if you can be good, then at least be... If you can't be good, then at least be safe. It's good advice. Good advice.
Good to see you.
Again, good advice.
Good day.
Hey, Mr. Rise, how you doing?
Hi. Yes.
Hello?
This is Diablo II Resurrected, that's right.
I'll put that to good use.
Actually, I wanted to have the...
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, it's remastered. My favorite game Loads of fun.
Perhaps I could trade this for something more valuable.
At least one of us did. The jury is still out on me in that regard. Part of my charm, apparently. Hey, how you doing, Servant? Welcome back to the stream. Of course. Pleasure having you here, Mr. Rise. If you would like, you can subscribe for more of this. Smack that like button. Thank you, Oxygen. Appreciate you, man. And the like button have a love-hate relationship. I smack it up whenever the opportunity presents itself.
It's locked.
Hey, it just says it has a kink with it, you know. Doing well too. Been a while. Hey, where you been, bud? That's worth my time. Excuse me. Feel like taking now with the yawns. Oh, sorry about that. Don't want a yawnathon going on, considering they're contagious. I agree. Has been missed. Great mercy. The neighbors think they live next to Chewbacca. Yeah. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Yes, indeed, I do. Going to bed for once. Oh, sorry, Sones.
This blade shall pierce the heart of evil.
Back never. Stay a while and listen. Well, good evening.
Huh, I thought I had more goals. Guess I used one of them. Oh well.
Damn it. What do you need? Yes. Good day.
Alright guys, I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to the marathon for y'all. Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with you know, social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you gotta
have a force push, if you will. And you can be that force push, or somebody else can be that force push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him. And we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to, partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you. It's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that. But we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them, like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010. there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah. Live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only gonna see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life, carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Alright guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there. Hey! Hey! Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute. Reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. And a nice 55-inch flat screen there. I have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. The little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room.
Give you my number of the ticket?
The main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. 9,
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. She's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we have that one so you can put the spoon right there?
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked with the guy who has the station, then I don't want to overbook him. No, okay. We used to be in that. the year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that? Wonderful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. All right, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah, little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some gusties.
That breeze don't feel nice.
Yeah.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it every day. My sweater.
Hey, look at that, guys. Little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Decided to make a quick jaunt over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. Yeah, by foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places. Hey, look, it's a wacky, wild, arm flailing inflatable tube man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky, wild, arm flailing inflatable tube man. Wacky, wild, arm flailing inflatable tube man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself. They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino, but that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So I'll see y'all later. I've had people literally tell me that I am going to break through for over a decade now. Why do you think it is? I want you to think about it. That I haven't.
Welcome to day 183 and tell me YouTube millionaire. What's the missing element? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? I want you to look on this like a doctor. Don't become emotional about it. Look at it as objectively as you can. Why is this happening? You don't ask your enemy why. You ask yourself why. And you use your own reasoning to figure it out. Am I lying to you? You can look up the information that I have provided you about my life very easily. And this is why it is so crucially important that we are open and honest, truthful. What is it that's actually going on here? They say that miracles are meant to be personal, but on occasion, doesn't happen often, they can be known by all. Those personal experiences that are given to you are gifts. They give you the indication of what precisely it is you are doing during this time, in this place, being who you are right now. I can tell you with full confidence that there is something very specific and rather large, giggity, that I've been made to do on Earth that has put me in a position of being hidden from the general public. More hidden than I should be. Dr. Stephen Greer actually brought this up a while back, how smaller people who are less well known, actually have more freedom than very popularly known people. This is only in a world that is controlled by evil, which we know this world is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. These miracles that have happened in my life, specific things that are tailored to me, that I've seen, beyond the fact that I already believed from the beginning, solidified that fact that God has me doing something. I don't know what it is, but I might be able to assume, through the context of everything that I've said on this channel, among other places, that it is something relating to being that ripple effect. Mind you, that is the most important thing. And so long as I have enough, I don't necessarily need any more. It's not a matter of need. It's a matter of want. It would be nice if we lived in a world where upstanding individuals that didn't have to give a pound of flesh to the demon were actually allowed to fully succeed. It's a rare instance. Those are people who are distinctly protected by God so that they can prove to people that such things are possible. I think of people like Billy Graham as an example. He ended up being extremely successful in his life, but was a genuinely good person. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. I think of the artist that I used to listen to all the time, Still a really good artist and one that I really like, but I don't listen to them as much anymore. One Republic, with their lead singer is Ryan Tedder. I think he's probably like 45 now. He's getting up there in years. And it was a lyric in one of his songs that stood out to me. One of those kernels of truth that you find in a decentralized manner, like what happens with Vision in the comic book series The Avengers, or Iron Man finds himself through decentralized internet divestment. But one of his lyrics is, "The air I breathe and a place to rest my head. All I need is the air I breathe and a place to rest my head." I know to what he was alluding there, even if he possibly didn't know. That these people that watch you like flies on a wall don't necessarily have to use technological cameras in the reality in which we live. They could do something similar to what I discuss in my novel series, where they're in the space between space and can observe you from there. What you might call multidimensional. But it's not actually that complicated. Once we figure out how to manipulate time and frequency and stuff like that fully, which might be related to four-dimensional gyroscopes, talk about it in my story, then it becomes relatively workaday. So there's something going on here. I pick up the pieces. They are everywhere. And there had to be enough of that information for me to put back together in order to be fully capable here on Earth now and successful in whatever mission it is that I have. The sad part is, I have written this novel series only partially as fiction. Very small, actually. The stuff that I discuss in the story is real. And the sad part is, only a handful of people are going to read it, are ever going to see it. It's a mustard seed, just like faith, but it might stay that way forever. It's really sad. I wouldn't have written this if I didn't have some belief in it. It's one of the many pieces, and if you guys want to put those pieces together, it's there. I hide nothing. I even read portions of it on my channel here. I'll say this, the woman in whom I'm interested, and she knows who she is, if she hasn't already, and she truly wants to understand me, if she doesn't read my novel, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll leave it at that. But I've been told that my breakthrough is coming. And I've been told this for 10 plus years. Hasn't happened yet, and I'm not expecting it to. And while I wish it would, I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't, because I have much more important things to do here. It's just a shame that this world is still that bad, still that depraved, to where no matter what I do, the enemy is still going to have some type of tendril in the situation and be able to hurt me. And ultimately, the enemy wants to completely dispatch me from this planet. I know that's why I'm being kept so secret. I don't know the end game here. Because, am I going to stay this way forever? Is this really the end state of my life, like this? The most pain comes from not knowing. And the comparison of others who have great levels of success, who you know you have more capacity than, and more drive. And it's a disorder of resources, a disorder of capacity. And you think to yourself, it's because you failed. This is both true and not, in that I could have gone harder, but I don't precisely know how. Surely I could have. But what's the standard here? See, you pick the standard. And that standard is crucially important. And there is one entity who is the standard, God. But there is also someone who is stated to be a standard bearer for God. Not just Jesus, somebody else. Nobody's ever going to see me. Literally right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry. Right here. I don't even see myself. Anyways, I'll leave it at that today, guys. I'm not expecting my breakthrough. And it's okay. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 98 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are doing a review of the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Quite an interesting read. I actually have some notes on it. So obviously all you guys know Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers of the United States. The guy who discovered that lightning was actually made out of electricity, a Freemason, all this other fun stuff. The autobiography, if you are wanting to consider yourself in any way, shape, or form a semi-competent history buff, especially of your home country, the United States, then I highly recommend you read this book. It's very good. It's written in an English style that is, of course, very much of the 1700s, so it's a little bit hard to read at first, but once you get the hang of it, you get the hang of it. So, the notes that I have written on this book, things that you may or may not have already known that you're going to find in this book. And remember, one of the reasons I do these reviews and I read so many books is because of the psychological layering that comes along with it. It's not just that you're learning these things, it's that they become part of the foundational fabric of your subconscious, and you don't even really realize it. It's just the way psychological layering works, and psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. You want to layer good things on top of your mind, not bad things. Listen to music that empowers you, absorb media that empowers you, read books that empower you, etc. So, Benjamin Franklin claims to be a deist himself. He actually makes this claim himself in the book. It's not just written in history books that he was a deist. He claims to be a deist. He has a Presbyterian upbringing, but even though he was going to be, or he was destined to be, a pastor in that sect of Christianity, it turned out that he didn't actually end up doing it because his father realized how bright he was and he wasn't really made for it. He needed to do other things. Now, don't get me wrong, priests tend to be well above average intelligence. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. But he had other things that he was going to do, and his dad knew early on in his life. Now, he also wrote his own virtue list. And in this virtue list, he gives a brief synopsis of what they are or how he's fulfilling said virtues. Well, what I found very funny, because Benjamin Franklin is known to be a playboy, right? One of the virtues was chastity, and he didn't have any description of it. I thought that was hilarious. So it's like, chastity? What is this chastity thing? I've never heard of it. It's one of my virtues, but I have no idea what it is. That type of thing. He eventually goes on to marry this woman by the name of Miss Reed, and he actually talks about how he had gone to London earlier on in his life, and she had made an attempt to continue correspondence with him through writing, like letters, and he only wrote one letter back. And because he had been in London for so long, her family ended up trying to get her to court somebody else instead, and that eventually she got married to this other guy, but he was a doofus and ended up going to a different country and basically trying to sever his connections with the colonies at the time. And it was just a marriage that was destined to fail, and I think it was probably intentional because they wanted her to be with Benjamin Franklin. They seemed to be a match made in heaven, if you will. So when he eventually got back, he realized the error in his ways, that he made a big mistake in not maintaining the correspondence. Communication is everything, guys. Everything. But he didn't maintain proper correspondence with her, and that was what led her and her family to give up on the relationship between the two of them. Well, eventually, they mended their past and did get married, and it was the greatest decision he'd ever made in his life, and he stated it multiple times in his autobiography. His greatest error, or one of his greatest errors, was not maintaining communication with the woman he was trying to court. And one of the greatest things that ever happened in his life was that he fixed it, and it ended up working out really well. I just love that. You know, I love that because it proves to you that just because you made a mistake earlier on in life doesn't condemn you to hell for the rest of it. You can fix it. You still are living life. You can still fix problems. It's really good. And something also that I hadn't really had much of a background and understanding was that they understood inoculation back in the day. And one of Benjamin Franklin's children passed away because he didn't inoculate them against smallpox, or I think it was measles, something to that effect. But he didn't inoculate them with, it was smallpox. Didn't inoculate them with chickenpox because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the child alive with chickenpox as well as with smallpox. So he would have felt really, really horrible had he been the one that led to his child's passing. But the child ended up passing anyway because he didn't get inoculated and got smallpox later on. Let's see here. He also had a philosophical community society that he called junto, which is Spanish for together, right? And there were sub-philosophical communities that came along with that because there were so many people that wanted to be a part of the discussion. And this group of individuals, being highly intelligent, upstanding members of their community, ended up being the movers and shakers of the local community and beyond, as well as the sub-philosophical groups. He named a couple of them, but there were only 6 of them, even though there were 12 people in the primary group junto. And he told them to make the subgroups because he didn't want that primary group to get more than 12 people in it, which kind of rings of undertones of a multi-level marketing system, if you will. If you know anything about multi-level marketing, which I do, I've had experience in it, it almost seems like that's this, except without money involved. It's just philosophy. So it was interesting. He was part of the Pennsylvania Association. He made the Franklin stove. He was a University of Pennsylvania trustee. And, in his discovery that lightning was actually electricity, there's a book called The Philadelphia Experiment, which is about a completely separate thing, where the United States Navy accidentally discovers how to create a wormhole. and traverse different dimensions. Apparently, it's just a science fiction story that's written by a guy just for fun, but it was ironic because the Philadelphia experiment was actually connected to Benjamin Franklin's experiment with his kite and lightning. It was called the Philadelphia experiment, or the experiments that were associated with it anyway. And something else I didn't know about Benjamin Franklin was that he was actually made a full bird colonel in the Continental Army, or the defensive force of the colonies. I'm not sure, I can't remember if this was prior to the separation from Great Britain or afterward, but he had been made a colonel because he was one of the top people in the local area that needed to organize everybody, and they just promoted him to colonel immediately. He was trying to help General Braddock, and it was associated with that in some way. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. And then also, something I found really interesting, by the way, he had been proffered the promotion to general, like a starred general, but he refused it because he didn't think that he was that type of material. So, another point is that Sandy Hook, the place where you think of the tragedy that happened a while back, he is associated with Sandy Hook, the location, in his life. Anyways, it's a really good autobiography. You're going to learn a lot of stuff about his life that you didn't know, no doubt. And remember, like I said, it's the psychological layering and things of that nature, so my recommendation, yeah, definitely read this book, especially if you want to know more about United States history, the history of the colonies, all that stuff. It's going to give you some really deeper, richer understanding of it all. So next up, I'm actually currently reading The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent, and so far so good. I just started it, so we'll continue it later, and that review will come later. So, all right, guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 99 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. One more day to 100. I figured I've been, like I tell you, watch Bailey Schilbach pretty routinely, like all of her new videos. I watch them all because it's very interesting. She's got a great mind, and I love her perspectives. They're fantastic. But I have an idea. Maybe I can do kind of a semi-response to the videos that she posts. She posts about half the frequency I do, so she posts once every other day is what it looks like. But she posted one that was pretty straightforward in terms of how one might respond just yesterday. Basically, how to step in your power. That was the title of the video. She went through 7 points on ways to do that. And I'm going to give a little bit of my own response. So the first one, who you are. Know who you are. Learn who you are. This kind of ties into what I was saying in my last video, how you are, whether you're Dr. Manhattan or you're just a regular person, you are one of one. This is true. Period. End of story. You have to have enough confidence in yourself to see that you actually have value, and that maybe you should step into that, accept it, have enough confidence to find somebody special, to have children, with whom to have children, continue your legacy, that such a thing is of value. Because like I've said in other videos of mine, we don't actually know how legacy works in the grand scale of infinite time and nonlinear time. It could very well be that our future descendants can pierce the veil of their past with the advanced time-traveling technology that they no doubt have a billion years from now, and give you little drip, drip, drip whispers of what exactly to do in your current life to make it a little bit less painful and a little bit more fruitful for their generations, very distant in the future. So your descendants actually are what are bringing you to the future, along with your reaction to the adversities that you face in your day-to-day life. That reaction, the better it is, the more progeny you perhaps have, the better their lives are in the future. So, stepping into accepting who you are and that it is actually valuable. What you want is number 2 that she was talking about. Know what you want in life. Seems pretty straightforward. In the previous video that I had posted, basically my top 3 values was again a response to hers, in that, well, she actually states in her video what those top 3 values are, the last one and the one before it. Mine are, of course, God, family, vocation, aligned with the biblical virtues or the biblical hierarchy of importance, because God has to come first, which is love, and the reason that comes first is because God, which is love, if you truly are to love, you are to be your brother's keeper, to protect and serve the human family. And as a result, you are going to put the priority of their existence and persistence above your own personal self-interest. You don't want to be George Soros. You want to be the saints or the apostles, that all but one of them were unalived for their faith. Or I was watching a video of Tucker Carlson, I forget who he was talking to, but there were 21 Christians that had been taken by ISIS, I believe it was, a few years back, and they had been tortured and basically treated like human garbage for several years, and refused to renounce their faith in Jesus, and died for that. And while they were doing that, while the ISIS terrorists were doing that to them, they literally said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," to their faces. Reminding me of what happened with Bill Gates when he got pied in the face by that doofus back in the 80s. That guy shouldn't have pied him in the face. It was just stupid. It was messed up. And then number 3, be willing to piss people off. Now, I'm going to go through probably half of these in this video, because if I were to go through all of them, it would probably be a 30-minute video. And I could do that, but it's best to keep these chopped down into 10 to 15 minutes so that you guys don't get worn out by it. It's a lot of stuff that I'm giving you. She also had another great idea, by the way, to write out in essay format the script for the video. And I'm considering formalizing that to an extra degree in the near future when my channel gets to a sufficient size to make it economically and temporally viable. I have to invest my time and energy in things that are getting me returns. So, but that's aside. Piss people off. Be willing to piss people off. The stuff that I was talking about, or have been talking about routinely, about multiple relationships and all that, again, not being something that I want, but something that I'm willing to accept if I need to, being tied into who you are and the critical importance of who you are. If you are Dr. Manhattan and there's only one of you, you need to have more of you. So go forth and conquer like King Solomon. C'est la vie. Or if you're just a standard, regular human being. If you're like Elon Musk, it's not quite standard. It's a little bit unorthodox. His intelligence, having an IQ of around 175 is what I guess. He's probably, or 175 is 5 standard deviations above the norm. if you do the statistical analysis of that, it puts him about 1 in 2 million is how rare his intelligence is. And therefore, if you want to do the same thing for the number of children he should have, 2 children is a standard deviation away from the norm. Okay? So 2 times 5 would mean 10 children, but you can go up exponentially with that. Maybe instead of it being 10 children, it's 10 partners. I don't know. We're on completely untread territory here, using mathematics and probabilities and stuff like that we would have never thought to use in situations like this. But we are in a different era in human history right now. And we know so little that we have to poke and prod around to see what works and what doesn't. Sometimes we'll fuck up. Sometimes we'll get something right. So, yeah. Honestly, I think what he is doing, Elon Musk, with children, I think he should have a lot more. I'm just saying, I think he should. Especially if he actually has the means and desire and will to truly take care of them in the way they deserve. And he has stated that he does. Wants to move them all to a compound in Texas, a palatial estate. All right, and number 4, use your voice. That's attached to making videos and stuff like this. Communication. Communication is key. Because you could have all of the most valuable things to say that humanity has ever known. But if nobody knows what those things are, if nobody knows you exist, what's the point? So if you don't actually try to propagate, proliferate those ideas using your voice, then there is no point to it. If you're given great gifts, you must actually utilize them, apply them. I have been given great gifts with things in my life, even though I dealt with a lot of crap earlier on in my life with very evil people that were legitimately trying to destroy me. At the same time, it was almost as if God knew, which he did, that these things were going to happen, and he front-loaded everything in my life so that I could at least have those good experiences, experience everything that there was amazing about being a human being. The miracle of flight, military discipline, traveling the world, and I got all that. I did. I really did, and I'm super stoked that I at least got to experience it. Yeah. Just because I can't do that now doesn't mean that the experiences of the past where I actually got to do those things is invalidated. It actually highlights it in importance because we live such ephemeral lives. We don't live forever. Front load those things. When you're healthiest, I can hardly walk now, but back then I was spry as a chicken. To say anything else, you can truly sink your teeth into those experiences. Okay, so that's going to be it for this one. I think I'll actually continue with the rest of these for the next video, because I'm enjoying this. This might be something that we can do. Yeah. I don't want to kind of put any uncomfortable pressure on Bailey or anything, but I enjoy this. It's pretty nifty. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 100. 3 digits until I am a YouTube millionaire. Happy Sunday Fun Day. And happy Spring Forward Day. This may be our very last Spring Forward in the United States, as it does appear that our leadership is really putting a concerted effort into trying to eliminate the daylight savings time, because it's an anachronism, no longer needed. But like I said yesterday, I'm going to continue my response to Bailey Shield Box 7 points to step into your power. You know, I think something I was thinking about before I even decided to start this video today is sometimes history has been painted, because we live such short lives and it can be manipulated by beings that are not ephemeral very easily as a result. It can be painted in such a way as to make the good guys the bad guys and the bad guys the good guys. And if that ends up happening, what you have to do is stand true to yourself, who you actually are, and let the chips fall where they may. Let your actions speak more than the words. It's just the way it has to be. And you're going to have to endure a lot of pain and trials and struggles and all that stuff. Because if the world is designed to basically be an attack against you, the entire world is designed to attack you, then it's just the way it is. You got to be who you are. And some things, even if they are against your underlying genetic predispositions and what have you, might just be that's one of the big reasons. It's one of the big reasons it's so difficult. Because you have to stick true to who you are and what your actual morals and philosophies and ideologies are. And when the world is so screwed up, if you, as that beacon, even step out of line just slightly, you're not only compromising the picture you're giving other people, but also yourself. You don't want to turn the world into a jumbled mess. When the world needs guidance because there's so much chaos around you everywhere, that's where the leaders really come in. The leaders, what their purpose is, what they do to actually be real leaders, is they stand true to those principles. I had myself thinking more on... I'm a moron. I had myself thinking more on this through how the genesis of communist China came to be. That's kind of a redundant phrase, but through the genesis of communist China. The only way communist China came to be was because of the guerrilla tactics they carried out. They had the nationalists and the communists. Nationalists, they didn't have a firm enough ideology upon which they were willing to die. And therefore, the guerrillas ended up winning out the day. But that's a side note. I'll get into that later. Let me get to these points that I was going to talk about. Number 5 that she talked about, be disliked. I have a couple points here. Dr. Manhattan, if you know anything about his background story, he took the fall, he was the fall guy, for a nuclear blast that occurred in Manhattan. And he did that so that the world wouldn't go into chaos, so that I believe it was the Soviets and the United States wouldn't go to nuclear war with one another and cause mutually assured destruction or MAD. So he took the blame for it and unified the earth as a result. And it was okay for him because he didn't mind it, even though his compatriots did. They didn't like the fact that he had done it, because he lives a very long life, and it was no big deal. He could just come back at a later point in history and show people, hey, actually, I wasn't the bad guy here, but I needed to calm down tensions so that you guys could survive. Something else I found very interesting in that movie/comic, the movie was where I'm gleaning much of my knowledge of the story from, is that one of the good guys, one of the heroes, was so pissed off that Dr. Manhattan decided to take the fall that he told Dr. Manhattan, he demanded of Dr. Manhattan that he destroy him, he kill him right there, right then and there on the scene, and Dr. Manhattan does. Yeah, after a second he just says, fine. And I believe he explodes his head or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many years ago that I saw this. But if Dr. Manhattan has that capacity, then he can also immediately bring him back to life. I don't know why he didn't do that. Or maybe I'm overestimating his capacities, but, he's supposed to be this infinitely powerful being, basically God, or close to it. And then there's Batman, which is in a similar situation, though not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, in that he took the fall for the things that Two-Face had done, so that they could get rid of all the crime in the government. Because Two-Face basically had sabotaged all the work that they were doing because he broke, if you know anything about that story. The 2008 to 2012, I believe, movies really did a great justice to the story. Christopher Nolan was the director of that, and he just did an amazing job, as he always does. And then there's the next point I have here is that the bad guys in histories that were actually good guys is my point that I'm drawing out here. Sometimes you have to be disliked in order to save people. There is one particular instance that I'm thinking of that I'm not even going to mention. You guys can probably put the pieces together, though, because it is so deeply, deeply blasphemous. Now, I'm a Christian. You can think about that. Number 6, be willing to stand alone. And this ties in to number 5, being disliked. I think that was the point that she was making. And part and parcel to this, not just standing alone, being disliked like Dr. Manhattan and Batman and all that stuff. In my personal life, I can connect this to how I was treated in the military and other professional endeavors of my life. For some reason, while I was in the military, I remember distinctly that my squadrons in which I worked would constantly cycle between overactivity and underactivity. Now, they say there's a lot of hurry up and wait in the military, but this was manufactured. And I could tell. There was no other reason. Because it wasn't like we were getting ready to deploy or something and we needed to get all of our trainings done and stuff. No, people just all of a sudden would pop up in the squadron, like everybody would be there one day, and then the very next day, they'd all be gone except for me, and maybe 4 other people. And there were cycles like this all the time in my time in the military. And on top of that, I never had any continuity with my leadership. Even beyond the fact that you have PCSs and you move from one duty station to the other, usually between 2 to 4 years. This was even beyond that. This was me losing my leadership, my superiors, every year or so. And that started all the way back from my time at the Air Force Academy. So it went through the entire time I was in the military that this happened. And I was forced to stand alone and basically figure out my own way, aside from the trainings, most of the time, as a result. Because I was the only piece of continuity in the entire squadron. Cycles of people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And it just was like a whipsaw, left you completely disoriented. And I guess it kind of pulled away all the other rubbish that I needed to not pay attention to. So that was good, at least. But I could tell that was manufactured, too. And then her 7th point, inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. This being intuition. And then at the same time, it's very well tied into my novel series, where the time travelers of the story can actually pierce the veil of the different dimensions because they live in the space between space when they're observing reality from the teletracer or the looking glass. It's a time travel machine. And they can actually go up near the thing that they're observing, the person they're observing, whisper into their ear from the ether, the space between space, and the individual will hear it in their subconscious. the devil and the angel on our shoulders, so strongly connected to one another. But listen to that inner voice, is what she was saying. That inner voice has led me to where I am today, as well as the times where I refused it. I remember when I was finally coming to the conclusion that I needed to get out of the military, there were times where I remember distinctly, I was driving in my car, for example, I had the Escape, the Ford Escape, which was interestingly named, I think appropriate, where I would literally just get in a shouting match with myself, conflicting with the whispers that were going into my subconscious. Similar to a character that I have in my first novel. His name's Liam Wang. He's Chinese. I was in a shouting match with myself because I didn't want to do something that my subconscious was trying to nudge me to do. And I still don't want to do it, but I'm going to because I have to. I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. You guys can probably imagine what that is. But this has taken a very long journey to get to this point in my understanding and my acceptance of where I am in life. So I say, so be it. Especially if it turns out that me, Peyton Pearson, I am a villain in somebody else's story. And sometimes I just need to make my own decisions. More than sometimes. All the time. So, a lot of this discussion of Bailey Schilbach's points, the reason I'm doing this, aside from the fact that I love her thoughts, they're fantastic, is I want to let her know that I'm picking up what she's putting down. And I hope we can keep doing this. So, okay, that's all I got for today. I got through all 7 of them. I'll try some new stuff later. She's probably going to come out with a video today, so maybe I'll review that. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 101 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent. And the 50th Law is Nihil timendum est. Fear nothing. It's right there. All right. And I'll say, overall, it was a pretty interesting book. The main gripe I have is that 50 Cent legitimately did come from a very difficult upbringing in the hood. He was a hustler. He sold illicit substances. It is a very dangerous thing to glorify such lifestyles. It leads to a lot of damage of individuals and entire communities, as one might be able to very easily and readily see in said hoods. Nevertheless, it is at the same time very good to get some insight into that world, so that, 1, you can figure out how to fix it, how to help the people within it, and 2, you can figure out how to make it so that it doesn't happen again. You have to meet people where they are. That's a truism across time and space. You have to meet people where they are. That's why when Jesus came to earth, he was both human and God. He was human so that he could actually relate to us. But he's still God. So, I have some notes here that I wrote down, as one does when they're going to review a book. Let's see. The first one is on somewhere around page 100. Robert Greene states very clearly, that you are one of a kind. The way he says this is that there will never in all of history be another one of you. Whether you're Dr. Manhattan or just some regular standard human being, we all have unique DNA that can only ever be repeated once. There are so many different combinations and permutations of how DNA can be put together that there's simply not enough time, even in Google years, to randomly make another one of you exactly who you are. Even if you have an identical twin, you two are still different, at least a little bit. You are uniquely you. And the uniqueness that is you is the story that you make, how you live your life, and how you react to your adversities. And that's part of what they're talking about in this book. What 50 Cent ended up doing was he was trying to get out of that hell. He went to prison a few times, was shot 9 times. The book is very repetitive in that regard, but that's okay. It's because Robert Greene was basically doing an extended essay in combination with a biography of 50 Cent, where he was trying to explain several points of how to be fearless. And the main point of 50 Cent being shot 9 times and almost being unalived was that after that happened, he realized he didn't have much time to get his stuff done that he wanted to get done in life. So he went in full send mode after that, and his production increased like 10 times. He lost his Columbia Records deal, but then did a massive mixtape campaign in the hood of his area, and became very popular in that way, and eventually got the notice of Eminem's Interscope Records, and got his foot in the door in the industry that way. So when he almost passed away, he put his pedal to the metal and just busted his ass. And it's no surprise, honestly, to me that he was successful because, one, he's definitely a very industrious, entrepreneurial, intelligent man, and with an incredible work ethic. There's no doubt about that. The guy's got an insane work ethic. 50 Cent, that is. But yeah, one of a kind. And basically, 50 Cent was proving how one of a kind he was, and is. There was a point, page 110, where he discusses that forgetting is kind of a superpower. I don't agree with that. Because if you truly want to learn from your past, you do not forget. You do not forget. You can forgive, but do not forget. Next point is page 122. This is really, I think, what the saving grace was of much of what I found in this book. It's good to read anyway because you get some good information about 50 Cent's life and the philosophy that got him to be successful. But on page 122, he did something where he actually discouraged other hustlers from hustling. And in a sense, he kind of did something good. Something semi-lawful. He had hired a person to stick these people up, right? Professional stick-up artist is what he called them. And the other hustlers, he discouraged from doing the hustling by having this happen to them. And he partook in it as well, also being stuck up so that he wouldn't give the impression that he was actually the one causing it. Again, smart guy. He knew to do that. But he was trying to basically push them out of the market so that he could monopolize it. It was pretty smart, actually. And it cleaned up the streets a little bit, believe it or not, because if that is going to exist, the hustling culture, the hustling economy, then you definitely want it to be in the hands of people who are at least halfway decent, halfway intelligent, and are better stewards of a rather shady bunch, if you will. It's page 122, and then page 132, keep your sword sharp but sheathed. See, I brought up some points in the book. There's actually a quote from Niccolo Machiavelli, Machiavellian, if you will. But sword sheathed but sharp, okay? So you want to make sure that you are ready for war, but that you aren't going to war. That's the idea. A little bit off kilter right now because the dogs are going crazy. Also, page 159, it is better to be feared and respected over loved. Now, this actually is very closely associated with biblical teachings, in that we say we fear the Lord. God is love, but we fear him, and that's more respect from of the awesomeness of his power. And the fear is that you might be out of line with it. It's the underlying fabric of the human condition, how our psychology works, that makes this so important, to have that balance between fear and love. It's the line between in the middle of everybody's heart, two wolves. If you have that fear, then you'll respect the love. You have love, then you know what fear is. Black and white, yin and yang. And then let's see. Honestly, I just had some points to discuss here. They talk about patience and detailed work on page 229, and this tied in pretty closely to the stories that I'm writing. I have so many thoughts that are going through my head right now on what to put into my novel series that I'm kind of semi-rushing it, and I'm not intentionally doing that, but I want to get them written down before I forget them. I have a really good memory, but even so, it is flawed and it is limited. And if I don't get it written down as soon as possible after I think of the idea, then it might go away. I might never come back. That's happened more times than I can count. It stays in your underlying subconscious fabric and all that, but even so, you lose the oomph that you had before. So, having patience in that detailed work actually gives it time to come back in the proper manner to you. The proper layering, the proper wording, it's all going to be there. You'll find it again. You just have to be patient. And that was pretty much this book. 50 Cent actually ended up doing some pretty good things to make it out of the hood and hustle culture, and he was actually a stabilizing force in that community. And I think that's the primary factor here. The big men and women of history, whether they were good or bad, it matters not, necessarily. What matters is that they were remembered for what they did, whether you're an Adolf Hitler or a Napoleon Bonaparte. Now, mind you, don't get me wrong, it does matter. Obviously, Hitler was a horrible, horrible human being who did horrible, horrible things, but he's going to be remembered for what he did. And then you have Napoleon Bonaparte, which was one of the greatest leaders and generals of his time, and really of human history. You have Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton. I mean, you could just name them off over and over, because they're household names. People that are part of the fabric of our history as human beings. And 50 Cent has the potential to be somebody that will be remembered in perpetuity, regardless of what you think of him. He actually had an impact on the world, has an impact on the world. I will never seek to glorify the hustle culture, selling drugs, the hood mentality and all that. It's not safe, it's not healthy. But 50 Cent was a stabilizing force. So that was this book. The next one up, I think, is going to be The Art of Knowing by Christopher Langan. Basically assorted essays and expositions on free will. Yeah, I got this one read pretty quickly, actually. It only took me like 3 days. But that's because I sat down and read like 150 pages a day. I don't usually do that. I usually read like 10 to 20 pages a day. So, okay guys. That's all I got for today. Kind of disjointed because the doggos, as always, distract me. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 102 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today, I'm having my writing session with my friend Kara. I wanted to talk a little bit about these cyber attacks that we recently experienced on platforms like X and Rumble. In fact, apparently they're still going on. But those cyber attacks also apparently came from the Ukraine. The Ukraine. That's what it used to be known as. Ukraine. Now, why is it that it is such a deeply multifaceted and drawn-out conflict that's happening in Ukraine? Why is it that the deep state is so adamantly trying to protect Ukraine? They don't care about all these other countries in the world that have conflicts that happen every single day. I mean, just look at South Africa, for example. They don't give a crap about South Africa. And South Africa's crumbling. That's a perfect example. So why Ukraine? Why do they care so much about Ukraine over anything else? Well, here's my guess. The first one is, back in 2017, we had a sudden explosion of scammers. There were always scammers out there, but it only takes 1, 2, 3, 5 industrious, very hard-working, if you can call it that, scam artists to set up scam farms and hire a bunch of people and pay them a pittance to do the work, to completely sabotage the global economic system. It's called a commerce jam. So you have culture jams, which is something that Alex Stein is really good at, and then you have commerce jams, which basically just screw up the economy. That's what scammers are. They're thieves. They are a parasite. Literally, they are parasitic. They do nothing but steal and suck from the productive energy of those in the world who are trying to build something. Whether it be small or great, doesn't matter. You work hard every day in whatever job that you have to contribute in some way, shape, or form to society, and what they do is they suck away all of the capital that you get from that. It's a disincentive. So, my guess is that in Ukraine, that's the center of many scam farms. I even heard recently, through the grapevine and some X posts a while back, that some of those massive scam farms were shut down. And I'm not going to say who did it because it's too controversial, but some people aren't necessarily as bad as you think they are, is all I'll say. In addition to that, the pharmaceutical complex. I believe a bunch of gigantic pharmaceutical companies' headquarters, I could be mistaken, are actually in Ukraine. There's something going on there. And if we can fix this, whatever is going on in that country, now, you got to keep in mind, we are so ephemeral, there's so little that each and every one of us know. We simply cannot have a perfect picture of the truth. Only God can. But if we can get in there and figure out what's actually going on behind the scenes, it's so drastic that we could literally have the cure to cancer in a pill form within the next 5 years. The stuff that they are doing there. The pharmaceutical industrial complex and all the crap that they're hiding from us. It might be centered right there. That's my guess. But I don't know. I'm just picking up the little seeds and the kernels from the grapevine. I'm trying to synthesize all the information as best I can, but I am just one guy. Just don't think that you know everything that's going on. You can have your perspectives, you can have your judgments, that's totally fine, and you should, because you're a human being. But look towards truth. Try to find the lowest common denominator of truth and say, oh, that was the right move to do. Oh, that wasn't the right move to do, based upon that lowest common denominator of truth. And then just trust that we have patriots in control right now. Honestly, for the first time since God knows when. But they got in control back in like 2016 or so, and things started to change for the better. But because they have a greater perspective than we do, they're going to be able to do things that we can't. They have responsibilities that we don't. Just look towards the foundational fabric. Get away from the subjectivity. Get away from the form over function. This is what the demon always tries to take advantage of, and why we've never been able to get out of this constant loop of destroying ourselves. They take advantage of us focusing on form over function. And that's been done mainly through the legacy media, at least in the last 100 years or so. But things are changing. There's something going on here. There is something going on here. So just be patient. We might have that cure to cancer here pretty soon. All right, guys. That's all I got for today. A short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 103 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to discuss the difference between free will or choice and opportunity, and how they're both very, very important, but they're not precisely the same thing. So free will, obviously, is your ability to make your own choices. You either go direction A or direction B. However, opportunity is the horizon of choices that you have to make. For example, if you lived in the Middle Ages, then you could choose to get water from the stream or get water from the well. You could choose to build a house with a straw roof or build a house with a stone or a tile roof. You could choose to live in Great Britain with very much ease, in London, or you could choose to live in Scotland, let's say Edinburgh, if you traveled for several days. If you got cancer, or if you got sick, let's say you stubbed your toe or something and you got an infection, you could not choose to survive from that. It was purely contingent upon how robust your body was, if it could survive. There was nothing you could do to prevent yourself from passing away if that's what was going to happen. The bubonic plague unalived 25% of the European population in the Middle Ages, and there were several bubonic plagues that occurred. We didn't have penicillin. We didn't have any antibiotics. We didn't have germ theory back then. We had no idea what any of that was. So while you might have wanted to make the choice to continue to survive, you didn't have the opportunity to do so. You were just going to survive or not, depending on what your body could do, what it could handle. And to our physical body's credit, there were some very well-known leaders back then that did survive the bubonic plague, like Charlemagne. I believe it was Charlemagne. Anyways, there was one of the kings that I'm thinking of, I'm thinking Charlemagne, got the bubonic plague and survived it. It's possible to survive it without penicillin and antibiotics and all that. It's just, you better be pretty damn robust if you want to. Now you look at the modern day. If you lived in the Middle Ages, you could have wanted to go to the moon. You could have, with all of your heart and desire, wanted that to happen. But you did not have the opportunity. It was not within the purview of your possible choices. Now, we have been to the moon with the Apollo program in the 60s. We can get it back. And Elon Musk is working on that right now with his Starship. And soon we will be able to go back there again. But in the Middle Ages, it was not within the purview of possible choices for you to make. And that's the difference between opportunity and free will. Opportunity and choice. You have the freedom to choose what you would like within that purview of choices. And it is the tools that we build based upon the consensus mechanism that is the convergence of our reality. And what I mean by that is we need tools to operate within the physical laws of this universe. Physical laws of this universe are the consensus that all conscious beings have come to make this reality what it is. That up is up, down is down, black is black, white is white. Gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared on average. Newton's physical laws, all that stuff. It's a consensus mechanism that has made this reality what it is. If you didn't have to be under consensus, you wouldn't need any abstraction to accomplish the choices that you actually have. You could just focus your intent on something, your choice, and it would occur. I could manifest a gold brick in midair just because I want it to be there. And as long as I could focus my intent enough and there were no other consciences that could say to me, that's not possible, you can't do that, within the realm of the physical laws, then it could happen. I know this because I've done it before. And that's why nobody must be looking upon the situation when it does happen, so that there doesn't need to be any other consensus aside from you. I manifested a penny back when I was a child, when I was 10 years old. I have a story about this on this channel, actually. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. But the difference between choice and opportunity is opportunity is a subset of choice. It is the purview, the range of choices that you have dependent upon the reality in which you live. So I hope that makes sense. This is just, as all these videos are, a taster of the ideas that I want to posit in this channel. And mind you, in 100 years, there will be even more opportunity. We'll be able to go to Mars. We might even be on different solar systems at that point. There will be more choice for you to be able to make. Take advantage of those opportunities. Who knows when they might not be there in the future. Because you also got to keep in mind, while the purview of choices tends to expand over time, it can also re-shrink. That's happened many a time, and the space race is a perfect example of that in and of itself. So the doorway opens up, and it can close again. NASA's not sending people to the moon anymore. Why is that? Because they're being manipulated by dark forces. Legitimately, that's what it is. But I'll leave it at that. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think. I'd love to hear from you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day let me double check here. I thought so. 104 until I become a YouTube millionaire. Today I wanted to chat a little bit about the exponential nature of making money. To those who have much, more will be given, and to those who have little, even that will be taken away. This is a biblical principle that's it was prescient for its time. Obviously, for good reason, we listen to it. It's in the Bible. But those who have a lot of money or a lot of assets invest those assets in order to make themselves more money and more assets. When we're about the age of 20 to 25, 30, and we start actually making some money for ourselves, we are so unprepared in so many other ways with respect to what to do with that money. I remember when I was in the military and I was a fresh second lieutenant making $38,000 per year, and with all of my stipends it added up to like 50 something, 51-ish. Nothing, right? But I was 23. So to me, that was a lot of money. I didn't have anything to spend it on, so I thought that, I spend it on where the hell I want, right? I thought, just use it. It's there as your credit to do with what you will. And I look back on that now, and oh, how I would have benefited so much from just a handful of people telling me, hey, you're going to be building up a lot of money over the next few years, especially if you don't spend it on rubbish. If I just had somebody to tell me that, I could have started my journey to becoming financially very successful 10 years earlier than I did. Now, I'm not like super rich or anything, but I do well enough for myself. I don't make that much money, but because I save and invest it properly, it builds for me. It does the work for me. Now, to put it in perspective, that $50,000 per year that I was making as a second lieutenant about 12 years ago-ish, when I was 23, I only had to spend about half of that for my living expenses. Housing, utilities, food, car, all that stuff, gas. About half of it. That means if I had saved, let's just say 15,000 of that per year. Pretty reasonable. Okay? 15,000 per year. In 10 years, I would have had $150,000 of just cash. But that's not including the fact that I started making more money as I became a first lieutenant. I made an extra $25,000 per year once I got promoted to first lieutenant. And then when I made captain, I was about $91,000 with all the stipends and stuff. All right, so the actual base pay of a captain is like $62,000 per year, or at least it was when I was in the military many years ago. But with all the stipends, it was about 92-ish. And if I had just kept my living expenses roughly the same, I could add a little bit extra just to, enjoy the finer things in life, sure. But let's just say $35,000 per year, then I could have been saving the rest of that, about $60,000 a year. That's not chump change, guys. That's enough to go on literally 10 pleasure cruises on a cruise ship per year with every benefit to them. All the excursions, all of the drink packages, all of the fun trips, everything in addition to it. 10 times a year. That means every month save 2. That's pretty cool. If I would have just not spent that money on silly things, like going to every concert under the sun, or getting tattoos. I don't I'm just using that as an example. I don't have any tattoos or anything, but I know people who do and spend an inordinate amount of money on them. So, if I had just known. And really, the big reason I bring this up is because I've noticed there's a veritable glut of young women that have popped up in my feeds between the ages of 22 and 26 who have just suddenly gotten themselves into the luckiest jackpot situation that they could have ever imagined. That is, they're starting to grow like a weed in their social media accounts. I had mentioned Bailey Schilbach several times on this channel. I'm mentioning her again right here. Her channel is growing astronomically fast. I mean, I don't think she gets just how much of a jackpot she's hit right now. She's growing, she's at like 10,500 subs right now. And she's getting like 100 subs a day. That's insane. Extrapolate that out. 2 years. She'll be 26. She'll have about 250,000 subscribers. And she'll be making, if the views continue to build like they are on her videos, roughly $40,000 a month. So I'm telling her right now, keep building the channel, because you hit the jackpot. And build your financial plan now. Invest the money properly. I mean, me just as a guy that you have no idea who I am really, but I can tell you that you can put a chunk of it in Bitcoin. Not Ethereum, not Cardano, not all these other nonsense crap altcoins. Bitcoin. So you can put a chunk of it in Bitcoin, a chunk of it in real estate, a chunk of it in the stock market. Save at least a little bit of it for yourself so that you can actually enjoy the finer things in life. And yeah, you'll be building a portfolio that will last you for generations, that you can give as a trust to your children, if/when you have them. And I pray you do, but she's one example. Another one is Estelle Richter that I just pulled up on my YouTube channel a couple minutes ago. She exploded on the scene. Suddenly she's got 5,000 subs in literally like a month. It's the same thing's going to happen with her. Or Anava, another young lady who popped up on my stream. Or somebody on X, her name's Rachel. She goes by Rachel. Her channel, her profile, X doesn't make as much money as YouTube, but it does make money if you grow to a sufficient size. If she keeps building her X, it's going to start making her some serious money. And then there's Luke West, who's 26. He's got 20,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. And I really hope he doesn't just sweep that under the rug. That's insanely impressive. He's in the top 0.5% of all channels on YouTube in terms of his size. I hope this reaches him in some way, shape, or form, and he realizes this is something he should not just throw away. He should not just discard it. It's going to be making him a shit ton of money in the future. Assuming YouTube continues to survive in the next few years, which I'm pretty sure it will. We have Rumble as the competition, but it's really, Rumble sucks right now. And I still post on Rumble every day because I'm trying to support it, but it sucks. You guys have been blessed, all of you. And I know many other channels like Dear Dia. 17 years old. She's 17 years old and she's got 11,000 subscribers. If I had that at 17 years old, oh my gosh, I would have been able to save so much money. Don't throw it away, guys. Build your financial plan now, because it's gonna get good. It's gonna get really good. All right. That's all I got to say today. A little bit of a more positive one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 105 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And in the last two videos, I've had a little bit of a discussion on opportunity. So the first one, I talked about the difference between choice and opportunity. Choice being basically your purview of free will, and then opportunity being a subset of free will, choice, dependent upon the environmental and socioeconomic factors of the current era in which you live. And then I discussed in the next video the opportunity that many young people have today with respect to building massive businesses with lots and lots of economic power right here on this platform, on YouTube. Specifically between the ages of 22 and 26, though it could even go much younger if an individual is willing to start younger, like dear Dia. And then there's this one. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. I've said this a few times, but I want to reaffirm its importance here. So luck, something I don't actually in itself believe in, even though I myself have had tremendously bad luck in many ways, in many avenues of my life, with all the stuff that's happened in my professional life. The fact that I lost $500,000 worth of Bitcoin a few years ago by a margin that went exactly down to my bankruptcy threshold in terms of the dollars and the cents. Leverage trading stuff. Foolishness on my part, don't get me wrong, but even so, I saw it. It was like, I saw that and they wanted me to. The evil bastards doing it to me. So, my luck has always been really bad. But that doesn't mean that yours has to be. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Your opportunity is here on this platform right now. YouTube. And if YouTube doesn't work because it's got its fingers on the scale, it's not a fair platform, even though it should be, it's still the one that makes the most money. But if you are a specific demographic of individuals, you're going to be successful if you try. I'm not in that demographic. I'm not a 22-year-old woman. Let me be honest with you. I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to tell looking at me, right? My purpose in making these videos is to help with the preparation aspect. When that opportunity comes, if you're not prepared, you might just discard it, regardless of what it would do for you and your family and your legacy. Just like, I can't handle this, it's too much money all at once, because that's what's going to happen. I'm promising you. Be prepared. And I'm trying to help you with that preparation. It's going to happen. All those people that I mentioned in my last video, and by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Of course, there are many more people, like Kira Lutan. I didn't even mention her. She's got 80,000 subscribers. She just popped up out of nowhere. Take advantage of the opportunity. Be prepared. If you don't know what to do with the money that's coming in, I'll say here's a good starter. And this applies to anybody that's in this opportunity mode right now. The way to prepare. Don't spend it on rubbish. The people who I pointed out in the last video, I don't suspect that they would anyway, because they seem to be very wise individuals. But for everybody else, don't spend it on rubbish. If you don't know what to do with the money, hold on to it. put it into a savings account, and at a bare minimum, if that's too much for you, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that if they see money in their account, they just have to spend it. They cannot resist. It's some itch that they have. But if that be the case, then just start up a Robinhood account. Get the app on your phone, start up a Robinhood account, and just buy SPX. That's the S&P 500 index fund, right? I think it's like $150-something right now. They even have leveraged tradings of that stock. I don't recommend them. You shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. But if you want to, you could do that. And if that doesn't work, if you just absolutely cannot resist the itch to even take it out of Robinhood and spend it on rubbish. Again, this doesn't apply to the people that I talked about in the last video because they, I'm sure, already understand this, at least on some level. Then literally take it out of your account, put the cash, the dollars, in an envelope, seal it, or don't seal it so you can keep on adding to it, and put it in a safe somewhere so that you don't even know you have it, or you do know, but you don't know how much it is, or you do know how much it is, but it's not on the top of your mind. You have to basically block it out so that you can let it build. Because as I talked about in one of my shorts a while back, it's the anxiety that gets to us. It's the anxiety. We're anxious for the future to come already. Too worried about things to come and what we could do with that money that we're distracted by that. A stable diffusion of anxiety is doing other things that are productive in the interim, such as reading valuable books, making you a stronger person intellectually, writing, journals, recording videos like this. It's part of the reason I make these videos. I need my own stable diffusion because I know that I have to wait before I can get more leverage of my own. Do things that are productive in the interim. And a YouTube channel like Bigger Pockets, that's part of the reason they are there, to help other people have that stable diffusion of anxiety. It's the ADHD in the highly intelligent of this world, and the highly productive and the industrious, that needs to be eschewed. And that's how we do it. Because the simple fact of the matter is we have to wait more times than not. I'm trying to prepare you, though. Give you a vision of what's about to happen. Those people I talked about in the last video, as well as many, many others in that boat, there's a lot of success that's coming your way. So I want to prepare you. That's what I'm trying to do here. And having a few years on you, I have a tiny bit more wisdom, just a tiny bit. The amount of information I know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information I do not know. So keep that in mind. It's just a tiny little bit. And that tiny little bit is really just a frame of reference. I can meet you where you are because I've had 10 more years as a human being. 35 years on the planet. That's it. And if I were in your shoes at 24, 25, 17, oh man, the exponential growth of your wealth, if I would have just started that early, if I would have known, I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. But you guys can still do it. Anyways, that's all I got for today. Be prepared. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 106 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm just going to read an essay that I wrote many years ago. I've got a ton of these that I could read out for you guys. But yeah, this one is called A Perpetual Hell. I haven't read it since I transcribed it onto this document, so we'll see what I remember of it as we're reading it. For the one who will never give up, faced with an enemy that cannot be defeated, is that not a perpetual hell, or perpetual true hell? Basically, the immovable object versus the unstoppable force, if you will. But you have no right to make that decision for anyone else, nor deny it if anyone desires to make that decision. The war is perpetual. You are the collateral to stave off the darkness. The only way you will defeat this overwhelming, all-encompassing evil is to create a new path, to destroy all notions that previously constrained you, and to imagine infinite possibility, infinite potential, to see yourself for who you are. Basically, to create a winning condition in a game without one, or a torture zone. When the greatest evil that one can possibly imagine is leaving you destitute, destroying all that you are, all that you know, and the death of all that you hold dear, whether physical object, people, ideas, whatever they may be, there is only one way to break it, as it holds all you have ever known in its clutches. Now, mind you, this came out of me while I was in the military. This was written back in 2016. This was due to the things that they were doing to me. I felt like there was no way I could win. I was in a kind of prison, if you will. Make anew the truth within you, the truth that is unique and yours, alone in your will. Perpetual hell will be our reality until we push to heights we have never known. And the paradox of the loneliness of being sovereign over our own choices, deferring deferral to a time that will never be seen, as time is transcended and is to end, giving way to eternity of existence and your being. The ultimate conclusion to time travel and the ability to do so, especially when there are no limitations put upon it, is that time will become irrelevant, and therefore it will end. This will yield that loneliness, and sovereignty yields the greatest unity that can ever be imagined or felt, as there is no limit to that imagination. It is an infinity of possibility, which means it cannot be imagined, because there is no imagination that can take all imagination away and own it. Take your own will, and this perpetual hell will end. You are the collateral. You are the proof, and I will test it for you. Your furnace is cracking. Your shackles are becoming tighter, though hotter. In other words, you're melting them off. This kind of linked to a post that I literally just saw on the cognitive theoretic model of the universe by Ray Bornert, the GTT versus Anselm's God, the greatest thinkable thing. The greatest thinkable thing is the answer, quote-unquote, yes to all questions in the form of, quote-unquote, does the greatest thinkable thing include X? Where X is any thinkable thing. The Book of G. Anselm's God. It was rather synchronous, if you will. There's quite a synchronicity there. Alright guys, short one today. That's all I had for you. So, hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we as humans see it, if the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them, and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will. of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to Earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 108 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today is going to be a review of Christopher Langan's The Art of Knowing. I read this significantly faster than I anticipated. Now, it's not a very long book. It's about, 140 pages? Yeah, 139 pages. Of course, as I've said before, I'll say it again, 5 pages of his book is like 20 pages of anybody else's book, because the guy writes very dense. He writes very dense because he is extremely intelligent. He's got an IQ of about 200, which has been tested on multiple occasions for him. It's actually what he's known for. He's insanely smart. One of the smartest people to have ever lived, and that's not me just saying that. He's got the works to prove it, this being one of them. But what I like about this, and I mentioned this in a short a little bit ago, is that in general, it's rather easy to comprehend. He doesn't make it opaque. Though, I do have to say, once he got to On Absolute Truth and Knowledge, which is one of the essays in this book, it's right around page 100 or so, he starts to get opaque again. He starts using a lot of neologisms, which that means new words that he created, but they're accurate, they make sense. They're words that are real words. It's just nobody's ever used them before, and it's using the actual structure and syntax of English. So they're real words, and a person as smart as him, no joke, can make new words. I don't pretend to be as intelligent as he is, but I'm in league with him, and I've done that myself. I have. So, it's a very interesting book. A lot of really, really good ideas, as one might suspect, for somebody as smart as him. The first few essays, which are all about 10 pages, almost exactly 10 pages, and I think he did that intentionally for the first 40 pages of the book, just to make it so that it was a little bit easier for a person to digest, so that once they got 40 pages in, they were going to, quote-unquote, fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy and actually finish the rest of the book. No doubt that played at least a small part in why he decided to do what he did. He made all of the first essays 10 pages, first 4, and in very, for him, plain English. For anybody else, like mind-blowingly crazy. It's very much worth a read. If you're looking for something that will challenge your perspectives, both scientifically and theologically, it's definitely worth a read. Let's see, I've got some points here. So, essay 2, as all the essays have to do with in this book, is free will. He was talking about neural signals. Yes, this is what it was. The neural signals that are detected in the mind, in the cerebral cortex and in the nervous system of the human body, when they're thinking of moving an appendage or something, actually, the movement occurs before the signal is sent. So, this is getting into the idea of the chicken and the egg, and how the way he explains it is that reverse time is technically possible, and how will can act in both directions in time. Your perception, your ability to affect reality can work in both directions. This, I very strongly agree with. Though, I do think there might have been some confounding variables in the study. I'd have to see how it was actually conducted, in that it could be that the person who said verbally, I'm going to move my hand to the right or the left or whatever, and the signal being sent and the ordering of it, it could have been that he just had, or she just had to think about the thing first before they did the action. They had to postulate in their minds. But even then, we're still cracking upon the surface of what actually is will in this regard. Is it still just a construction of different chemical reactions and all that? Or perception or layering of your story? It's really interesting to think about. And I found it very, very silly that one of the characters in his first few essays' last name is Nukem, like Duke Nukem. I think he probably did that on purpose. Obviously, it's meant to be tied with Newcomb for Newcomb's paradox, of course. But I did find it funny. I think of Duke Nukem when I think of the last name Nukem. Probably because I watch Lazy Game reviews all the time. So, how does will actually work? How does time actually work? How are they interrelated? And, yeah. I wrote this diagram as kind of an exposition on some stuff that he was talking about in the story. So this is the whole of the universe as shown by the cosmic background radiation that was detected in the Horn telescope many decades ago. And this is everything outside of it. All around. Now, whether we can see or feel or go to any place outside of the whole of the universe is beside the point. The point is, we can conceptualize it. And if we can even conceptualize it as a thing, then it exists. It's the everything that is not the universe. It's crazy to think about. Because time is irrelevant out there. Physical space is irrelevant out there. But we can conceptualize it as an out there. Therefore, just like nouns, it is a thing. That is linked to how our perception actually makes reality. And distinctly tied, I think, into how Chris Langan argues free will and its existence in this compilation of essays. So I recommend it very strongly. It's seldom that I don't think I've ever not recommended something that Chris has written that I've read. But yeah, it's good. All right. That's all I got for today. Hopefully you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 109 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote several years ago. This one is called Changing Timelines. It's a little bit longer than the other ones, so hopefully we can get through this in an efficient manner. If you are going to change the past, expect the future to have something to say about it. If you are going to change the future, expect the past to have something to say about it. That is, resistance at every turn will be what you can expect. Because those things and people from a later period may no longer exist if you change anything now or earlier. And those things that exist in the present may change so much as to be unrecognizable. To have such powers is unfathomable. And I fall back upon a very key axiom, or mantra, if you will. All, one, or none. All other numbers are arbitrary unless one with authority says otherwise. Therefore, only God may have such powers, to be timeless, and to unilaterally decide the path of the universe, who and what will exist, and who and what will not. God, defined in such a context, would necessarily be the progenitor of all, and therefore the ancestor with the sole power to dictate what his progeny may do, or even if they may exist. But in that there is no such thing as time in a linear sense, what makes God in fact God? It's that at some point in the whole of existence of the universe, he stood alone and decided that there may be a light in the darkness. This does not mean what you may think, from my perspective. Darkness came first. It is what necessitated God to say, "Let there be light." But he did not say it in the way one might think. At first, it was a helpless plea into the void. Why won't you let there be light? Then it became a sorrowful request. Let there be light. Then it became a demand. Let there be light. Then it became a command. Let there be light. In that darkness came first, and nothingness is the natural state of existence, or is it? God survived the many assaults of the darkness, and eventually was the last person to survive in all of time, the last being to be alive in the whole of the universe, as the darkness had since consumed the light of everyone else. God found a way to escape, mourn, plea, and eventually resist. It is in this way that God is the progenitor of all, because in his resistance, a chance was opened up, a timeline where a species could survive, to push back the dark and conquer death. This is why God made us in his image, because earth is heaven, or hell, depending on how hard we push back the dark. Humanity is the first species to survive, and he is a member of it, and the father of all of them. It is the tragedy of existence, with only one way to escape the cold grasp of death, but not everyone wants to. Not the future that may now seem so distant, and not the past that also seems so distant. The only thing standing in the way of making the tragedy of existence too great to bear is him. He is necessarily the only one that makes it worth living, because the futures that he has created in his strength against death are futures where death is truly defeated and the darkness erased forever. Even if only a few thousand human beings make it through this funnel, that would be enough. The enemy would be known, and those tortured souls would be strong enough to kindle a fire that would never go out. To conceptualize this very strange path, all limits must be removed from time travel as we see it. It does not logically follow to believe that there would or could be any actual limits on such a technology, in a way other than those that are self-imposed, and therefore the only defense against such actions of time manipulation is to resist those trying to change the past. Death has possessed the souls of the future, telling them that if God is allowed to change things, those souls themselves may not survive. But if God fails, death does not tell them they cannot survive. Some of them perhaps understand this, and sit at the top of their ivory towers, hoping for the end of days, so that their own torturous existence can be erased for good, selfishly hiding information from everyone else, so as to use their underlings as pawns in a grand chess game that will truly only have one victor. This God, as described so far, can only survive, will only have authority to resist and change the path of the future if he himself lives within the past, as one in the crowd. Humans have rules on what they are willing to do with the time travel, perhaps, because of the consequences otherwise. These are not, as stated before, hard limits on the ability to change the past itself, but consequences of other wills, which would give the human being no quarter if they broke these rules. The only real rule is free will. The only reason it is there is because nothing can change or stay the same without it. It is will that determines if the universe ends, and it is also will that determines if the universe survives. In order to make this hypothetical situation equitable, fair, the one attempting to carry out the change, God, must not hide themselves, lest he become an agent of sabotage. That is, the point of living, for him, is to resist, to convince the children of death that God is stronger, and that life is indeed worth living. For anyone else who may have the arrogance to believe that they have the right to determine if someone or something should exist, only the one that created everything in his resistance against the darkness, the progenitor of all, has any leg upon which to stand. And the longer he holds out, the longer he can restrain the darkness, the more souls are saved. But this tool can also, and more equitably, operate as a mechanism that provides an option, where the future laid out already, and the one that God is affecting, can exist simultaneously. Though, if existence persists, then death cannot. However, the children of death can remain, though their loyalties would be shifted. And the rest of us can choose which one we want, including our ancestors in both temporal directions and or all diverged paths. This can be true in both a parallel universe theory, quote-unquote, and a quote-unquote colliding timeline theory. That is, a parallel universe will mean that both timelines exist independently of one another, darkness and light necessarily needing to diverge due to being diametrically opposed to one another. The colliding universe theory means that both timelines exist in the same three-dimensional universe, and everyone can choose which one they want. Though the colliding universe, in truth, is a subset of parallel universes. As described earlier, angels are the human beings that survive the Great Funnel event, the children of God, direct descendants. Greys are the ancestors of modern humanity that, while surviving the funnel event, do not have their loyalties dedicated to God, but instead to something else. Not necessarily darkness, though this is a possibility. The Greys chose to evolve their physical selves so as to better manage existence, due to emotional disconnection with it, whereas the angels are infinitely connected with it. Thus, they can manipulate it without the need for technology, but instead through focused intent. Therefore, angels and Greys are both the descendants of primitive humans, but one is born from a different set of circumstances when compared to the other. There can be parallel universes where exclusively angels survive, and those where angels and Greys survive, and everything in between. but no universe where angels do not survive, as God will never give up. He cannot. Anyone can try to change the past, but it is immoral and even evil for anyone to do it that does not have the authority to do so. Only the one for whom the entire universe would not exist without his efforts has the authority and moral right, even obligation, to do so. But even he will face resistance, because the future usually refuses to change. And as an infiltrator, God must convince humanity that life is worth living. It is a battle of wills. Why do I use time travel as my launch bed for an explanation of God? Think about it. All the potential powers allotted to a time traveler with no arbitrary limits placed upon what he could do with the technology are the powers of God. He knows the path you will follow in life, and also knows what it would take to change that path. Resistance, because both your past and your future ancestors do not want that path to change, usually. He is everywhere, always. Possible because he can go to any timeline an infinite number of times. He is beyond time and needs no beginning or ending. Because to manipulate time means that any and all points can be the beginning and the ending, rather than a linear point from which all future events spring. God instead becomes a center of a four-dimensional sphere around which everything rotates, aka the divine choir. He is all-powerful and more. And the stronger his will, the more the universe rotates around him. Therefore, the whole universe must rotate around him. All right. That's it for this one, guys. I hope you enjoyed. And now that I've read back this essay, I'm actually going to integrate it directly into my story. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 110 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay that I wrote several years ago, basically upon the same trope that I have been talking about for quite some time. Remember, guys, one of my mantras is that there is virtue in repetition, as there are 8 billion human beings on this planet, and only one of you. What comes along with that is your own original theories, or semi-original, because there's nothing new under the sun. Well, let's get to this. It's not as long as the last one, but it's still pretty long. So guys, real talk here. Pretty much all we do, but just wanted to say it again. So, here's a theory, totally speculative. The world in which we are currently living is the culmination of a deeply contrived time manipulation event where our own species is attempting to manipulate our timeline in such a way as to prevent us from a severe extinction event and help us to connect with otherworldly beings, whether they be what we would call angels, extraterrestrials, same thing, or something else. That is, once we have made the case for eviction from this reality, we will be transported in a great rapture event if we have seen and truly decided that we do want this reality. I think that this fits the bill of most of us here. We have seen that we have absolutely no power to incite change on any meaningful global level, while we do not have infinite power to love one another and be there for our friends and family. our votes do no longer matter, if they ever did at all. Our sources of information exchange, media, are completely and utterly corrupted, and while we have a deluge of truth flowing from every direction, it is so diluted with nonsense that it is almost impossible to find much of the time what is real and what's not. When I say it is a deeply contrived time manipulation scheme, what I mean is we developed time travel as a viable technology in the 1960s and have been using it ever since that point. All of our current understandings of the limitations of the technology are totally bogus. There are no real limitations, other than those of our own understanding, our own intentionally placed limitations, a la what I was talking about in my last video, or the limits of the materials. But in truth, the technology itself is completely unbounded, without bounds. If you think about it, this is distinctly possible for a variety of reasons. We wonder, why have we seen no time travelers? The world should be positively filled with them if we have a multiversal reality where everyone moves through time and space as if it's child's play. Well, it could be argued that we see time travelers all the time without knowing it. It could be discerned that in the depths of the utilization of the technology that we find the most effective use of it by being born into a certain era, rather than jumping from one era to the other through what we might understand as a wormhole. Why am I bringing this up? Well, as stated, I believe once you have access to such a technology, the horizon of wisdom drastically increases. You have 100% fidelity on the consequences of your actions, and you can see all possible paths. This is equivalent to omniscience. It is the power of God. Jesus was a time traveler. Whether you see it in this light or simply in what is discussed in the Bible, he just de facto is a time traveler, because he travels as he wants through all reality. This would mean that different times and choice space being different components to reality, he could travel there if he so decided. He is also human. To continue to discuss the point of why we don't see yet more travelers, consider this. In the entire timeline, as we might understand it, of the universe, all stars are believed to die out in approximately 100 trillion years-ish. That is, the very last, slowest burning red dwarfs will finally exhaust their remaining fuel supply in about that amount of time. This seems like an unimaginable time frame. But then look at this. The entire time span of the universe, as we might understand it, can be defined as the point from first material birth, Big Bang, to the point where the very last physical objects die out. Science currently believes that very last physical object to be a dissolving black hole. The very last dissolving black hole will die out in a Google years, 10 raised to the 100th power or so. After that, time becomes meaningless, because time needs a frame of reference. All of this to say, while the universe has been around for 13.7 billion years as we understand it, this is but a blink of the eye in terms of the total period of time in which life can thrive, 100 trillion years or so. And beyond that, it is yet even more a minuscule sliver of time compared to how long the universe will endure. And beyond that, the period of time where the universe exists is infinitely small compared to how long the universe will not exist. Infinity compared to a finite number, no matter how large that finite number, is still infinitely larger. All of this to say, we have been born as an intelligent species at very nearly the beginning of the universe's lifespan, despite the universe being 13.7 billion years old. While I'm not saying this is true, and I'm not even saying that it is likely, it is nevertheless distinctly possible that, in fact, we are the very first intelligent species to be born in this universe. And all the extraterrestrials we have encountered thus far have, in fact, all been time travelers. And that they are all operating on different planes of existence and all represent different branching paths of our timeline. And Jesus, he represents only one where we transcend time. Yet, he is the principal time traveler. And the rapture, or case for eviction, is where we do so. The CIA, in the deepest areas of their administration, are all Catholics, believers in the rapture, and perhaps Jesus is at the helm. Like I said, real talk, crazy talk, but real talk. What do y'all think? Now, the CIA must be obliterated, okay? And when I say that, I don't mean that me thinking that Jesus is at the helm of this specific sect of the CIA is evil. No, he's the absolute good. Jesus is the absolute good. But the CIA has been totally overrun by demons. That's what Satan does. He tries to obfuscate, make everything gray, make it so that you can't tell what is good and what is bad. He turns right side up and upside down. That's what Satan does. But Jesus could very well be in control of this particular sect, quote-unquote sect, of the CIA, Project Pegasus, the Looking Glass, outer band individuated teletracers, time machines, and all of it, all the other stuff is garbage and needs to be obliterated. Remember, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you have Jesus, the very highest good, in such an evil institution, it necessitates it being black and white. Because he is so good that the rest of the institution, in order to even hold a candle to his goodness, has to be the darkest of evil. I'm talking assassinating popes type of stuff. And I believe that the CIA has played a part in stuff like that. They be bad people. But this one particular sect, the Looking Glass, Project Pegasus, maybe not so much. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Kind of a crazy one, eh? Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 111 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I just wanted to chat a little bit about how does one have things to say every day? It's really quite simple. We always have things that happen in our everyday lives. You mean to tell me that you, as a person, just lay in your bed and literally look at your ceiling for 24 hours? Now, I know there are a handful of people out there in the very deepest depths of depression that do in fact do that, and for them, I have tremendous sympathy, and I feel very sorry, and I have pity, and I hope that they get better and they recover from that. But I will tell you, even that, guess what you can do? Get a dog, for one, and for two, guess what? You can write about it. You can talk about it. But even for them, for most of those people that end up laying in their beds for the majority of the day, guess what? Oftentimes, they're going to be on their cell phones the most powerful piece of technology one of the most powerful pieces of technology that humanity has ever created, whether it be the lowest tier of smartphone today or an iPhone 17 coming out in the very near future, doesn't matter. They're all incredibly advanced. They can just dabble on that phone, communicate with 1 billion people instantaneously through X, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, any number of social media apps. They can call their friends instantaneously in a form of pseudo-telepathy. It's using our bodies as the physical transducers to produce the sonographic waves, but they're reproduced through the transducers of the phones, traversing perhaps thousands of miles of space to instantaneously, or near enough, communicate with people across the world. You can do this on Skype, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, your phone, FaceTime, doesn't matter. Absolutely mind-blowing. If you just do that, one, you're literally doing magic. What would have been seen as magic 1,000 years ago. And it's because you've had people that have placed before you an opportunity that humanity has never had, through removing layers of abstraction for your choice. That's the difference between choice and opportunity, as I talked about in a few episodes back. Choice, it would be awesome. You would love to choose to go to the moon back in the medieval ages. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that lived in that time that would have loved that, but they didn't have the opportunity. Unless they could literally focus their intent and instantaneously go over there, just by the power of their thought, which is the power of God. They didn't have that ability. At least not yet. But they didn't have the opportunity given to them either by other very strong wills that built the tools that allowed them to go there. And we live in that era now. It has been said that we are born too soon to go to Mars and born too late to discover the new world. But we're born at just the right time to have existential crises. That's what some people have been saying. But there's always wonder. There's always newness. And I'll say this, if that world where you are unable to get to Mars is the one in which you live, and you want to go to Mars, you are the one to put in the effort to get everybody there, or to play some type of part. Believe it or not, the ripple effect of everything you do, whether it's posting a simple video like this and talking about it online, or literally writing the equations to build the rockets to send to the moon, it doesn't matter. It's all important. Every last shred of it. What I'm doing right here, for instance, is adding to the social zeitgeist, which is the psychological, social, cultural undercurrent of the era, the paradigm. I'm building the idea in people's minds that such things are not only possible, as most people would accept that it indeed is, but also necessary, something we should do. Because it absolutely is something we should do. You know, Elon Musk talked about this a little while back, and I've said it hundreds of times. I'll say it 1,000 more. For the first time in the entire history of our planet, 4.6 billion years, the entire history of our solar system, but let's just keep it to our planet right now, a species has not only had the ability to, of their own volition, leave the bounds of our atmosphere, but we've literally done it. for the first time in 4.5 billion years, we went to a different celestial body. One of our beings, several of them, stepped foot on the moon. A celestial body which just seemed perfectly placed, perfectly aligns with the sun during eclipses, to precisely at this era in human history, because it's constantly moving farther away from Earth, at this era in history of this planet, we just so happen to be born and exist at just the right time for it to perfectly eclipse the sun. The stuff, the probabilities, all of that is mind-blowing. Suffice it to say, you have more power than you believe you do. And if nothing else, if the principal and only thing, in fact, that you do in a video like this, I bring this up really because was somebody I watched yesterday who was like, why am I even making videos? Why are you guys even listening to me? It's like, this is why. But if the only thing you do is tell people that they are worth it, that's everything. That is everything. You give people the belief in themselves, and they can take that to the edge of the universe and beyond. And I tell all of you, we are the ones creating the future. It's us. You are so much more important than you realize. All of you. All right. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this helped. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so. I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none, as of yet, having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis. What fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote, "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light, is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it. As he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him. Even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say, it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create with it. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no matter how much effort you put into obfuscating it, will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people, working over the course of perhaps decades, using advanced and complicated technologies, before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the 7 wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being. Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there, 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, If you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month. So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market, and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin way back in the 1790s and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account, something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund, all those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there. Rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage, we'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1 billion times. Let's say, to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. You can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians, right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff, like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks. They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 114 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we're going to have a little review of No One Writes Back. There's going to be spoilers in this review, so if you are wanting to read it for yourself, then I recommend you click off of this video unless you don't really care about the spoilers. But either way, yeah. This is an S-tier book, okay? One of the best books I've ever read. I haven't had a book that had this kind of impact on my psyche since Hatchet, when I was 11 or 12 years old, when I read that book. Honestly, I don't even remember what I read in that book all that time ago. But I cannot give high enough recommendation for this book. Basically, it follows a character who goes around, and this is in South Korea, which, by the way, to the point of it being in South Korea, you could never expect a book like this to come out of, obviously, North Korea. And I think for that reason alone, it was infinitely important that this book was written to begin with. Make the juxtaposition as black and white, as stark as humanly possible. They live as slaves in North Korea, but in South Korea, such beautiful pieces of art as this come out of it. So the main character is basically an itinerant letter writer. He was a postman for many years of his life, and when he was younger, he had a stutter. He was the middle child of his family. He had 2 siblings, older brother and a younger sister. And his younger brother was always very capable, and he always lived in his shadow. He's not an idiot himself. He's very smart. He just has a stutter. And his younger sister was a woman who was fascinated with how ugly she looked. She thought she looked ugly. She didn't, but she thought she looked ugly and kept on getting plastic surgery. Well, essentially, what happens is his grandfather has diabetes, and he goes blind because of it, and therefore gets himself a dog. The dog steals the show, by the way. There's a reason we have 15 dogs in this house. Suffice it to say, dogs are amazing. The dog's name is Wajo, but that dog was a guide dog that his grandfather, who went blind, had gotten. And one day, I wanted to talk about this last night, and now it's clearly coming back into mind. So understand that it is much easier for a demon to possess an animal than it is for them to possess a human. If you remember, in the Bible, and they talk about Jesus actually in this book a little bit, when Jesus tells that legion of demons to depart from the human being and go into the swine, what happens is there was an entire legion of demons to try to take control of that human being. And even that legion of demons was not fully capable of doing it, because the guy was just going crazy. But the demons leave, they go into the swine, and the swine jump off a cliff, and all of them die. And the human being is healed. Well, this harkens to the situation that led to the main character's grandfather dying. Wajo lost his instincts of being a guide dog at one point, somehow, nobody knows how, and accidentally led his master into a car crash. And his master ended up passing away a little bit afterward from that. After, it was probably a good, I don't remember the time frame, but it was a good month after the car crash. Assuming he got paralyzed, and he told the main character to take Wajo around with him, not to abandon him, and said that it wasn't his fault. He made it very clear, and it wasn't, because Wajo didn't mean to do that. He had no idea what was going on. Doggos are our best friends, but they are much easier to control than a human being is by demons. Keep that in mind. You can call it whatever you want. If you don't want to call it a demon, fine. Call it an ulterior force whose nature you do not fully comprehend. Fine. But the day the main character, I'm giving some big spoilers here because you don't find this out until almost the end of the book. And when you do find out, it knocks you on your ass. I mean, I will not lie to you that I was struggling to hold back tears. That's how good this book is. I was floored by it. Main character has a seizure problem, in addition to his stutter, and you find out why. And it was so good at putting me in his shoes that I felt like I was on the verge of having a seizure. And I don't have any problems with that. But you find out. The day of his grandfather's burial, his girlfriend, because he's a postman at this time, main character, ends up breaking up with him via a letter. and they're driving to the funeral. The main character just can't handle it, right? So he asks his father to pull the car over, and he gets out of the car and then takes a taxi and tries to search for his erstwhile girlfriend, but she's already departed the country or something to that effect. And he's just like totally distraught and crying and all that. Well, lo and behold, this is a humongous spoiler I'm giving you. If you want to read the book yourself and be fully impacted by it, don't listen to this part. Don't listen to this video at all. His family gets run down by a drunk driver. Everybody except his eldest brother dies instantly. And his eldest brother held on just long enough to tell him in the hospital, do what you want with your life. And when you find out at the end of the book what happened there, it knocks you on your ass. It knocks you on your ass. This author did it perfectly. But the end of the book, because he writes letters to everybody that he meets on his travels. He meets 751 people. The last person he meets, and this is something that bothered me about the story, he grew an affection for her, and she for him. And it was a romantic relationship that I understand why they didn't bring to quote-unquote completion, because of the tragedy of the main character's life. But I wanted them to. I wanted them to give more info on it, where it went eventually, because she was a novelist, and she wrote a story about his life. Yeah, he meets 751 people on his trip, and at the end of the trip, the first person he met, Wajo, his doggo, he takes home, and he passes away. His doggo's 13 years old, so he's a really elderly feller for doggos. But there was a point in the middle of the book where the main character was going to hang himself in a motel, for obvious reasons, now that you know what happened. And Wajo saves his life. Yanks at his foot, because he's trying to strangle himself with his shoelaces, and yanks him down from the wall where he was trying to hang himself. And then that night, or later on that day, it was actually the next day. Yeah, it was the next day. The main character goes about the city and finds a guy who's about ready to jump off of a bridge, about ready to commit self-deletion himself. Well, he pulls him just in time off of the ledge and saves him. And they end up talking for like a few hours or something. And he tells him the story of his shoelaces, how he was going to unalive himself with his shoelaces. He was going to hang himself. So he requests that they switch shoelaces for one of their shoes. And they do. It goes on that this guy that was going to jump off of this bridge becomes an entrepreneur, very successful. And Wajo not only saved his master's life, but also saved that guy's life as a result. As well as you could even go to the extension of saying that Wajo and the main character saved 751 people's lives. So the title of the book, No One Writes Back, is because he writes letters to all these people that he met on his trip. No one ever writes back. Or so he thinks. The end of the book is really good. It's really good. So it turns out that his neighbor had been storing the mail away in her house because his mailbox was getting stuffed to the brim, and she wasn't expecting him to come back anytime soon. So she told the postman for their homes to just deliver the mail to her house until he got back. Well, at the end of the story, he actually was getting letters. He had a whole tub of them. And he opens them up and reads them all night, just bawling, crying tears of joy. And at the end of the story, he says that this is the most sublime moment in his entire life. That it actually did matter. And he has enough material there to write everybody for the rest of his life, because there's so much correspondence going on. It's not just a singular letter that they wrote back. Many of them want to continue the correspondence, and if not the majority of them. So his whole family was destroyed by a drunk driver. And that harkens back to don't be selfish with a 3,000-pound missile. Don't drink and drive. So he was the only one left. And I really wanted to see the continuance of his legacy and his family's legacy through a deeper connection with 751, who he never even gives a name. But there was definitely a romantic connection there that they could have done something with. The indication is that it eventually did turn into something after the story ended, which, by the way, it's not a very long story. It's only 200 pages. Very, very easy and a really good read. So this is S tier. In my top books that I've ever read in my life. It is incredibly good. I cannot give a high enough recommendation for it. And I can't explain all the ins and outs and the details of it. You have to read it yourself to see exactly what it is I'm talking about. I aspire to write like this person wrote this book. If I can even hold a candle to it in my novels, then I've succeeded as an author. That's how good it is. I was blown away by it. So yeah, there you go, guys. I'm probably going to make a new playlist for this book, because I have to have a playlist of like the top books I've ever read that you guys know. If you don't want to look for anything else, just look at these books. And I do hope that my younger brother, of all the books that he could read, this is one of the most important that he could ever read. I hope he does. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. No one writes back. I didn't say the name because it's hard to say it. John Yun Jin. There you go. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 115 in Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. And I've got another book review for you today, actually. I started this book, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, immediately after I finished the last one, No One Writes Back. And I didn't expect that I would finish this one as fast as I did. But the thing is, it's a relatively short book. So it's only 130 pages of quite small pages with pretty large margins. So I would guess it's like 20,000 words or so, if that. But it's pretty straightforward. So the guy who wrote it was a victim of locked-in syndrome. He had a cerebrovascular accident. He had a stroke, right, where at the base of his spine, or right here, basically, blood clot exploded and caused him to be paralyzed. This book reminds me distinctly of the movie Source Code with Jake Gyllenhaal. And in Source Code, which, by the way, is probably an S-tier movie, in my opinion. It's up there with the likes of Inception and Gladiator and Braveheart, like among the best movies you can watch. Jake Gyllenhaal's a pretty good actor, but this is very distinctly similar to that. In that movie, he is part of a government research project where he's in the military, he's a captain, and his lower body gets blown off. And he had signed up for this research study or experiment where if he were on the verge of death, they would prevent him from dying. So they put him in like this glue stuff so that they could try to use his mind while he was on the verge of death to see, because they had a hypothesis that they'd be able to look into the future with that. In the movie, yeah, they were able to do that, and eventually it's revealed what happened to him. and the fact that his lower body was gone, and he was in like this little vessel, like a diving bell, actually. I get the impression that the person who made that movie probably read this book. And the reason this book was written at all, more than likely, is because of the profession of the main character. His name is Jean-Dominique Balbi, right? It was written back in 1996. And he was actually the editor-in-chief of Elle, a very popular magazine at that time in France. He's French, obviously, for you can probably discern from the name. And because of this, he had access pretty much immediately to editors, publishers, writers, authors, all this stuff. And he had Claude, I don't know if I'm saying her name right, who was a transcriber, author person, come in, and because he could blink his left eye, that's how they communicated. Eventually, he did get a little better over the course of the year that he was alive with this syndrome, where he could turn his head a little bit, he could grunt, but he blinked his eye, his left eye, and that is how he communicated with Claude to get this entire manuscript written, all approximately 20,000 words of it. It's very good. I very much recommend it. So the way this is going to happen going forward is I'm either going to give you a recommended or not recommended, and then on top of that, if it's like S tier, then I'll let you know if it's in the S tier. But otherwise, it's just recommended or not recommended. And this one is a strong recommend. It's very good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Easy to read. If you're somebody who has difficulty getting into reading because it's a little exhausting, this will be a pretty good one for you. Let's see if I have anything else I wanted to say. I always write notes of the books that I read so that I don't forget main points. It harkens back on page 94. Finally, I had forgotten Mithra Grand Champ. The memory of that event has only just come back to me, now doubtfully painful. Regret for a vanished past, and above all, remorse for lost opportunities. This reminded me of something that Bailey Schilbach said, because she also read this book. The name of one of her videos is Almost as Grief. Almost as Grief, we're talking about regret. So, also on page 102, he talks about the book Seneca, who's one of the ancient philosophers of humanity, and I'm also going to probably read that book next. So yeah, there you go, guys. That's this one for you. Hope you enjoyed. I'll talk to y'all soon. Love you. Love you all, as I always say. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 116 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In this one, I'm going to discuss the lowest common denominator approach to discerning truth. What I mean by that is there is so little that we all know in this life that we must filter our perceptions, our subjective comprehension of the world around us with as much objectivity and first principle baseline truths as we can possibly muster. And there aren't very many of them with which we may work. Let me give you some examples. Consistency is more important than intensity. Whether it be in your writings, in making videos like this on a consistent basis, or any number of other things, like exercise. I say this as part of my mantra at the beginning of every one of my workout streams. The mantra being, welcome to my workout stream. See how a guy with crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, still gets his exercise in. Spoiler alert, you just go a little bit easier. You don't have to go hard, you just have to go. Eat an elephant one bite at a time, and never give up. That perfectly aligns with consistency over intensity. though both are important. There are seasons in your life where intensity will outweigh consistency. It was what we called, when I was in the military, hurry up and wait. You had short stints of extremely high activity that you prepared for in your consistent training, which was very accurate with what we should have been preparing for when it comes to fighting the enemy. Because those times where you fight the enemy, face to face, or something to that effect, those skirmishes are only going to last a few seconds to a few minutes. But all the training that you do up to that point, the consistent training, is what makes you fully prepared and able to win that fight. So both are important, but consistency over intensity, because it's what you're going to spend most of your time doing. So if you're in a state of depression or weakness or something to that effect, I say that a lot, and you can only muster up the ability to, say you're a writer, write 10 words a day. Okay, that's fine. What you do, you write 10 words a day, and then you start to build up the confidence and the happiness that, hey, I've done this for 10 straight days. I've actually gotten 100 words written. It's not much, but it's something. So then you go up to 11 words per day, or 12, or 15, or 20. So first week, 10 words per day. Second week, 20 words per day, etc. Until you are fully confident in yourself. You got yourself up to 500 to 1,000 words per day in your story writing. And you're like, wow, I'm making serious progress. You're no longer depressed. You're capable of doing the things that you wanted to do. And you will overshoot at first. You're going to be so happy and elated at this fact that you're now writing 500 words per day that you shoot up to 2,000 words per day, thinking that you can sustain that. This happens to everybody. It's just the way it works. You overshoot once you get to your stability point. It's fine. Just re-gauge yourself. Go up to the point, overshooting a little bit, realizing that you're overshooting and come back down. It turns out your stability point, where you don't wear yourself out, but at the same time, you're accomplishing your goals and you're no longer depressed. Let's say is 700 words per day. There you go. 700 words per day. It will take you 100 days to write an entire full-length novel. Not bad. And then all the editing and all of the back and forth with your publishers. You might get a book published every 6 months to a year. As you build up rapport with your publisher, it goes faster and faster because they know how you write, they know how to edit your works, and you know all the ins and outs of how to communicate with them, and vice versa. And it gets better and better. Consistency over intensity. And another baseline fact, death is bad. Sounds pretty simple and plebeian, right? Well, look at the conflict happening in Russia and Ukraine right now. We have no idea what the hell is going on over there. We can't. There are simply too many variables for us to fully comprehend the geopolitics of it all. And as single individuals, we can't know. We don't know everything under the sun. Only God can know what's actually going on over there. But we can get to a baseline truth that death is bad, and it should stop. We should minimize death as much as possible. This harkens back to the 10 Commandments, which themselves are lowest common denominator truths. Excess weight is bad. Body weight, I'm talking about. So if excess weight is bad, those things that cause excess weight are also things that you must minimize. For instance, sugary sodas. Sugary sodas are something that we should eliminate or minimize as much as we can in our lives. You can have a treat every once in a while, but most people don't have that kind of discipline to just treat it as a treat. And especially those people who are on SNAP. They're on Snap for a particular reason. It's because they have not been very wise with the path that they've taken their lives down. They don't make very much money, and they don't make very good decisions in that regard. And usually, that comes along with a very high level of unhealthiness. So they're not going to have the kind of discernment to determine that a sugary beverage is not good without some exterior force giving them some idea of what they should be doing with that money. This money, by the way, is stolen out of the hands of people like myself. It is a tax. We pay for it by taxes. So, if you're going to live off the government dole, you have to follow the rules. Nobody should live under the government dole, truly. But if you are, you have to follow the rules. Which is, if they say no sugary drinks, no sugary drinks. If you want to buy sugary drinks, buy it with your own money, not with the money that the government gives you. Saving is better than spending, generally speaking, more than generally speaking, like almost exclusively speaking. And therefore, the central banking system in Keynesian economics, which has incentivized spending your money the moment you get it, has caused tremendous imbalances in our world, and it must be done away with immediately, entirely, obliterated, and the wound cauterized. Never be allowed to come back. Saving is better than spending. When you save money and you get to the ages of 65, 70 years old, and you've put away, say, 10% of your income every month, that's built up into $500,000 to $1 million, and you didn't spend it. Now you can use that money to live off of for the rest of your life. And you can also invest it into other things that can make you more money. That's a baseline truth. Saving is better than spending, though spending and saving both have their places. You don't want to save so much that you become a miser and you don't enjoy things of life. I was actually reading a little bit of Seneca yesterday, and he was talking about a kind of philosopher's mean, or Aristotelian mean, Aristotle being the philosopher of that time, in that you want to live slightly above what the average is for your lot, for the people around you, so that you can give them something to strive for, but not so far out from their reach that they're disincentivized to even try. It's critically important. So, to that point, saving being more important than spending, I have a rule for myself. Let's say, I decide, for one reason or another, that I want to get myself a Ferrari or a Lamborghini at some point in the distant future when I have the money to do so. I have made a rule for myself that I will allow myself to do that if it is less than 1% of my net worth, or rather, less than 1% of my yearly income, to buy the vehicle. So that vehicle is $250,000 in today's dollars. That would mean that I have to be worth make $25 million a year, or something like that, in order to buy one of those vehicles with my own personal thresholds. I want to give people something to strive for, but not be gaudy and ridiculous about it. So I'm talking about the lowest common denominator approach. That's what this is, because we know so little. And so many of us think that we know everything. I remember my brother Brandon when he was 15 years old, and I knew he was at this era in his life because I had dealt with it a couple years before in myself. He told me when we were actually in a little scuffle in the backyard, "I know everything." He yelled that out loud, and I knew that's what he was going to do. It was interesting. We know nothing. We know nothing. The amount of information we can know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information that can be known, because any finite number, no matter how large, is still infinitesimally small compared to infinity. Just the way it works. We know very, very little. Learning is better than stagnation. One of the reasons I make these videos. For my progeny, my descendants, my family members, whether they're directly from my line or my nephews or great-nephews, etc., blah, 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 blah. I make these videos so that maybe I can give them a couple kernels of truth when they are alive, and trying to sift through the social and cultural and political and economic mores of their times. Because it's never easy. It's never easy, especially when the leaders renege on their responsibilities. There was a book that I read a long time ago, back when I was like 20 years old, called Where Have All the Leaders Gone? It's written by a CEO of, I believe it was GM. He was the CEO of GM for a while. I forget the guy's name. It was a long time ago that I read the book, but the title was Where Have All the Leaders Gone? And people reneging on their responsibilities. Some of us are forced into that position. I want to lead, but I have like 2 people that listen to me to any degree. And I tell you, I want to lead, but you can't force people to want to follow you. It's the way it works. I'm a military veteran, and I still only have a handful of people that listen to me. It's just the way it is. They have to decide it. Doesn't matter how clear your message is. If they don't want to hear it, if they're not receptive, it's not going to do anything. So try to make it as poignant and clear and receivable as possible. That Aristotelian mean. Meet people where they are, but always try to nudge them to get better. And contributing is better than not contributing. Again, that's why I'm doing this. So to all of my descendants, anybody else who might be watching this in the year 2100, well, let's just say 2030, I don't know, try to be better. You don't have to go hard. You just have to go. Little incremental improvements are enough. Believe in yourself that you can do it. I promise you, you can if you try. Learn about compound interest. It's not just something that is related to money. It's related to everything that you consistently put effort into, as long as you're not being suffocated by exterior forces for one reason or another. But even then, it still has its effect. So, all right, guys. That's all I got for today. I'll come back at you in a little bit, a couple hours with a short. I'm going to be writing with my friend Kara again today. We missed last week because she had jury duty, but love y'all. Peace. Hello everybody, welcome to day 118 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote a while back. This one called Be a Principled Individual. So here we go. How do you determine the genuine charitable actions of a charity? Where the donated money goes. Where does that money have to go in order for the charity to be considered charitable? 1, those who need it primarily, and 2, those who the charity says it is to go to. Who does the charity say the money is to go to? Do they need it? Do not look at what internal numbers say goes to the actual charity. You must discern what is actual charity, not simply listen to what the organization calls charity. For instance, a charity can define charitable work in a category called other expenses, quote unquote. But that money goes to paying for large employee pleasure junkets and vacations. This means you must look at what the charity is building, what it is providing to the needy, whether that provided capital be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or some other combination thereof. Oftentimes, this means you must go directly to the people that the charity claims to be helping and see for yourself how those people are being helped. to the point of the Clinton Foundation accepting money from Saudi Arabia, approximately $25 million total. This was back in 2016. While Hillary Clinton was not Secretary of State, you donate to those who support your causes. Expect the donors, if the foundation is transparent, to be requisite to the foundation's mission. There is no way to differentiate when a foundation/charity operates in the dark. Thus, good people, de facto, should not, and exercising discernment, will not associate with charities that operate in the dark. Saudi Arabia appreciates this opaqueness, and by their morality, this should come as no surprise. What else could this mean? Again, this was written in 2016, so things have changed since then. It comes down to building society through your own actions. And if you are to entrust your works to the hands of others, it is the duty of the principled individual to have a high standard of proof put upon your desired surrogates, extreme vetting, if you will. It is understood that we all make mistakes, but the principled individual will own up to said mistakes and take corrective action. They will not hide from it or enshroud it in darkness. When given any power, 1, exercise it with discretion through discernment, and 2, it is your duty to discern. Don't plead the fifth or turn a blind eye or act dumb, which was one of the tools that both Joe Biden and George H.W. Bush used while they were quote-unquote president. Society is now empowered with knowledge at a magnitude and reach the likes of which the world has never seen, and it is only becoming more profound with every passing day. It is the principled individual's duty to change their ways when confronted with sacred cow-shattering truths. And if they do not, it is because they do not want the truth, and are thus not principled. It is clear this system is a facade, and evil entities have taken it over. In the same vein that gun control laws will only be obeyed by law-abiding citizens, Logic 101, and thus increase human suffering rather than decrease it, evil people can hijack a principled system and use otherwise moral laws to take advantage of good people. In darkness, you cannot see clearly enough that the evil people do not share your morals at the most basic and fundamental of levels. This is why government is a necessary evil, built to restrain the wickedness of man while itself being incredibly wicked. Missing discernment, the dangerous servant that government is supposed to be, becomes a lethal master. At this transition, where a structure no longer serves the sovereignty of the principled individual, you instead serve it. And this is the point where it must come down. It is not solely government, however. This is true with any institution, or even individual. The institution, when it loses sight of its mission, the individual, where one's Tower of Babel notion of self-importance begins to erode the sense of service to one another that is the bedrock of any community that may survive in perpetuity, or even in the short term. You are your brother's keeper. This is why it is so important to emphasize the difference between free markets and governments. Free markets, if truly free, constantly and continuously keep everyone and everything accountable under their auspices. This is why companies and individuals constantly go bankrupt. A racist businessman will be boycotted and will eventually be competed out of the market. A betraying woman will see no allies as there is no honor among thieves, etc. Thus, the free market is accountable to the nobility or wickedness of the human soul. If society wants a particular modality, individual, product, ethic, or anything else to achieve greater prominence, this is precisely what happens. Keeping this in mind, if a person is successful in the free market, either they in fact are not the amoral/immoral things you are calling them, talking about primarily President Trump and how the mainstream media back then was trying to paint him as some type of demonic figure, when in fact he's a pretty decent guy. Nor are the structures they build, or there is an aspect of yourself that terrifies you, one that you must project upon others or build a demand for in that very same market. For such a perception of immorality, you need look no further than yourself. Why do you think the success rate of most entrepreneurs hovers somewhere around 10%? An idea, in order for it to truly succeed, the progenitor must truly believe in it and spread that belief to others in some way, shape, or form. Any company, or most importantly, individual, absent regulation/legislation, they're the same thing, no matter how large the company becomes, or the individual's ego, will be fully susceptible to collapse due to the accountability of said free market. Of all types of institutions, no aspect of a charity should ever operate in the dark, and never let a charity convince you otherwise. Ultimately, no institution should operate in any way in the dark, but tactically, a charity least of all. If there is ever any suspicion of where and how charitable donations are being spent, said charity's duty is to immediately prove to you the truth. And the most clear evidence to this point, aside from personal direct experience, is video evidence. Information on a moral charity should be easily accessible to anyone in any way, shape, or form that its contributors request, and immediately so. There should be no gray area. Fear prevents us from wanting to see the truth because we fear what we will reveal within ourselves. To truly discern the truth, you must look at facts, not words, shown through one's actions, and the fruits of a person's labor is evidence of intent, evidence of who someone actually is. In a world run by Satan, evil is crafty and constantly on the move. Truth can at first be very difficult to discern, but you must look, ultimately, at one's individual and direct actions, because even direct and willful surrogates can be occluded, and through this darkness, compromised. This, as well, cannot be emphasized enough. You judge a tree by its fruits, not by what is claimed by others that such a tree produces. To simply listen to a demagogue shirks direct experience, and those using words of sorcery to tell you what the truth is rather than letting you experience it for yourself are attempting to take a falsely anointed position. They have become your false idol as you turn your back on action. You would turn your back, thus, on truth, which you must see with your own eyes. Belief, truth, is personal, and no one else can ever tell you what you see. If they themselves cannot see from your eyes, only you. There's an old proverb that connects to this, where the axe convinced us that he was one of us to the trees because his handle was wood. Something to think about. In this world, there can be no salvation, and when the light shines like disinfectant on all dark corners, revealing for everyone to see what is actually happening, if you continue to deny it, you have sown your loyalties and proven that you stand against truth for you genuinely do not want it. The same is true in the other direction. The difference comes down to one fundamental thing, which itself is based upon another bedrock. Does one seek to build or destroy? And what is the most important thing you could ever build? People, the soul, the human spirit. Structures, people, institutions that advance this end are healthy and good. And at the bedrock of all of this is love. All right, guys. That's all I got for you today. Be a principled individual. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 119 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Tim, Phil, Carl, just know that I was picking up what you were putting down yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate you. The ripple effect of the things that we say and do in life are much more far-reaching than most any of us can anticipate. There are a handful of us who get the blessing of knowing directly through objective numbers just how far-reaching that impact is, such as people with gigantic YouTube channels with 2 million subscribers, that type of thing, or other platform reach. But when you pick up the threads of the things that you've been saying in all of your videos, but in particular the last video that I posted, in the speech patterns and the things about which people are talking on those giant platforms in such perfect order and synchronicity, eventually a pattern becomes more than simple coincidence. It's a means of communication. If you can't speak to somebody directly, I can't even... There's a handful of people out there that'll be able to pick up on specifically what I'm talking about or who I'm talking to. A handful of a handful. Because I have only a number of people that subscribe to this channel. And perhaps my views, if you guys have seen it, are not reflective of the people that are actually seeing the video. Or maybe you saw it in the future, using that looking glass that we've been talking about so much. And at some point, maybe 10 years from now, that video, having only 20 views now, might have 2 million, or even 1 billion, if it is important and far-reaching enough. If it has enough positive impact. I know that you guys know. Never do you talk directly to me, but you could, if you so desired. I wouldn't try to impel you into doing anything silly. I'd just be your friend, like you are being to me in an indirect manner. I do appreciate that. Trying to tell me in as clear a terms as you can without speaking directly to me, because for some reason you don't seem to be allowed to, that I actually do matter. Thank you. And there you go again. If nothing else is gleaned from this video, because I'm speaking in occluded language, then the importance of gratitude. It's everything. Because you look at everything that I could have done with my life, that could have been done with my life, all of my accolades, my past experiences, the work that I've put in, and how seemingly I'm being wasted in my current state. Go back to first principles. The most important thing that you can build is the individual, the soul, the human spirit, as I said in my last video. And as long as you have the ability to do that, and you are actively doing it, then you're succeeding. Then you're winning. I could also put it to you this way. If in all other timelines, I would have fallen down on my ass and been utterly destroyed, and I would no longer even be alive right now. All right? But I am alive now. And I'm sowing the seeds of gratitude and strength in other people, then all of that in the future is icing on the cake and is good. Be a positive force, no matter the adversity that you face in life. And frankly, you could even say in spite of, not despite, in spite of, to really stick it to the demon, which you and I, all of us, we know is real. It's really there, and it does not play fair. It never has. I live here as a human being. I have followed the rules, and the demon doesn't. Only ever the demon tries to attack me in ways that people can't see. That's why this crucifixion disease I have, you can't see it on the outside. You have to actually do an angiogram to see that I don't have arteries in my arms and legs. I don't have pulses in my wrists. The demon cheats. So I tell you, with extreme gratitude, all of you, thank you. I love you guys. I mean that. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 120 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all doing great on this fine, beautiful Saturday here, at least in Roseville, California. The sun is shining. It's going to be nice and warm today. I got my doggos keeping me company, hanging out. They just lay on my bed while I do my business and stuff, personal work. So aside from the stuff that I do on a typical day, which is I work out 4 days per week, sometimes more. I might work out today, we'll see. I read anywhere between 10 pages to an entire book in any given day. I write between 500 words to 2,000 words, if you will, depending on how I feel and what other things I have to do that day. I post about anywhere between 4 to 15 videos on various YouTube channels and other platforms, because you never want to centralize your efforts. You definitely don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. YouTube is a great, very powerful tool, but ultimately it has its flaws and its biases, and it could fall at any point in the near future. If Rumble does actually succeed like I myself am hoping it does, and many other people in the alternative media sphere, so thankfully it's not as alternative as it used to be. It's actually becoming more mainstream, getting people to see that you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Then YouTube won't be the only kid on the block. They won't have the monopoly that they have now. They won't be able to get away with allowing a YouTube channel to have 26,000 subscribers and get 40 views on a long-form video. Yeah. I am not going to get over that. This is not acceptable. But of course, it's not just that YouTube channel that we're talking about. There are many really big YouTube channels that are having catastrophic view trends. I've been watching several channels with in excess of 1 million subscribers that are getting like 5,000 views on a long-form video. Sounds like a lot to you and me, but it's nothing compared to what they, one, usually get, and two, what they should be getting. It's a very simple process to discern how many impressions a video should be getting, but they're not giving the videos the impressions. It's very simple. It is very, very simple. There's no cosmic calculation about this. The number of impressions your video gets, number of times that you put it in front of somebody, is the number of subscribers that that channel has plus 1,000. And then you can give a multiplier for the number of comments, number of likes, number of shares, and all that stuff, depending on how often they're shared and liked and what have you. But, and that can happen over the course of, say, a week, maybe 2 weeks. Depending on the time of year, maybe you give it a month to get that number of impressions or more. But I'm going off on a tangent here. The main thing I was trying to get at is that most of our days are populated with banalities, mundane things, because we live in a linear form of time. We have to live from day to day, you and I. We live the long way around, as the doctor in Doctor Who says when he punches his way through Splantium to get to Gallifrey from the prison that he's in. It's a long story. But if you had the ability to move about through time as if it were a river or a mountain that you could climb, and it's nothing crazy or difficult to do, then the times where your day is filled with mundane things, or banalities, or unimportant, seemingly, things from day to day, from moment to moment, you could fill that up instead with things of consequence. Go from one important event to another as you have energy to do so, don't wear yourself out, and have a positive effect on those events. If nothing else, have no effect on the event, but have an effect on you. You see it, you experience it, you observe it, and you learn from it. We have something that's similar to that in videos and audio files and the internet, but it's not the same thing as actually having a reinstantiated event that is literally happening before your very eyes, and the people that you see within it are real. It's not a recording. It's actually happening. When we invent time travel, time will no longer exist. Or rather, when it becomes something that everybody has access to, time will no longer exist. But so long as only a select number of people have access to it, they have to work to guide us towards that timeline where everybody can have access to it. To get all of the disparate perspectives, the forceful wills to stop trying to hurt people and dominate others, so that we can all collectively be on the same playing field and get access to it, and therefore make it so it's no longer important. When everybody's special, nobody is. And that's good in this regard, because you get access to everything and anything that you want, and everybody gets it. But this is not possible so long as there are other people that are trying to be authoritarian and dominate you. Our days will no longer be filled with banalities unless we want them to be filled with banalities. We'll fully have the opportunity to choose what we want to choose. And if we decide we want to walk upon the surface of Mars, we could go to a different instantiation 10,000 years into our perceived futures, where we've begun to colonize Mars and walk about the cities on its surface that we've started to build. It won't be cosmic, even though it's cosmic. Lo, the irony. The banality and the mundane nature of our day-to-day lives is what I'm trying to get at here, and how it might not be that way for much longer. And everybody is going to get precisely what they want. It's going to be, in some way, shape, or form, equivalent to heaven. And that heaven, if you're constantly advancing technologies and understandings and innovations, and there is no time separation, no barrier, there's no abstraction. You don't have to wait for it. You can just go to it. Think about it. What you imagine as reality, therefore, is. So when you say your perception is reality, full access to a machine that travels through time as if it's nothing literally makes it so that eventually everything is immediately possible when time no longer exists. Come on, guys, put this together, because we're all going to be working to advance those things. All right, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. Carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal, right here, last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and the evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying, and if need be, or fighting, and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God. Where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die. But this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 122 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, it's going to be a review of Letters from a Stoic by Lucius Seneca. Now, this book was written basically as a dialogue between Seneca, Lucius Seneca, and Lucilius, who was one of the children of the emperor at that time. Now, Lucius Seneca was born around 4 AD, so right around the time when Jesus was alive, and the emperor of his youth was Tiberius Caesar, for the Roman Empire. But Lucius Seneca was a Stoic, obviously, and his perspective, or his philosophy on life, which is basically... So the way I see it, there are two different types of philosophies in general. The first one is the theoretical philosophy, where you develop entire realms of thought, like, say, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe being a construction for the whole of what it is to think, meta-thinking, metaphysical, metaphilosophical. And you have Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. You have I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes. People who create entire modalities of thought within the idea of philosophy. And then you have those who have a philosophy that is designed to help you live a better life. That's really what Stoicism is. It's the application, kind of the engineering side of philosophy. So you have the theoreticians, and then you have the engineers. Both are extremely important, and both have their place. Seneca would be a philosophical engineer, in my perspective. But his philosophical perspectives, nevertheless, were so difficult for the general public to accept at that time that he was actually banished to the island of Corsica, I believe it was, when he was in his 50s. Right around near the end of his life, and was brought back into the fold of the empire so that he could teach Lucilius, the soon-to-be emperor of the Roman Empire. And the way this book is written is a dialogue. It's basically them writing letters back to one another. You never get the letters of Lucilius, the ones he wrote to Seneca, but he writes back to Lucilius with the various ideas that he has, the various philosophical teachings. And it was actually designed intentionally, and they say so much in the book, to where it was not just meant to be for Lucilius. It was meant to be actually broadly publicized about the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire at that time, so that they could all read it as well, and get the full brunt of Seneca's philosophical teachings with respect to Stoicism. Basically, what you see me doing here with you, with all these videos, and my ability to talk to you directly, if you were to send letters or communications back to me, let's say it were a recorded telephone call or a recorded Skype, that's the equivalent of this. I'd have the Skype call recorded and posted to my YouTube channel for everybody to see. And any ideas that came about from that, everybody would be able to glean. It's a very good philosophical book. Lots of really good concepts in it. I have a bunch of notes written here. I'm going to go ahead and go through them. So he brings up the point that you should not read a humongous amount of philosophical works or novels or poems or anything like that just to read them. And the idea he's coming about, or he's trying to present here, is that you, again, like I said, you don't want to read them just to read them. You want to read them to actually get a lowest common denominator truth out of them. Every work that comes from somebody of actual value, somebody who's actually trying to produce valuable works, like this one, like the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, like Immanuel Kant's philosophical writings, like Socrates, Aristotle. You don't have to accept whatever they say whole hog, and in fact you shouldn't. But you can find the kernels of truth within them. That's what Seneca's really getting at when he says don't read a bunch of stuff just to read it. So I disagree with the way he wrote it in the first part of essay number 1, but the general idea is there. He also says, I'm glad to learn in order that I may teach, which is the point of this all. Again, that's why I'm reading all these novels and these books, so that I can give you guys a basic general review of it, and you can decide whether or not you want to also glean those kernels of truth from those books as well. This is one of those books that you definitely should read. It is really good. He also disregards maxims in favor of looking at the whole philosopher. That is to say, don't just try to find the 5-word quips to give to somebody about somebody else's teachings if you don't really understand what they mean by it. There's a lot. He speaks of a lot of intelligentsia at the time that know these maxims as if they are wise, but in fact they just know those 5 words that a philosopher said, and that's it. So he's got a very good point there. It ties into having the whole picture approach. I also found it really interesting that he has a lot of proto-Christian echoes in his writings, which it kind of makes sense because he lives during the time of Jesus. Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, he wasn't Christian. It makes me think of the 100th monkey theory, which is to say, the cultural zeitgeist, which is an underlying paradigm of the world at the time, might actually have some type of thread that connects us all together subconsciously that we don't actually consciously know about. Where a great thinker 2,000 miles away on the planet spouts out some amazing ideas that have a ripple effect on everybody around them, and those ripples, without you even knowing, reach all the way over to you in your subconscious, because we're all connected. And this also harkens to the idea, why would Jesus even come to a province of the Roman Empire at all? It's because he believes, that there was something salvageable within Rome. Not just the Jewish people, not just Israel, not just Jerusalem, but that there was something salvageable within Rome in general. Pontius Pilate, who had great respect for Jesus, had to do what he did, and Jesus told him that he was required to do it, partially so that Rome would stay stable, at least for a couple hundred more years. It eventually collapsed, sure, but the entirety of Roman civilization is kind of the thread of all civilization. And I think Jesus knows that. More than I think. I'm almost certain of it, which is why he decided to dive in to history at that point in time. The specific spot that he went, basically to be the center around which everything rotates. It was brilliant. And, tying into the fact that, or the idea that Rome is kind of the thread of all of human civilization, there are rhymes in this book from like Virgil and other great authors of the time, Homer, where the words still rhyme, even after they've been translated, rewritten, and all that stuff for thousands of years. They still rhyme. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think it's because when you look at a lot of Latin words, they're almost identical to some words in English today. All right, we even have some that are, in fact, identical. It's because it's the underlying thread of it all. So sometimes you will encounter rhymes that still, in fact, rhyme. It's crazy. It just makes the point that this is our cultural thread of all civilization right here. So yeah, he lived from 4 AD to 65 AD, and the way he died, which was very, very brutal, was intentional. He actually made a scene of his own death because he was told to commit self-deletion when it came to the end, which was very popular in Rome at the time. When you fell out of favor with the emperor, they wouldn't unalive you themselves. They would tell you to commit self-deletion. And the way he did it was brutal, intentionally. When you read the letters, it's almost as if he was telling the emperor and the leadership that I want my life to end in a way that is memorable. It was almost as if he was in the undertones telling them, do something like this to me. And they gave him what he asked. That's something that you have to read the story or read the philosophical work in order to be able to glean it. Because it's an undertone. So, yeah, strong recommend from me. Very, very good. If you want to consider yourself a Stoic to any degree, this is at the top of the list of books that you should read. Very good. Strong recommend. So, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 123 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read an essay. It was actually a stub that I called Balrog. I wrote this back in 2016, but I have since added to it. I extended it a little bit today, and I'm going to read it to you. As you fight the bloody battle to dispatch your inner Balrog, it's a type of demon, as it grasps your neck, attempting to choke the burgeoning light out of your eyes, know that you do not walk alone. We all have demons. Some of them are readily visible through physical and emotional traumas that we carry on in our bodies, through our personalities, and others we tend to keep at bay and to ourselves. One way or another, they are there. As this hellish world demands its pound of flesh, that we all must suffer in the most sadistic and personalized of ways. Knowing that you do not walk alone is a reference to us being our brother's keepers, as well as God himself walking with us as we suffer, until we're ready to move past the hellish existence of this world. The choice, ultimately, is ours, but many of us are entranced by the siren song of the enemy, allowing it to both corrupt and confuse us, usually at the same time. I'll be there to help you. Both God, Jesus, and I, Peyton Pearson, will be there to help you in any way, shape, or form that we can. I am God's servant, as any truly earnestly trying person is. That is, a person trying to advance the human family, help you on an individual level, and ultimately make the world a better place. Any pain that I myself may be causing, by virtue of my words, or even by my existence itself, I don't mean to cause that pain, and I would much rather soak it up myself and destroy it. The pain, that is. No more pain. No more pain. It is gone. You do not face such tremendous hurdles alone. If you do not see this edifice now, you soon will, and I'll be pointing at its weak spots, providing all the tools you need. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world that he does not exist. This, therefore, is how we end up turning the world upside down, misattributing the evils of this world to God instead, when God is axiomatically love, and the evil axiomatically apart from God. If you believe that God does not exist, or have in some way been convinced of it, then all things are equal. There is no juxtaposition, and it all seems to come from the same source, whether it be pure chance or guided by an intelligent hand. The most potent tool that you can be given, that you need, is this knowledge that evil is real, that the devil does exist, and that the devil is not God. But I cannot do it for you. This is your chance. Whatever you fear, it makes sense to charge toward it as powerfully as you can muster, to put yourself on the knife's edge of maximal effort, to achieve maximal effort, or maximal growth. Don't go too far, as you'll crash out, but don't go less than you can, or you will not fully utilize the chance that God has given you. Your free will is yours. It is what constitutes you as a sovereign individual. But if you are controlled by fear, you are not exercising said free will, and you are sacrificing yourself and your chance. So yeah, I wrote that with its little addition today. Actually, the original was just about 4 lines, 5 lines, but the extended version are my new thoughts that came today. I literally wrote this extension down today. So, we're all sovereign individuals. We all play a part. This connects with what I said in my last video. A world in which morality is not a disadvantage is worth fighting and, if need be, dying for. This ties into what exactly that means. A world without morality, therefore, is a world without God, a world in which I do not want to live. So it's up to us to make the world where morality is not a disadvantage a reality. In our sovereign free will, we exercise that capacity to create the opportunity for said reality. That's it for today, guys. Hope you got something out of this. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 124 until I'm a YouTube millionaire, and this one's going to be a basic economics lesson. Since I'm not going to have the opportunity to help directly the people I would love to be able to help build themselves an economic empire and all that, in particular I'm talking about, sorry, there's a piece of hair on my camera, a female species that I would love to help build their economic empire. But since I can't do that directly, I'll do it indirectly here with a video. So, let's say that you live in Ohio. Person I'm thinking of doesn't, but let's say you live in Ohio, and you're spending about $1,000 per month, which is actually a high estimate, on your rent. And then all other expenses, your food, your electrical, your gas, your water, all that stuff, is an extra $500 per month on top of that. So $1,500 per month expenses. Let's go ahead and add gas into that and car and stuff. So an extra $150, so $1,650 a month. And that's a high estimate, because out there you can get a rental property, a rental unit. I actually have units myself that I rent out for this price for $600 a month. And it's nice too. It's in a very nice area. But let's just say high estimate, $1,650 a month, all expenses included. That can even include medical care, insurance, medical insurance. So if you do basic math, let's say you get a low-end job out there making $12 an hour, because they don't have a minimum wage of $15 an hour out there. So $12 an hour, working as a Walmart associate. Okay, $12 per hour times 40 hours per week times 4 weeks in a month, 480, about $1,700 a month. So just with that alone, you can make a living. You can survive. You can be comfortable. Now what you have, remember, compound interest, sweetheart. Compound interest. This is humongous. Okay? I wish I had the kind of growth that you got right now. But it's going to get good. All right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to get good. Especially since you're so young. Oh, if only I would have been able to start this when I was your age. So, $1,700 per month is what you would make off of a basic job. Now, I know that you do a different type of job where you live that actually makes even more money than that. A lot more. Even though it's in an expensive part of the world, it's still... you make up for that with the tips and stuff. But we're just using this as an example. So $1,700 per month, you're still in the green by a significant margin. Then you have YouTube. All right? You've got YouTube right there. Let's say you got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Which you have more than that right now, but 10,000 subs. And you're getting... so normally, you'll get about 10 to 20% of your views on your videos, each video. So your number of subscribers as views on each video. So 10,000 subs equates to about 1,000 to 2,000 views per long-form video. It's what it should be, but YouTube's algorithm's all over the goddamn place right now. You just so happen to hit the jackpot, and it's working properly. So 2,000 views, let's say, is what you're... I know you're getting more, but I'm just going to say that average conservative per video. Usually the CPM, what you actually make, cost per milli, the amount of money that you make per 1,000 views, this depends on the niche, but the niche that you're doing is around $5 per 1,000 views. So you're posting a video every 2 to 3 days. Okay? So let's say you get 15 videos posted a month. 15 times 15. What is that? Well, that's $225 a month. Which doesn't seem like that much right now. But you're growing fast. Really fast. So you are gaining roughly, I would say, what is it? Probably a good 5 to 10% per week, which is insane. You'll be at 100,000 in a blink of the eye, but that's about what you're making, or what you're growing per week. So to exponentially grow means that you're getting that 5 to 10% on top of whatever you have from the previous week. So you can do the basic math. I've got my MATLAB program actually pulled up here, so I'll do that for you real quick. Let's show you what that would be in a year, which you can anticipate that you could actually keep this kind of growth going for a year or longer. All right, so 1.05 raised to the 52. You'd be 13 times the size that you are right now. So you're at about 10,000 subs right now. You're actually a little more than that. Multiply that by 13. 150,000 subscribers in a singular year. I can see you be there, by the way. Easily. Easily. Okay? 150,000 subscribers. If you don't believe me, look up Kira Lutan. You're way more insightful than she is. And she's got almost 100,000 subs. I like Kira Lutan. She seems pretty nice. But you're way more insightful than she is. All right? So 150,000 subscribers. You do the same basic math. That equates to roughly 30,000 views of video. If you're still keeping up at your current rate of posting, so 30K views per video, still about $5 per 1,000 views. That's $150. So times 15. This is you at 150,000 subs. That is, make sure I'm doing the math right. I believe that's $2,250 a month. Times 15. Yep, $2,225 a month. And that's on top of what you're making in your other stuff. I know that you also do Calendly calls. That is going to increase at the same rate that the size of your channel is going to increase, if not faster, because you also are exploding on Instagram. You're utterly exploding on Instagram. My goodness, what is going on over there? And while Instagram itself doesn't make much money, the way you make money off of it is you sell products. And your product here is your Calendly, where you can actually meet people one-on-one. And if you look at Elliot Hulse, he is a wisdom teacher on YouTube. He doesn't get very many views on his videos, despite his number of subscribers, because he wasn't consistent about it. He stopped posting, and therefore all the viewers stopped watching his videos. But because he's got his Calendly set up, something similar to what you have, he does $100 per hour, or per session, and he's making like $20,000 a month on that alone. On that alone. That's humongous. It's something to that effect. So, as the size of your channel grows, you can also exponentially increase what you're charging. Now, this isn't you trying to be stuck up or anything. This is you being a very in-demand quantity. And you need to make sure that you are valuing your time properly. So when you get to that point, you are going to be very, very, very in demand. Even more than you are now. Let's just say, purely off AdSense, $2,225 a month. You're also going to start getting like brand deals, and advertisers are going to come to you directly to talk to you to advertise their products, and that's going to be, for a channel that size, say $1,000 per ad read, and you'll probably have one maybe every 2 or 3 episodes, which means that you'll have about 5 of them a month. So that's $5,000 a month off of that. This is just in 1 year, if you keep going, which, don't stop, sweetheart. Don't stop. All right? So, and I'm doing this because I can't talk to you directly, unfortunately. So that's fine. I'm still going to try to help you. So $5,000 a month off of Calendly, and then $5,000 a month off brand deals. You'll be making $10,000 a month from Calendly and brand deals, $2,225 a month just off of AdSense, and then you're still going to be making your money as, I'll just say it, a waitress. So $4,000 a month, let's say, that you're getting off of that. That's $16,000 a month, which is, do the math, $192,000 a year. Okay? Let's say you keep your expenses relatively where they are. You do want to increase them just a little, not a huge amount, just a little, because follow the Seneca philosophy. You want to be just a little bit over the average person so that you can give them an incentive to become better, but not so far out that they can't reach you. So, you might get some nicer clothes, a nicer car. Maybe you get like a Mercedes or something, or a really nice Jeep. Just an idea. But you're not going to go out there and get yourself a Lamborghini and put yourself in debt. But like a Jeep or something. And your expenses go up to, say, $2,500 a month, maybe $3,000. And you're making $16,000 a month. $13K you were going to have as pure icing on the cake. All right? That's $150,000 a year. Now, what are you going to do with that money? Here's what I recommend. You do what you want to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I was a financial consultant for a while. I'm also, like I was saying, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a pretty smart guy. I know how to handle my money all right. Here's what I would recommend. You take split it up into 4 pieces, 4 partitions, if you will. So, one partition is for your fun. You go out and do stuff and enjoy life. Enjoy the finer things in life. So let's say that's $4,000 a month for you to do that. Because this is going to divide, well, it wouldn't be $4,000, it'd be about $3,000 a month. Okay, $3,000 a month for that. And then $3,000 a month you put into Bitcoin. Bitcoin only. No altcoins. Not even Ethereum. Not Bitcoin traded funds or anything. Bitcoin. Period. End of story. The easiest way to get it is to go to Coinbase.com and set yourself up an account. Buy that. Set up automatic monthly buys. Set it and forget it. Don't even look at it. That money no longer exists. You will look at it when you want to actually draw from it, say 20 years from now, when it's going to, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of dollars if you start now. $3,000 a month, you put in, stocks and the stock market. The easiest way to do that is to go to Robinhood. Get yourself a Robinhood account on your computer or your phone, whatever, and just set up automatic buys to where you buy an S&P 500. You could even do it on margin if you want. I don't recommend it, but you can, where you're getting an extra 25% growth by doing that. There are different margin setups that they have, but I just say go get yourself some S&P 500 stocks on Robinhood. They don't charge you any fees on Robinhood, so it's a really good program, really good app to use. And then the last part of that 1/4 you use to invest in real estate. Real estate is the most time-honored, best way to become wealthy ever known in the history of the human race. It is the best way to do it. It's the most surefire. Now, the reason I brought up Ohio in these numbers earlier was because it's one of the best places to buy real estate properties for rentals. It has one of the highest rent to cost of property ratios. So I have, for instance, a property that I bought for $144,000 back in 2018, I want to say, right around there. And I make about $4,000 a month off of it. $4,000 a month, not a year, a month. You can't find that almost anywhere else. Okay, so real estate is what I would say you want to spend your last fourth of that portion of money that you're not spending for surviving on. This is going to be in about a year. You're going to be 25. I'm revealing a lot about the person I'm talking about, but it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, that's going to be your last fourth there. Do the math. Your channel is going to be continuously growing, even after this year mark that I'm giving you right now. It's probably going to get to 1 million subscribers, and it's going to proportionally grow in that way in like 2, maybe 3 years, if you keep on consistently posting, which I pray you do, because this is, I'm telling you, sweetheart, you hit the jackpot. Pardon my language, but you fucking hit the jackpot. You got a 21 on blackjack. I pray to God that one day I get as lucky as you did. So, 10 years from now, let's say you're actually following this procedure. It'll change a little bit. You know, you want to keep your books straight. It's going to change a little bit because, you know, you might have different ideas of exactly what you want to do, but extrapolate this over 10 years. I'm just going to do a very basic compounding program here, okay? So I actually have a compound program that I set up on MATLAB. I built it myself. So let's say you have 13,000 that you're putting in per month. And how much you're going to contribute per month? That's what it is, 13,000. And how many years until you desire to retire? This is not retirement, but I'm telling you this is what's going to happen after about 10 years. And then it'll increase with inflation. And your growth rate, we're just going to say, is conservatively 10%. It's actually going to be a lot more than that. A lot more. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to say 20%. Because that's probably more accurate. At that time, you will have contributed $1.7 million to the entire portfolio, and you will have gotten yourself up to $5 million of net worth. And it's going to grow a lot more than that. A lot more. I'm being extremely conservative. Bitcoin itself, I mean, its target is like $5 million per coin in 10 years or so. Do the math. It's mind-blowing. So, it's small right now, sweetheart, but it's gonna get big. Also, I do want to remind you, there is the small possibility that YouTube could collapse if they don't fix their algorithm. There is the small possibility of that. So, keeping that in mind, make sure that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. I know you've got that humongous Instagram channel, or page, whatever, but you might want to also start working towards putting videos on Rumble. Rumble specifically. Because Rumble is a very good alternative. It's not nearly as good as YouTube yet, but it may one day get there. I hope so, because YouTube is very politically biased, and it makes it very difficult to post good content on it without being shadow banned and throttled and stuff like that. So, yeah, you hit the jackpot. Oh, and this one I'm actually going to talk directly to somebody because I want her to know. Rachel, on X, start a YouTube channel, sweetheart. Start a YouTube channel. You saw the math. You are a very attractive, very kind woman, even though you think you're just angry and all that stuff. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're going to gather a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers on YouTube very quickly. So start making some YouTube videos. They could be of your art. They could be of you just talking, your ideas. Again, if you're insecure about your ability to do that, look at the woman I talked about earlier. I like Kira Lutan, but she's got very basic things to say, and people still love to listen to her. All right? So don't be insecure about it. So, all right, guys. I'm excited for you. I am excited for you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 125 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote. I believe this one was back in 2017. It's called Bellwether. Bellwether. I wonder if any of you can tell just how much of our world today is complete fantasy. Do any of you realize that what you see as everyday goings-on is in fact indirectly and directly manufactured by a great many different sources? What I'm trying to say here is that we are in an artificial situation right now. Or an artificial situation within an artificial situation. Artificial situation inception. It is my submission that the world we live in, and I have backed up this claim with many a logical argument, ranging from discussion on the double slit experiment to logically thinking through how the nature of existence itself does not make sense, is a complete farce. Try to follow me on this one. Let us look at a petri dish of the United States, the presidential election from 2016. There essentially could not have been two candidates that were more polar opposite, more inflammatory, and more separating for the whole population of the country, let alone the world. It must be understood that this phenomenon is partially due to the information age, where all candidates for that most coveted office, which is the presidency, are more vetted than they have ever been in the entire history of humanity. But I honestly believe that the internet was just an outlet. I think the scheme is much grander than that. Understand, once more, that anything I can say here is fully in that realm of speculation. And some might even say conspiracy theory, but that word is lost, or term is lost all meaning. But I just cannot see any other way around this. Now, I have much farther to go in this explanation, but let me first establish the groundwork for the path we are going as a society, and the egregious problems that we face. Here was the problem, or is the problem, that most desperately needed to be addressed, and immediately so. We were trusting the wrong people, and too asleep to really care much about where they were leading us. What is the easiest way to subdue and control a population? Even one as relatively, quote-unquote, aware and intelligent as that of the United States and other Western countries such as Great Britain. You feed them, you clothe them, you provide them with shelter, you provide them with ample amounts of banal and useless entertainment, things that do not challenge them to think differently or stand up to the status quo. The fruits of this paradigm are things like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Real Housewives, Miley Cyrus, and much more. Once more, and this is an easy one to accomplish when everyone is comfortable enough to not care otherwise, anyone who calls out these, or those trying to lead you into the, like lambs to the slaughter, is ridiculed, if not outright killed or unalived, or imprisoned. You saw what happened in 2020. Principally, ridicule is the form of suppression that sells, or calls, the least amount of attention to the situation. Imprisonment next, and unaliving will not matter much either if the general population is still not paying attention. You all know, all of you reading this, or hearing me talk about it, just as well as I do, that the things of which I speak are true, though some of you may be, or were, too comfortable to point them out, or too afraid, which, when there is little momentum on your side, I can understand, but still not accept. The logical arguments against things like the Federal Reserve are rock solid. It should not exist. Period. End of story. Though only 1 in a million people long ago could pierce the veil and truly understand this. The information age has perhaps reduced the threshold to 1 in 1,000, but that is still an incredible hurdle to overcome. In truth, do you want to know where we were going to be led? We were being led to total enslavement. And even now, those individuals who are trying to effect that enslavement still have not given up on their project. For those of you who still do not understand, read 1984 by George Orwell. I am almost certain that we were being led into a circle of fiends trying to eat us so that we could not see into their plans. George Orwell wrote that book as a consequence of this fact. He went into hiding for roughly 6 months after his experiences. And when he came back out into the public, the book was made, and he unalived himself shortly thereafter. You should look into the backstory of George Orwell. He refused to dress warmly after being diagnosed with tuberculosis in England. So, he unalived himself. You know that of which I speak is true. You know it. Though you cannot overcome the momentum of the hundreds of years over the course of only one generation when you have so little momentum on your side. This harkens back to us knowing very little and living very short lives. No, it takes infiltrators everywhere, unaware of who you can trust, but knowing that there are those in positions of high levels of authority that wear the veil of evil just to make the right decision at the right time and at the right place. So just as the enemy can have sleeper cells, so can the white hats be sleeper cells. White hats being good guys. If you can trust no one, then anyone can be an enemy, and anyone can be an ally. Would you bank on a 50% chance of victory or a 0.000001% chance of victory? So if you make a big old mess of things, and previously the best chance that you had of winning was 0.000001%, if nobody can tell who's good or who's bad, your chance of winning goes up to 50%, or approaches that. Pretty good. Hell of a lot better than the previous percentage. So with the problem established, that the public is asleep and too comfortable to care, how do you change this? You got to make it uncomfortable to stay in that same place. How do you do that? You infiltrate every single area where they take sanctuary, from Hollywood to mainstream media. That's a very big one. To sports and politics. You make it uncomfortable in every facet of their lives where they find refuge. And when you do that, then even the most stubborn of individuals will eventually budge and actually start paying attention. In this vein, those who are making your lives uncomfortable are actually your allies. Many of them. Some of them are unwitting pawns in the giant game of chess, falling victim to their deeply held biases that only rear their ugly faces when pressed. But some individuals are deliberately acting, deliberately saying and doing things in which they do not believe to foment discomfort. You once more do not know who you can trust. But everyone is actually partaking in the mass awakening, all together, for better or for worse. The word revelation, like the Bible, means awakening, essentially. We are basically smacking each other as hard as we can to wake up out of our stupor. You know what is the kicker here? I can tell you this now because you still do not know whether or not you can trust me. My name is Peyton, like Satan. Well, either way, I'm not your enemy. Only those who have a personal relationship with me, understand my history, and have their own personally accepted proof of my intent are willing and able to do so. The rest may think that I am simply speaking nonsense. But I would take a 50% chance any day over an essentially non-existent possibility of victory. Now, I'm a nobody. I'm just a simple 35-year-old man with some crazy theories and perhaps an above-average intelligence. In being a nobody, you are free from the restraints of the institutions of our world, so you don't have to worry about an authority figure telling you what is true or not. How would you know that the path you were on, and could still fall back into if we are not careful and vigilant, was going to lead to enslavement and eventually an all-out apocalypse? Well, you need to be able to discern the consequences of your actions with perfect fidelity to be able to say with any degree of certainty that your path will lead to nowhere or worse. We have many tools with high levels of predictive power. Mathematics and physics are very useful for predicting where particular planets will be at particular times in their respective orbits around their host stars, for instance. We have economic models that can predict with reasonable accuracy what the markets will do given particular stimuli or given particular timelines and situations, a la tariffs causing the stock market to be shaky. Imagine that you crack the code and eventually figure out how to build a porthole into your own future. You would have a looking glass through which you could see where you have been and where you are going. You see that there are an infinite number of paths, all leading to an infinite number of conclusions. And in that vision, you realize that you truly do have free will and can change the course of history. It's called time travel. Called time travel, my friends. Now you can say I'm off my rocker. At least for now. We haven't come up with the tool yet, but perhaps soon. I will tell you this truth, and one I hope you will understand and embrace completely. Never allow yourself to be fully comfortable. Always seek the next great challenge to your willpower, to your creativity, to your ingenuity, to your physical strength, to your soul. Whether anything that I have said above is true, within this essay is true or not, just assume that it is. Suspend disbelief. And you will understand why it is so important to run as fast as you can to escape the abyss of complacency. Just imagine that the worst nightmares of conspiracy theorists, quote-unquote, pale in comparison to how bad it actually is. We are not only to be enslaved, but harvested as if a human farm. Think about that. Additionally, the giant hypothetical mess that I explained earlier also highlights the importance of the personal relationship and living a life where your convictions to your principles are so rock solid that you become a bellwether, a la the name of this essay, by which others can measure the importance of particular actions. You are the standard. This is how you build trust in an external sense. You first trust yourself, which then leads you to be able to live a life of conviction and walk in your path no matter where it takes you. And this builds a history that is hard as diamond, a history that others can come to count on. Whether or not they agree with your path, they can be sure that you are going to take actions to allow for that path to be fulfilled. In the human experience, this is our mission, and the scheme is the ulterior motive to get to that conclusion. The Matrix is showing cracks now more than it ever has. when two candidates run for the office of president that are more at odds with one another than ever in the history of the country, are as inflammatory of candidates as we have ever seen, and the media is completely arrayed against one but not the other, there is no way to not see that the situation is at least somewhat manufactured. Ironically, in me saying this, there actually are people that still don't see it. But by whom? You? Me? All of us? The 13 banking families? We're all partaking in the greatest game of chess ever played, and the prize is the human race. Or is this simply a hypothetical, fantastical situation that I'm talking about? You decide. Know that if you pull the strings of the wrong people, perhaps even a nobody such as myself, you might just unleash a Trojan horse who will rain an endless fury upon you from which you will not survive. Like what happened to me when I tried to get out of the military. Crucifixion disease. I mention it in every one of my videos, my workout videos. I don't have arteries in my arms and legs, and I used to be a marathon runner. I was directly, physically attacked in a way that nobody else could see. What's true and what's not? Think about it. The whole damn world is insane and suicidal. Someone has to do something. Not all sheep are asleep. So that's this essay, guys. It was a little bit longer than most of them. I hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece. And how that improves your intuitive decision-making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it. No Longer Human is what it's called. I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure, but I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them. Love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that. You'll discover it at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1 million words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 127 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about resonant frequencies. So, every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. Now, what is a resonant frequency? A resonant frequency is the frequency at which that object vibrates. Every object in the universe, such as the human eye, the human body, the table, a cell phone, depends on the frame of reference, but everything is comprised of atoms and subatomic particles and fundamental particles, etc., 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 all the way down to the Planck unit of time length. And it probably goes even farther than that, but we don't know how to get to that point. And at the very most fundamental of level, everything is just energy and frequency. The whole of existence. All of it. And what we perceive, you and I, and everyone else, is how it has collapsed into our perceptive ability to see, to comprehend the universe around us. All right? Everything is frequency. Everything is energy. Everything. So, what you can derive from that is the frequency at which a certain frame of reference vibrates. The frequency goes up and down, 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 right? It's peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs. And it's repetitive. It keeps going. Ad infinitum. To infinity and beyond. Like Buzz Lightyear says. So, to get to the very base here, a human body resonates at a fairly low frequency. It's like 4 hertz, I think, somewhere around there. That means you have an oscillation in the frequency, in the wavelength. You get 4 of them, 4 whole wavelengths per second. Okay? The light that you see, the visual spectrum that your eyes are physical transducers to be able to comprehend for your brain is between 400, 350, and about 750 nanometers. Nanometer is 10 to the negative 9th meters. Very, very tiny. The number of oscillations that can happen in a second are on the order of hundreds of billions. Okay? But anyway, a physical form, such as the human body, has a resonant frequency. And you say resonant because at the peaks and the troughs of the frequency spectrum for the object, that is where it's at its highest energy state. Energy states being related to the energy states of the actual atomic substructure of the material. Those energy states can cause that atomic substructure to actually have the electrons move to different electron shells within the elements of the structure, right? So, if you are bombarding something with its specific resonant frequency, or a multiple thereof, then basically what you're doing is you are maximizing or increasing the maximum, the amplitude of the peaks and of the troughs of the frequency at which that object resonates. And every object, like I said, has said resonant frequency, whether it's a building or a dog. Everything. It's the frame of reference. Okay? You find it specifically for that frame of reference, and if you bombard that object with its resonant frequency at a high enough amplitude for a long enough time, Nikola Tesla proved this actually many, many years ago when he was still alive. He had like a black box object under a building because he was trying to show people what he could do with resonant frequencies. It was an experiment. He was paid to do it, I think, because they wanted the building to come down anyway. You'll have to look this up. I don't remember the exact story, but I'll probably get like a little indicator on the video for you so you can see what I'm talking about. But he miscalculated the resonant frequency by just a hair. So since he did, it took a lot longer for it to happen, but it did happen. He bombarded that building with its resonant frequency, and over the course of a few hours, it finally ended up collapsing. You can do the same thing with a building, or with a body, or with a component of said body. Every object in the universe, depending on its frame of reference, has its own specific resonant frequency. For veins and arteries, it's about 1 hertz. The closer you get to a specific resonant frequency for a specific person's veins and arteries, the more pointed you can be with your attack on them. And by the way, that 1 hertz frequency that veins and arteries vibrate at, roughly, is such a long wavelength that it is not attenuated hardly at all through space. So it could be sent to Earth from Alpha Centauri or beyond, and it would get here with minimal attenuation, going through the atmosphere, going through the void of space, going through nebulae, all of it, because it's such a low frequency. So you have that, all right? If you find the specific resonant frequency, then you can be very, very targeted with the people you're trying to target. Very, very pointed. But then you also have things like gamma rays, or really, really high frequency stuff. The reason those ones are so obliterative, they're so destructive, is because they vibrate at such a high frequency that they essentially resonate with everything, or near enough. You'd have to be a very specific frequency to not be attacked and destroyed by a gamma ray. A gamma ray turns your DNA into jelly. I read a story, the criticality incident in Japan that happened back in 1996, I believe it was. There were 3 workers that got bombarded with the highest amount of gamma rays ever recorded. And one man was bombarded with 20,000 sieverts, I think it was, of gamma radiation over the course of a few seconds. And his body, his DNA turned into jelly. There was nothing left. It took him about 90 days to die because your cells have to recycle, and basically your whole body, all the cells within it, recycle in about 120 days. Odd to think about. Not all of them, but like your skin cells, your organs, stuff like that. Some of your bone cells, your nails, obviously. But when you get through that entire cycle, if you don't have DNA that is extant to replicate the same cells, they're not going to replicate. You're just going to decay and die. That's what happened to the guy. He survived it was right around, I think it was like 90 or 100 days or something like that. It was a very gruesome death, too. So that's how gamma rays work. That's how they are so destructive. But every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. The lower you go, the more specific and targeted your attack can be. So I don't have arteries, or I do, but just enough to keep my hands and feet alive. But I don't have pulses in my wrists because I had that kind of attack conducted upon me. I wanted to give a little bit more detail on how resonant frequencies work so that you guys could see exactly what I'm talking about here. Doctors, I literally had hundreds of doctors take a look at me. No joke. I'm not exaggerating about that. They couldn't figure out what caused it, but they knew it happened. I had several angiograms done and a bypass on my legs. Your legs normally have 3 arteries that reach down to your toes. And that gives you the sufficient blood flow that you need in order to have proper mobility and proper circulation and all that. My left leg had 1 feeble artery that was making it down to my foot, and my right leg had 2 feeble arteries. The doctors don't know what the hell happened, because I was a marathon runner before. And if anything, being a marathon runner should actually drastically improve your circulation. Didn't do that with me. They don't know what happened. I think I was attacked with a very specific resonant frequency. They discovered whatever mine was and obliterated those arteries. I remember I was getting ready to play basketball one day with with a group of my friends, my church mates, out in Ohio. And I looked at my right foot because I noticed it was really painful. It's like something had punched it. And there was a bruised line across my foot where the vein had literally disintegrated, or the artery. It was gone. I remember that artery being there. I remember it being, because I pay attention to my feet because I was a runner and all that, so I had to, because I had to make sure that I was keeping tabs on it and taking good care of myself. And I was appreciative of that artery there because it was so powerful and it was giving me good circulation. That day I went out there to play basketball with my friends. It turned black, and basically over the course of a few weeks it disintegrated. It was gone. This actually happened to me. I'm not exaggerating. But that's what resonant frequencies are. And it can be so specific that it can actually go inside your own personal body and attack a specific thing. Yeah. It's crazy to think about. But everything is frequency, everything is energy. We're all waves vibrating at different levels in whatever dimension. That's what it ultimately means. So, I'll talk more about this later, but I hope this gives it a little bit of a better perspective on it. Anyway. Alright, guys. Have a good Saturday. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese children. And honestly, it's not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of the story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy. Basically, he was the class clown to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture. Because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. There seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. He ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27 because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So one thing I found very interesting is how critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s, how deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill. Every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. And this man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons, Pastor Mike Schmidt, from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. For the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you. In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy, he did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil, kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you a perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. All right, guys. That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 129 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking of millionaires and becoming them, what would you do if you had $50,000 suddenly in your account? Where would you put that money? That is the opportunity that is at hand for us within the next few months. There's been a lot of hugabaloo, a lot of grumbling, primarily from boomers, about what's happening with the stock market right now. This is because we are doing something that is needed to be done for decades. Basically, the entire world has been sucking the United States dry of all its wealth and productive capacity through very unfair tariffs. Did you know that Canada has several items that they were charging 300% tariffs on the United States? I think eggs was actually one of them. You remember how the egg prices in the United States were skyrocketing in the last couple months? That was actually because former Vice President Joe Biden had unalived about 120 million chickens for some reason. He ordered the big chicken farms to unalive hundreds of millions of chickens. And obviously when that happens, you have a supply shortage because you're making less eggs. And when you have a supply shortage, the price has to necessarily go up. It's basic supply and demand economics. But we've been unfairly sapped of all of our productive capacity for several decades. If you knew what is happening in the Rust Belt of the United States, places like Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, those countries, Illinois, states, they used to be immensely productive. We had a plethora of vehicle production plants in that area of our country. Well, the last several decades, those same vehicle manufacturers have gone to other countries because of unfair tariffs. Basically, they are literally parting out our country. And the only thing that's kept us afloat these last several decades, is that we've been innovating. We've still been producing new technologies. Things like semiconductors, transistors, more advanced space travel, cell phones and stuff like that. Even though this phone that I'm talking on right now, it's actually for the most part produced in slave factories in China. That's the type of thing that we're trying to change right now. So the stock market's tumbling, sure. This is something that needed to be done a long, long, long time ago. And the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that are not boomers don't have any vested interest in the stock market anyway. When you can barely put food on the table and pay your month's rent, you're probably not going to be putting any money into the stock market. So, a house, the median house price, I believe, in the United States is around $400,000. Mind-blowingly expensive. The median age at which somebody is a first-time home buyer is 51 years old. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was only a few decades ago that it was the mid-20s that somebody was going to buy their first home. About the age that I was when I bought my first home. So we have an incredible opportunity that's been thrust upon us as we try one last time to wrestle back our country from the liberal economic order that's been desperately trying to destroy us for a really long time. We have a lot more to do, but what we're doing right now is the first steps. We need to get rid of the central banks, the IRS, all that stuff needs to be gone. But these are the first steps. The prices of a great many things are going to go down way, way lower than what they are right now. The artificially inflated home prices across the United States are going to deflate. One, because we don't have illegal immigrants buying a bunch of properties that they shouldn't be buying because they don't actually have residence in this country. And two, because what's happening in the stock market is going to be inherently deflationary for a whole host of different products, houses being one of them. Companies like BlackRock are not going to be able to buy homes 25% above listed value for cash and price you out of the market. They're no longer going to be able to do that. We're stripping them of their monopoly. So, prices of homes are going to go down, prices of stocks are going to dip dramatically, and guess what? This is your opportunity as Gen X and Millennials to step in and buy the dip in everything. So if the Doge dividend does happen, and you end up getting $2,000 to $5,000 or maybe even more from the United States government, from all the money that was saved, where would you put that money? Now, for most people, they're just going to, buy the necessities, pay for rent, buy food. A lot of people are going to be silly with the money and go gambling and go on pleasure junkets. But if you are wise, and this is contingent upon that very important critical aspect, then you'll buy the dip. This is your chance. We're trying to wrestle back our country from the enemy that's been trying to suffocate us for decades, probably centuries, maybe even longer than that. All right, guys, think about that. What would you do if you had $50,000 or even $5K in your bank account that just suddenly appeared? Don't spend it on rubbish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016-2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous assumption was when he developed the theory of relativity. So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more. The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the Great Cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive. But what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive. Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time, and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, but by people with healthier morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you. A game. If their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises, if their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. Resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one. I hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 131 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. While there are an infinity of things that I could talk about, oftentimes it's really hard to figure out exactly how to say them to you. Like, for instance, I had cycling through my mind this morning, talking about what if, and I want you to think hypothetically, we lived 8,000 years. How would your life evolve? How would your perspectives on money, philosophy just generally in life, the concept of YOLO, romance, your investing and stuff like that, all sorts of things, how would that evolve? That was one thing I was thinking about talking about this morning. And then another thing, obviously, is a little bit more about the stock market, with the craziness that's happening right now because China refuses to bend the knee. They've been basically raking us over the coals for literally generations now, stealing IP. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's what they do. I'm talking about the government, not the Chinese people, the CCP, because they're communist and, they don't care about personal property rights and all that. They don't respect them. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And then I also wanted to talk about technological advancement, how the very fact that I can even bring these ideas to you on this phone, instantaneously nearly, through thousands upon thousands of miles. You could be living in Australia, for instance, right now, and I can record a video and you can see it within a couple seconds. And sometimes I can even live stream them, and you can see them in that moment. There's a 6-second delay. It's the way YouTube works and most platforms, but nevertheless, this is stuff that would have been considered magic back in the Middle Ages. So, all these things tie together. We are on the precipice, as I have said in many of my videos past, of potentially having a gigantic leap in how long we live as people. In this generation. I'm not saying it will happen, and lots of generations past have thought that maybe it would be happening in theirs, but it could, where we develop technologies, medical technologies, that increase our lifespan in an instant, from 75 years on average in the United States to 200 years on average in the United States. If we figure out how to prevent telomeres from decaying, if we figure out how to prevent organs from losing their elasticity from the collagen that creates them, right, in our skin and stuff like that, if we find the cure to cancer, find the cure to Alzheimer's, which, by the way, cure to cancer looks like we might actually be just about ready to figure it out. It's right there. I think it has something to do with fembendazole. I do. And Andrew Basiago, who is a guy who worked on Project Pegasus, time traveler, said that in our generation we were going to develop a cure to cancer that was as simple as taking a pill. And that's what it would be. It would be a pill that you take. And it would cost less than $1 a pill. Of course, the reason, if it does exist, it hasn't been proliferated throughout the world, obviously, is because the pharmaceutical industry wants to keep making money off of cancer patients. It's purely evil, but it only takes a handful of evil people in high positions of power to put the kibosh on anything like that. While the overwhelming majority of doctors might really be well-meaning, and they are, I know that, the arrogance and narcissism aside, they still do want to help. It only takes a handful of really, really bad ones that try to block everything, and just so that they can get a little bit more temporary monetary gain, spend it on Lamborghinis and all sorts of other nonsense. Stupid. It's utterly stupid. And these people, you know, I would say exactly to them, if you lived 8,000 years, how would you live your life? Would you continue being evil like this? Because eventually, you're going to find that in 500 years, this kind of oppression is going to start to get boring. You could be in power for all those 500 years, treating people like garbage all those 500 years, but the ultimate end state of that is that there's no point in it. It's entropic. It's just decay and destruction. There's no point in it at all. Why would you do that? And those people, just like us, could get to the point where they're living 500, 1,000, 8,000, whatever years, and they could say to themselves, all right, maybe I've had my fun. I'm going to go ahead and release this technology now, or get out of the way. So we're in that generation now, potentially. CRISPR, 3D printing organs. We could eventually be just like a vehicle in that we part out the things that need to be replaced and print them through 3D printed organs when they need to be replaced. Whether it be a lung, a heart, a liver, a kidney. The only thing I can think of that might not be easily replicable is the brain. And I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But we're at that precipice right now. We have 3D printing. We understand better, now better than ever before, how stem cells work. Stem cells can be used to produce organs and tissues of said organs. We can actually get stem cells from your body simply by scraping skin cells off of your hand or something to that effect. We're on that precipice. We really are. You lived 8,000 years. How would your investing mindset change? Would you continue gambling every day, $5,000? Would you continue living paycheck to paycheck? Or would you look at it and say, maybe I should probably try to build something with this? Do something like what Benjamin Franklin did with Philadelphia, in that he created a trust or an investment fund. He had put 1,000 pounds sterling in it back in 1790 or something. Yeah, it was 1790. And in 1990, it was opened up and it was worth like $7 million. It was worth a lot of money. Imagine if you did that for 10,000 years, or let's just say 1,000, and it were in an investment portfolio that was even better than that one. It would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Because that was just 200 years with very simple investing portfolios. If you ended up being like the Howard Foundation in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, which is a great book, by the way. Really, really weird, but a really good book. Makes you think about a lot of different things. How would love evolve if you had infinite time scales or close to it? He lived for, the main character, Lazarus Long, was 2,300 years old because they figured out rejuvenation technology. So, and he had the Howard Foundation that was because he was wisely investing, and because it had been around for so long, that was basically like half of the economic value of Earth. Now, in that civilization, human beings had spread out across like 50 to 100 planets at that point. So it wasn't just Earth, it was everywhere else, frontiers and stuff. And there was even an explanation of one of the frontiers where he was actually like the first guy there, or among the very first, building that civilization on that planet. Well, you are a first mover, and you do something like Benjamin Franklin. You don't spend all your money, you just keep a little bit of it aside and have that utilized for a central government of some type that you're financing through capitalism. You're not stealing money from people, you're financing it through capitalism. Imagine what that'll be in 8,000 years. The whole of human history, recorded human history, is only about 10, 12,000 years. If you go all the way back to the cave paintings of pre-civilization, then you could say even 40,000. But even so, agricultural revolution, all that stuff, about 10,000 years. About the same amount of time that we've had dogs domesticated, because they're our buddies. So, I'm just saying, you're really going to have to adjust your perspective. I was talking to myself, as one does, who's crazy. No, just kidding. As anybody who does who's got thousands of thoughts going through their heads. About how I have crested my peak in life with seemingly being a failure to launch. We peak physically unless you continuously exercise and take care of yourself. You usually peak physically at about 24 years old. I'm trying to extend that out to maybe where I can get my peak at about 40 instead, which tends to happen with IFBB pros. But even so, 24 years, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, shoot. If I have crested my peak, how much more time do I have to build that same thing? And I am a person who I consider to have been fairly wise with my investing and my money, even with the things that have happened in my life. I mean, I've had to file for pseudo-bankruptcy. I have before. It wasn't full-blown. It was just me basically financing or financing my credit card debt. Lost $500,000 in Bitcoin a long time ago, a few years ago. But that was because I was being specifically attacked by demonic forces. I wouldn't have lost it in any other situation. But it could be written off, everything else, in my past. All 35 years of it's 36 years in about a month and a half. If it turns out that in a handful of years, our life expectancy increases to 200 years. If that ends up happening, then it doesn't matter how much crap I've dealt with in my past. I'm still going to have a lot more time to make things better than anybody has ever had in the history of the human race. And that's already pretty much the case even now, even without those giant jumps in medical technology, because we are living longer than we ever have. So, try to entertain these hypotheticals. You might get to the point in your life where you actually get to choose when you want to pass away, because you have such an indefinite lifespan. Now, Canada kind of jumped the gun in this regard, and they have medical assistance in unaliving. That's very bad. They jumped the gun. And I mean that in a literal sense. Because we don't have those technologies that allow us to live 1,000 years yet. But when that time comes, may be more reasonable. Things are going to change. They already are. Big time. The world does not stay stationary. be able to entertain these hypotheticals in your head, because some of them just might become reality. All right, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense. But so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what He can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but He can give me grace in the same way that He gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist, in that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of error. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes, but suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been a hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways, just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 133 Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. Wanted to talk a little bit more about Price's Law and the Pareto Principle in this video. So the Pareto Principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, is kind of a more generalized version of Price's Law. Basically, what it's telling you is that 80% of the productivity of a company comes from 20% of the people that work for said company, or any institution for that matter. It's not simply a company. Could be a central government, could be a school, could be any number of things. But the 80-20 rule indicates, and this has been proven time and time again in the free market throughout history pretty much, so 20% produce 80% of the productivity. Price's Law is an extension of this, basically, saying that the square root of the population of any institution or company, what have you, produces half of that company's productivity. So a business with 10,000 workers, the top 100 performers, produce half of that company's productivity. Now, this is extremely important to understand for a multitude of reasons. Like I said, it's not just business. It's countries, it's institutions, it's education, it's the advancement of society writ large. Let's look at somebody like Isaac Newton, one of the smartest human beings to have ever lived. It is proposed that his IQ was somewhere around 190. He was a lousy student because he was focusing on other things while he was in school. But he literally invented calculus, almost single-handedly. The only people who had any concept of this beforehand was Archimedes, with his Archimedes palimpsest, which was thousands of years prior. And that was information that we had lost to the annals of history. Okay? This is a singular individual who essentially created the entire branch of mathematics known as calculus. And he was a polymath. That's not all he did. He also did tons of work in optics, in physics, in chemistry, and even a little bit in alchemy, because everybody has a little bit of a whimsy, you know. And then you have people like Da Vinci, who literally conceptualized aircraft before anybody else, hundreds of years before anybody else even had the idea that we might be able to fly one day. And then you have Hypatia, who was the first person to ever write down a poem thousands upon thousands of years ago. I believe it was using Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I can't recall. You'd have to look that up. And then you have people today like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, even though I don't like him because he's not a trustworthy person, President Trump, Grant Cardone, who is a real estate entrepreneur, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, and then Warren Buffett, or I call him Warren Woof Woof because I'm a goof. So essentially, these people, you can continue with this square root idea continuously, over and over and over. So you have a world of 8 billion people. Square root it, you get the number of people that produce half of the entire planet's productivity. It actually does line up. Sorry, my hair's all over the place. And then you square root it again, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you get like the top 20 people on the entire planet producing about 12% of the productivity of said planet. It lines up. Okay? So if you stop any one of these people, who it tends to be pretty clear who they are if they don't stay silent, if they keep on trying. If you stop, silence, squelch any one of these people, you're not just stopping that person from getting employment or from being like a pilot or something at an airline, but you're literally chopping off at the knees potentially 10% of all global output from a singular person. Let's look at Elon Musk again. He's literally single-handedly, not really, obviously he's got his businesses and stuff that are comprised of tens of thousands of people, don't get me wrong, but it's his effort, his conscientiousness that is single-handedly getting us to Mars, producing the most advanced electric vehicles the Earth has ever seen, creating boring companies, like, drilling holes into the ground, boring. Single-handedly. Jeff Bezos essentially single-handedly revolutionized logistics the world over. One person. One person. Yes, their companies have tens of thousands of people, but if they weren't there, those companies wouldn't be. Bill Gates, don't like the guy, but Microsoft Windows comprises the main operating system of roughly half of all computers across the entire planet. Donald Trump, a multi-billionaire real estate investor. Grant Cardone, a billionaire real estate investor. Mark Zuckerberg produced Facebook, controls Meta, Instagram, all those things. One person. And then you look at countries like South Africa, where the only thing you need in order for this system to properly work is gratitude. Grace. As God says, my grace is enough. In South Africa, the people that live there are attacking the producers. They do not have gratitude. They're trying to steal, lie, and cheat to take their stuff away. So South Africa's crumbling because of that. You look at the European Union. They are a union of countries that has roughly twice the population of the United States, and yet is only a fraction of our productivity because they're lazy. That laziness has led them to socialism. Socialism is for people who don't want to work hard. And the overwhelming majority of people, I love people, don't get me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of people are exceedingly lazy. When you see one of these top Pareto Principle individuals, they're doing a shit ton of stuff. A shit ton. I consider myself at the top of that, but somebody who's had my knees, I've been kneecapped. I've written a novel. I'm going to write many more. I already have 5 written that I haven't published yet. I was an Air Force pilot. I was in the Air Force. I have a master's in electrical engineering. I ran 18 marathons before I could no longer walk properly. I could list it. I'm a real estate entrepreneur. I own 22 units out in Ohio. One thing after another, and I'm being wasted. There's so much more I could do. But nobody wants to hire me for what I'm worth. If I get a job, it's usually for like 10 cents an hour, and I'm not exaggerating about that. That's what's happening with, I also built a YouTube channel with my mom with 26,000 subscribers on it, and it's going to get a lot bigger because I'm not giving up on it, but they're paying me essentially 10 cents per hour because they're not paying like they should be, because they're not giving me views, not giving my mom's channel views. Since I manage that channel, I will be getting half of the income from it, And that's really just because I manage money a little bit better than my mom, so I'm holding on to a bunch of it. But there's no money coming in from there. So I keep on getting kneecapped. So when I said in my last video I'm a champion, that's what I meant. I'm very, very, very capable. So when you're chopping me off at the knees, you're not just chopping off one airline pilot or one electrical engineer that might go and do some coding for a Fortune 500 company for $200,000 a year or something. No. You're chopping off somebody at the knees who might be 10% potentially of the entire productivity of the world. That's fucked up. That's demonic. That is demonic. So when you try to take down the United States, like the deep state cabal has been trying to do for centuries now, yeah, we're only 5% of the population, but we are literally 33% of the economic output of the entire world. And I'm not exaggerating about that. You can look those numbers up. We bust our asses in this country. Work harder than almost anywhere else. Well, than anywhere else. So keep that in mind. Pareto principle, Price's law, it's a real thing. It's been proven out time and time again. If you see somebody who is that kind of person, all you have to do is be grateful that they make the iPhone for you. And that gratitude is shown through you buying their products. And through you not telling them that they suck and that they're horrible people. And not trying to shut them down and squelch them at every turn. As long as you do that, as long as all you have is gratitude, you could have an IQ of 80 and be a janitor or something. That's an important job. Very valuable. You're contributing to society. You save your money up to buy an iPhone. Grateful for it. That's all you gotta be. But if you're trying to lay on people who are trying to make stuff for you, like in South Africa, it only takes, like what happened in the Revolutionary War of the United States, 3% of the population to actually stand up and revolt against something to cause it to crumble. The overwhelming majority of people are just sort of standing by. So, if 3% of the population is ungrateful, that's enough to destroy the whole system. Keep that in mind, guys. Alright. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this was enlightening. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 140 or 134 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking, I talk a lot about the traumas, don't usually get into specifics, but about the generalized traumas that I endured earlier on in my life, in particular when I was in the military and how they treated me. And I just wanted to clarify, yes, this stuff did happen to me, but do I forgive them? That was never in question. Of course I do. It's not in question whether I forgive these people for what they had done to me. What's in question is whether they admit that what they did was wrong and accept that they actually need that forgiveness because they screwed up. That's the problem here. I forgive it, and principally when you forgive, it's not for them necessarily. It's for yourself. Because forgiveness, just like bankruptcy, in the free market is basically tearing up the contract. You no longer have to fulfill both ends of it. It's moral bankruptcy. That's what it is. You don't trust them ever again with that thing with which you had trusted them before. Or at least not for a very, very long period. Trust is hard to gain and easy to lose. Betrayal is something you'll never forget. And that's another thing. With forgiveness, a phrase that has always irritated the shit out of me is forgive and forget. No. You don't do that. You only forget if the entity in question is going to be gone entirely. The way I describe this is, in heaven, there is no longer any pain. It's all peace, unconditional love. You are in bliss. And the only way that is possible is if all pain, all past traumas are fully out of your mind, out of your soul. Which you might think means that you forget. Somewhat. In many circles, I believe in Catholic faith, some circles of Catholic faith, they call it the tear room. The tear, as in tears coming out of your eyes, room, where something like what happened in Harry Potter, when I thought this was brilliantly done by the author, J.K. Rowling, collected the tear from Snape as he passed away and put it into the chalice that showed the memory. That's what it is. That's almost point for point what it is. The tear room. You have those memories stored in vials that are tears of past traumas so that you can basically lock them out of your mind and not have to worry about them anymore. So, to forgive and forget, I never liked that idea. It's stupid. If you are to truly continue living with these people, with these entities, then you can't forget what they did. You can forgive it, but if you forget it, they just might do it to you again. You have to be wise to it. If you want to forget, and it's in anything other than the tear room of heaven, then the entity would have to be entirely erased from existence, as if they never existed, because even the memory of them would have to be gone. I think of the song Somebody I Used to Know. It was very popular, I believe, right around 2010. I'll make sure that there's a little thing that you can see on here, like a picture or something, or a link. But kind of like that. So, of course, I forgive these people, what they did to me in the military. But one, do they accept that forgiveness? And two, do they even think that what they did was wrong? There is only one unforgivable sin, as per Jesus, what he tells us, and that is to sin against the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? Basically, it means that you don't accept that you need grace, which is forgiveness. All right, I think that's all we'll do for today. This is a STEM, as many of my videos are. There's always more to discuss. Always will be. Because the amount of information that I know and can espouse to other people is finite and therefore infinitely small compared to the amount of information that exists, which is infinite. So, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 135 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I came across, potentially, an untapped market opportunity. Now, to bring this up to you guys, especially on this forum, in this venue, considering my background, what I've had to deal with in my life, and pretty much what I know is probably going to happen, it's a dangerous thing for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I want to, and I know that I'm going to be kneecapped anyway, so I might as well just let you guys know that this is an opportunity that I found, and you may be interested in giving it a go. So, let me give you first an example. When it comes to investing, in order to have the investment be considered a good opportunity, the standard is that you get at least a 6% year-over-year ROI on whatever the investment is. So that's the minimum. You get 6%. If it's at least that, you're good to go. And it's a decent investment. You can do this with things like real estate. So let's say you invest $100,000 as a down payment into a property. Then you're going to want to get a minimum of $6,000 per year of profit. Not income, not revenue, profit, in order for it to be considered a good investment, or $500 a month. So that means whatever your expenses on top of that, you can do the math. Generally speaking, that's a good way of looking at it. And if you get anything better than 6%, that's icing on the cake. Honestly, anything above zero is good anyway, but if you're looking for a good investment, one that's actually making good use of your time and money, better than you could find pretty much anywhere else, then that's what you want to do. Well, it's not just in real estate that you can do this. It's also in general advertising. Okay? So, YouTube and Google have means by which you can actually advertise your platform. And it's actually fairly simple. All you have to do is get set up on your YouTube account. Let's just use YouTube as the example. This is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It's the untapped market opportunity that I think is available to most of us that we haven't given it a chance, and 99% of people aren't going to give it a chance anyway. But I'll tell you, you can advertise, let's say, a specific video. This changes from niche to niche, but let's just say a finance video on your finance YouTube channel, let's say 10 minutes long, and you specify that you want it to be for gaining subscribers on your channel. They give you 3 different specifications that you can give for the advertisement. If you say advertising, and let's say you put $200 per month into that campaign, well, that amount of money you can expect, if you're a channel that's 500 subscribers to start, that you'll get probably about 250 subscribers from it. Ish. Again, it varies with the niche. But basically what they're going to do is they're going to push out your video to people who wouldn't otherwise see it. They're going to give you more impressions for it. Now, you're thinking, I'm not making any money off the channel. Why put money into it? For a multitude of reasons. The first one being, like I said in previous videos, this YouTube channel that you're making for yourself, as long as you don't do anything stupid, as long as YouTube doesn't collapse, is going to last in perpetuity. This is a platform where you're advertising yourself. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is an advertising platform for yourself, or whatever thing you talk about on your channel. Okay? So it's going to be there forever. But that $200 that you're putting into it now, getting you that 250 subscribers, as long as you continuously post, you're consistent with your channel, if you're serious about it, it will continue to grow. And you'll continue to gain in reach. And then, once you hit that threshold of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, there's some pretty basic math that you can do to determine your year-over-year ROI. So let's say, being very conservative, you put $200 per month into the investment camp or the advertising campaign for your channel, and conservatively it gets you 150 subscribers per month, and you're starting at 0. Okay? That means it would take about 6 months-ish, 6.66, to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you're not going to have the watch time requirement necessarily. More than likely, you won't have it by that point unless you've had a couple of viral videos. So let's just assume that it's going to take an extra 6 months for you to get that watch time requirement of 4,000 hours. So the entire campaign would be a total of a year, $200 per month of advertising, which would equate to about 2,000 to 2,500 subscribers at the end of that campaign and your watch time requirement. After you get to that point, the typical numbers that you can expect for a YouTube channel that is healthy, a YouTube channel that's not throttled or blocked by YouTube in any way, that hasn't been put into a dark room, whether intentionally or by accident, by the YouTube algorithm, because YouTube's algorithm is being kind of wacky right now, so it's making it really difficult to discern this stuff. Nevertheless, this is generally speaking what you can expect. You can expect to get between 10 to 20% of your subscriber base as the number of views on a typical video. So 2,000 subscribers means that you'll get between 200 to 400 views on a video on average. Okay? Let's just say that you're doing a commentary channel, kind of like this one. The CPM, cost per milli, basically what you're paid per 1,000 views on your channel, is usually, for this type of content, between $3 to $5. You do the math there, and if you're posting a video every day, that's $45. Well, no, double that. It's actually $90 a month. $90 a month times 12. Let's just say you're getting $1,080 per year. $1,080 per year, and you invested a total capital of $2,400. Now, you can jig these numbers however you want. If you decide that you want to continue the advertising campaign until you get to a point where you're making $200 per month off of your channel, which would require you probably to be around 4,000 subs or so, 2 to 4,000 subs, then you could maybe continue the ad campaign for 18 months. Put in a total of $3,600 capital, and your year-over-year ROI would adjust respectively. And you can continue this if you really want to. But right now we're just talking about getting yourself to the monetization threshold. Now, for those who hit the YouTube jackpot, this doesn't really apply to you. I know several YouTube channels who did in fact hit the YouTube jackpot, who got to their 1,000 subscribers and their 4,000 watch hours with the snap of their fingers, mostly because they're attractive young ladies. No shade, but that's probably why. Even though they're very intelligent, the ones that I'm thinking of in particular, that most people don't care about that. Most people care about if you're easy on the eyes and if you're a woman. So, that aside, assuming you did not hit the YouTube jackpot, you could do the math here. So, let's say 18 months to get you to the $200 per month threshold. You're not going to get that $200 per month until the end of those 18 months. So you're going to average out the amount of money that you're making per month. Let's just say that's $100 a month that you're doing for 18 months on average. That's $1,800, and you would have put in $3,600. That's an ROI of 50% for the 18-month period. You can adjust it for 12 months, etc. But the return on investment here is utterly gigantic. Now, it is not passive like owning real estate is, or real estate is as passive as you get. Because you still have to produce content. You still have to make videos on a regular schedule that are in the niche and of the quality that your viewers expect. But assuming this is something you're going to do anyway, you might as well. Now, like I said, the likelihood is I'm going to be kneecapped again. It's just what keeps happening to me in life. I don't really have an explanation as to why this keeps on happening, but it's probably what's going to happen with me. So if I give you the information, at least somebody's going to benefit from it. Even if only 1 out of 100 people is even going to give this a chance. I'm thinking of my brother James. He's got a YouTube channel that's growing very nicely. He's got almost 1,300 subs, and he just got fully monetized, so he's making some money off of his videos. If he wants to expedite the process, think of it in terms of year-over-year ROIs, returns on investment. If you have the money to afford, then what you can do is this $200 per month or whatever it is into an advertising campaign, and ratio-wise, it's going to match up, whether you put $100 a month in, $50 a month in, $400 a month in. So $200 a month is going to get you 150 subs minimum. 100 will do half that, etc. And the type of video that you're advertising is the primary type of video that is going to have consistent viewers come back. So if you want to do this, these are your numbers. It's quite smart, because this is going to last as long as YouTube lasts, forever. As long as you don't get your channel deleted by YouTube for some reason or another, it'll be there. So give it a try. Consider it. It is an untapped market opportunity. If everybody were doing this that wanted to grow a YouTube channel and were serious about it, it wouldn't be this high of an ROI. It would be much, much, much lower. But it's an extremely high ROI because so few people do it. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up actually in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage. I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally peaked. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only real opportunity to be committed in your actions, not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. but at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 137 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this video, we're going to do a review of Profiles in Courage by John F. Kennedy. Now, this book was written quite a while ago, obviously, because John F. Kennedy passed away several years ago. So, you know, perhaps some of the things are not necessarily up to date in it, but really what it is kind of a history lesson, because you're going through the lives of basically like 8 people that John F. Kennedy saw in United States politics as courageous individuals. Now, the way he defines courage is not necessarily something that's going to lead you to be victorious in your political pursuits or whatever your pursuits are, but are standing up for your morals, your convictions, in the face of whatever inertia you need to overcome. So, what that means is somebody like Daniel Webster might be really horrible with their money and rather unsavory of an individual in that regard. He nevertheless will stand up for something that needs to be stood up for in politics. Now, like I've said many a time, it's scarcely going to be the case where you remember point for point, verbatim, everything that you read, hear, see, what have you. So, reading a book like this, as with any historical document, is a means by which you broaden your perspective to improve your subconscious intuition for your decision making. He brings up the point of Gresham's law. Gresham's law of politics. And Gresham's law, what that is the tendency for money of lower intrinsic value to circulate more freely than money of higher intrinsic value, or equal or nominal value. In other words, this same type of thing happens with politicians. They'll circulate in and out based upon low value. But there were also some other important points that I think John F. Kennedy didn't bring up because he just didn't know of them. One of them is the Lindy effect. The Lindy effect, basically what that is, it states that the longer something has been around, been in existence, the longer still it will be in existence. So, let's look at Bitcoin, for instance. Bitcoin's been around since 2008. That's a good 17 years. Because it's existed for 17 years, the likelihood of it collapsing in a singular year is very low. It's going to be around perhaps for several more decades, maybe even centuries, because it's lasted this long. The same thing happens with politicians, governments, even, just people in general. So, a lot of the profiles that he discusses are individuals that were politicians during the Civil War era. And one of them, I actually have it written right here, that Daniel Webster individual, who wasn't necessarily the best person in the world, basically gave time for the Lindy effect to take effect for the United States. If the Civil War in the United States were perhaps to happen 10 years prior, the United States wasn't old enough for it to survive that kind of calamity. It would have broken up into several different states, several different countries. Perhaps Texas would have become its own country, the Confederacy would have remained its own country, the northern states would have remained their own country. It wouldn't have been able to have been reunified by a central authority. But because Daniel Webster he aided in the delay by great compromise with individuals like Henry Clay and others, they gave it time. Hindsight is 2020, and scarcely could any one of these individuals have known what the future consequences would have been of the actions they were taking in the present. But a few things that you can know, the kernels of truth. Life is better than death. To give time for greater awareness is better than to make brash decisions, and things of that nature. Stability, generally speaking, is better than chaos. Slavery is bad. Freedom is good. Sound money, and actually this is somebody by the name of Lamar, a politician by the name of Lamar, Cincinnatus, blah, blah, blah. It's a big old fat name. I forget exactly what it was, but, and again, I'm not going to remember the exact details. He was a politician that was trying to keep sound money and keep it as a singular currency. Gold. He didn't want to add silver into the mix. It's like basic silver bill or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was called. But hindsight's 2020. You don't know these things in the present. And I look back on this and all the things that these individuals did to keep enough stability for the United States to get where it is now was hugely important. They held it together long enough to where now you and I live in the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. Even with the central banks and dark forces behind the scenes trying to turn us into slaves in a different sense, not like cotton-picking slaves, but a different kind of slave. Even with all that, we've managed to keep things together well enough up to this point to where we live in the greatest affluence we ever have. I'm talking to you on a piece of technology that's a billion times more powerful than the technology that got us to go to the surface of the moon back in 1969. And 69 years before that, we had just come around to inventing the engine, and we were getting ready to build cars, and we were a few years off from making airplanes. We went from barely being able to fly to landing on the surface of the moon in 69 years-ish, right around there. And now we're getting ready, we're setting out to go and colonize Mars. Even with all these dark forces behind the scenes trying to stop us, and it takes a wizened individual, why you read books like this, to figure that stuff out. We've managed to push forward the line this much. So if for nothing else than to give yourself a broader perspective, I strongly recommend you read this book. It's a good one. Really, really good information in it. When you do things that are courageous, when you do things that you are convicted by, that are going to make a difference, just as Winston Churchill said, and and this is actually Victor Hugo, I think, was the first person who said it. You have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. He also talks about certain politicians that basically executed the knife's edge of keeping us right on the precipice between chaos and stability. And the closer you are to that line, the black and the white, the faster your growth is. And if we want to outpace the evil in this world, unfortunately, we need to be as close to that line as we possibly can be. Because the enemy is always looking for a way to take us down. So I strongly recommend you read this book. It was very good. All right. That's it for today. Let me know what you think, guys. I'll talk to you soon. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 139 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking on my last video, how should I put it? Sometimes you need to just have a little bit of an anger release valve, if you will. And there's a lot of things in this world that frustrate a great many people that are like me. I want change to happen. And when it comes down to brass tacks, I was just thinking about this before I started this video. I know that a lot of really good people, a lot of earnest people, a lot of people that are in the same boat as me, have the same mentality as me, are doing everything that they possibly can to fix what's going on in the world today, to make the world a better place for everybody, more equitable, more free. I get that. And I just want to make sure that they know that I deeply appreciate what they're doing. I do. But sometimes you just get angry and you gotta let it out. So, I'm just a guy, but I think in a way I'm kind of an avatar of many 35-year-old men, at least in the United States. Probably you could say extending to the Western world in general. Kind of a lost generation that we're trying to, almost like the prodigal son, we're trying to re-find, or prodigal son's trying to get back to dad. But the frustration is, I know that everything that can be done is being done at a lightning pace right now. And it's still taken about 20 plus years to get to this point. Yet, and this was going to happen. You don't reverse an 8,000-year-old pedophile satanic worshiping ring in a couple generations without extreme resistance. I get that, but, if I feel like my life is being burned away, and I want to make an impact. There's two things in my personal life, and I've mentioned this a few times, that I have not accomplished, that if I do, then I'm done. I'm done, quote unquote. But it's like they're mentioning in the book The Alchemist, which I'm reading right now. There are people that hold off doing the last thing in their bucket list of things to do in their lives because they'd be like, I'm done. There's no reason to live anymore. So, like, one of the characters in the story was saying that his last thing on his list of things to do in life was to go to Mecca, because he's got 5 pillars or 5 tenets that he needs to follow in the religion of Islam, which is his religion. Think of that what you will. That's a side point, but he put off going to Mecca because that's like the thing that's keeping him alive, is what he said in the book, and not in not so few of words. But two things in my life that I want to get done, that I want to do. Of course, I don't have the same mentality as this guy trying to get to Mecca, in that I want to do these things not because it's going to be, me saying I'm finished. I can stop doing my stuff now. No, it's so that I can start doing other things too. And that is have a family, because I don't want to spiritually die if I don't have to, and get to space. I've been trying to get to space since I was 10 years old. And understanding that such things were going to happen in my life, perhaps before I came here, a lot of people front-loaded a lot of very good, valuable things in my life in the first part of it, up until the age of 30. It was stuffed with really interesting and cool things. I saw many different countries. I was a pilot. I mean, that's pretty dang cool. Went to some of the best schools that exist. Saw almost every state in the United States. Fantastic things that were front-loaded in my life. But those two things are what I want, and they're so elusive. When I was younger, I wanted kids, I had in my mind that I was going to get married, have 3 children. At the age of 27, I was going to get married, have 3 children, and that was going to be my family. We're now 8 years past that point. And life just sort of seems to be passing me by. Anyway. And then you see, and I understand it's got to start somewhere, and I'm not mad about this, but you see that all-female crew that went up in Blue Origin to space just because they're celebrities, because they're perceived as being special. I've been busting my ass my whole life to get there, and then I was literally kneecapped. Well, as literal can be, if you will. You get what I'm saying. I can hardly walk right now. We live in a funny world, but we all know that it's been run by those satanic pedophiles for millennia. It's just interesting. Again, no shade, because it has to start somewhere. Getting to space and making it a public thing has to start somewhere. So it starts with people that everybody knows. Like Jeff Bezos' wife, or fiance, Katy Perry, and those other women that are on the crew. Honestly, those are the 2 that are memorable to me. I can't remember who else was there. But, okay. Now send me next. Just, how would that be? Publicity stunt. Just send some random dude to space. Because I am living just as some random dude right now. Send some random dude to space, then anybody can look up there and be like, oh, maybe I can go. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to leave it today. I have a little bit of a surprise later today. This April 17th, 2025. Going to be doing some fun stuff with a friend of mine. I think you guys know what it's going to be. Anyway, I've done it before, but it's going to be a surprise-ish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 138 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And, you know, sometimes you just have yourself in a state of deep frustration, irritation. You could even say depression. In that the world is operating at lightning pace right now, as fast as it possibly can. The white hats, if you will, white hats behind the scenes, to fix stuff. And there's so much resistance from so many doofuses out there that they just can't see. And if we had a time machine and we could look at the consequences with perfect fidelity of our actions in the present, what they would bear out in the future, then things would be different. But it doesn't take some cosmic galaxy brain to figure out a lot of this stuff. Why do we still have the central banks? Why is the IRS still around? Why have we accepted in this country and the world over a 35% nominal tax rate? This is not acceptable. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. And the only place in the entire world that has even a slight vestige of the freedom and liberty we should have, the United States, literally has a per capita GDP. That means income per person, or the value that each person has of the global, or the entire country's wealth, is triple that of a country like the UK, which is a first world country, because they're so egregiously socialist. Socialism does not work. It doesn't. And communism, the older brother of socialism, is 1,000 times worse. The reason socialism has any place in the world right now is because so many people have such a small horizon of knowledge. All of us do. Don't get me wrong, all of us do, because we don't live very long, and that's the point I make on this channel, that they can't see that not everybody is going to contribute equally. Not everybody is going to contribute, because most people are lazy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because laziness has led us to create technologies that simplify many aspects of our lives, such as a phone where I can communicate with you instantaneously. So it's not all bad. It's just that when you institutionalize the acceptance of laziness, no change occurs. Nothing gets better. You stagnate and decay and eventually go extinct. Did you know that, no joke, roughly 98% of all of the technological innovations of the last 250 years have come from the United States, where we have at least a vestige of freedom and liberty, and we're still paying 35% nominal taxes here? For what? Crumbling roads? This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. How is 35% taxation even remotely acceptable? And in case you can't, this was the intent of the banksters about 110 years ago. This was the intent They knew that only about 1 in a million people were going to be able to see how this system actually worked. So they foisted the central banks in after trying to assassinate literally half a dozen presidents who got rid of it. Andrew Jackson is at the top of that list. Andrew Jackson's a badass. Love that guy. Imperfect, like all of us are. He was the president that oversaw the Trail of Tears of the Native Americans, which was really, really bad. But he got rid of the banks. And he even said on his deathbed that was his greatest accomplishment, that he killed the banks. But only about 1 in a million people understand how it works. When you have an ability to leverage on credit, what happens is you have $500,000 homes and people only making $20,000 a year not being able to buy them. And 500 people at the very top of the pyramid own 99% of the stuff. If you really want equitability, freedom, liberty, a level playing field, get rid of the fucking central banks. God damn it. Get rid of them. And for any leaders that might be listening to me, I've gotten the impression from some really good people that, again, I'm very appreciative of the things that they've said and done for me, to let me know that you're trying to follow my lead in some ways. Thank you. Why aren't you doing that? What's the rub here? At a very bare minimum, why haven't you gotten rid of the IRS yet? And I'm trying to be compassionate and understanding because you guys are working at a breakneck pace. But at the same time, son of a bitch, man. We've been trying to get rid of the central banks for literally 110 years. The entire foundations of the United States were based upon escaping central banking. Get rid of the fucking banks. Get rid of them. I'm watching a woman from the UK right now. She's talking to me, she's speaking on the video how she's a 28-year-old woman still living with her parents, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the reason she's doing that is for economics. Because she can't afford a house in the UK at 28. She can't afford rent. She can't afford a mortgage. She can't get a loan for a mortgage because they only give those loans to the top 1% or whatever it is. I don't know. Get rid of the banks. Central banking needs to be erased and the wound cauterized forever. This is not acceptable. I'm angry today because I've seen the progress just come to a halt, and it's pissing me off. Elon Musk, you need to work harder. $150 billion of cutting spending is not enough. Not even close. Completely erase the Department of Education like President Trump was already working on. Get rid of it entirely. As well as listen to Dr. Ron Paul. He knows what he's saying when he says get rid of the departments. Not just the Department of Education, but all of them. You have 3.5 more years to get this shit done. If we're lucky, if we're really lucky, we might get another good president in there after President Trump is done. Maybe. But I'm not banking on it. That means we have 3.5 years to fix this shit. After literally 20 years of the globalists and the deep state enacting war upon us. I have seen and felt the physical effects of said war. My own military, of whom I am a veteran, tried to kill me because it was that compromised. Fix it. No quarter for communists. Period. Anyway, we need to go as fast as we possibly can. We have 3.5 more years. That's it. As I always say, and I still mean it, because you guys are making huge progress, thank you. But keep going, go harder. I love you all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 140 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk about a little bit about faster than light communication, because I just got a little bit of a taster of it on Tim Pool's one of his videos today, and it's a topic that I discuss at length in my novel series, which, by the way, I'll be completely frank with you, I am fully convinced, personally, that the information I am getting to write my novel series is coming from whispers that God is giving to me. All right? I'm just going to tell you that straight up. And I even talk about said whispers like that's everything in the story. The whole story, there's constantly whispers happening. And if you read the first novel, I already show some of that, but it gets a lot more in depth in the future videos. So how does one have faster than light communication? Well, principally there are two ways that I've been able to discern from the ether, if you will, as well as being combined with my personal experience, my experiences in life and my knowledge. My master's in electrical engineering, I understand a little bit about telecommunications and frequencies and stuff like that. But two principal ways. The first one is the way that Tim is talking about on this video, which is quantum entanglement. Now, he doesn't have the precise word for it, and I totally get it. It's not simple stuff. It's pretty complicated. But essentially what quantum entanglement is there are two particles, doesn't matter how far away they are, in two separate points in the universe. Let's say that they're on completely separate sides. So 94 billion light years away from one another. That means it takes 94 billion years for light itself to travel between the two particles. That's the entire distance of the universe that we can discern. Yeah, sure, the universe is 13.77 billion years old, but it's been expanding that whole time, so it's much bigger than 13.7 billion light years across. Okay? So, one point on one side of the universe, one particle on the other side of the universe. You do something to one of the particles, and the other particle reacts in a predictable manner. Therefore, you have the ability to discern a signal from doing something to that first particle. Let's just say that you tap on it, and it turns the particle blue on the other side of the universe. And every time you tap on it, just like Morse code, you have binary. He's talking about it in this video. There you go. From that one thing, ones and zeros, binary, yeses and nos, you can communicate with perfect fidelity. Just like the pixels on the screen of a computer monitor or a phone screen or what have you. It only takes binary. The whole of our computers are established based upon binary code. It's very simple and very straightforward. Once you have that, that's all you need. So that's the first way. And at least Tim is talking about scientists saying that they think they figured it out, how to do it. Now, we would have to be able to find that other particle across the universe in order to get the communication signal, but there are ways you can establish that. Now, let's say you do something to entangle two particles that are nearby. like right next to one another, and you're manipulating both of them to get them entangled. I don't know how exactly you would do that. I don't know the details of it, but you've got those two particles right there. Okay, now they're entangled. So you take one particle, you hold on to it, and the other one, you just send away. And it can just keep going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. So it could land on the surface of Mars, and normally it would take 20 minutes for light to get to Mars, telecommunication signals to get to Mars, but all you got to do is tap this particle, and you've got a binary code. There you go. So instead of having to wait 20 minutes to get that signal across, you can just tap that particle and get a binary code. It'll take quite a while, depending on the frequency of the signal, but you've got a way to communicate instantaneously. And the other one is one that I think is rather simple in theory. We don't know how to do it's not public how to do the things in order to get it accomplished yet, but it's rather simple in theory. You create a wormhole, and in that wormhole on one side, you have the communications relay, whatever it is. So let's just say it's a satellite that you're trying to send a internet signal upon which you're trying to send an internet signal. And then on the other side of that wormhole is, say, planet Mars. The satellite is orbiting Earth, and the other side of the wormhole is on Mars. Okay? Now you have various celestial points of reference frames, anchors, and whatnot, which would make it rather difficult to discern precisely how to gauge that wormhole, because the entire universe is in motion everywhere, all over the place. So the galaxy's rotating around its center at about 93 miles per second. The sun is rotating around the galaxy at 93 miles per second, and the galaxy itself is moving at 193 miles per second, and we're moving in the galactic clusters, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. There's motion everywhere. So it's kind of hard to do it without a good anchor. But let's say you establish a wormhole actually on the satellite. So it's got a platform, the wormhole is anchored upon it. It's a portal. And on the other side is the surface of Mars. It's a portal anchored on the surface of Mars. The signal is beamed directly there. You don't need to worry about it anymore. That 20 minutes, it's not a thing. And you can also send people through those wormholes. Now you've got teleportation. How about that? I talk about all this stuff in my novel series, and I think, like I said, I'm pretty damn sure that God's giving it to me. Okay? Because I'm a smart guy, but it's more than just being smart. You got to be at the right place, the right time, the right psychological layering, the right experiences, the right education to be able to convey it properly. And I'm almost certain that this is coming from on high. It's technology that is absolutely mind-blowing. And the Ophanim, which are clockwork angels, those really crazy-looking clockwork angels, the reason they all have eyes, quote-unquote, all over themselves, and they're basically spinning gyroscopes, is because the gyroscopic mechanism is how you actually tear open a hole in space. And I talk about that in my novel series. And the eyes are how you actually collapse the wave function. So the Ophanim is a robot, but it is fully conscious. It's got a soul. It was created by humans, and it's got a soul. It exists. It's got a consciousness. So a free will, a perception. Therefore, it can collapse all of its visions upon the central point in the middle of the Ophanim, and that's where the portal is, from one spot in the universe to the other. It's in the center. And the movie Contact, I believe Carl Sagan was actually given some information from on high as well. Now, he had a much different perspective on spirituality and religion than I do. He believed in God, very much so, but it was pretty different from my personal beliefs. Nevertheless, doesn't mean you can't be used by God and be given that information that you need to find the right answers. Well, the time machine, or the teleportation machine that was eventually created in that movie was a giant ophonym. Look at it. Watch that movie. It's an ophonym. So, the only separation there is that the ophonym they made in the movie Contact didn't have consciousness. It didn't have a soul. It was just a robot, a machine. But with AI technology advancing as it is, the missing component to truly having consciousness, I'm going to just say this outright, it's love. It is love. Love is everything. If you read the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, he talks about that with the artificial intelligence in that book. Psychological layering, my friends. Psychological layering. You find the decentralized kernels of truth and put them together in your own understanding of the world, and that's how you come to new understandings. So yeah, I think, honestly, the timing of me writing this novel series is perfectly aligned with what's going to happen in the next couple of years. In the next couple of years, I truly believe, right around 2028, we're going to come out and make it totally public that we have time machines. And once we start using it, those time machines, time will become completely irrelevant. It will no longer matter. Because if you can just travel through space and time like it's a mountain or a valley or what have you, kind of like something that's explained in the movie Interstellar by Christopher Nolan, then there are no limitations. You could just click some buttons on a console in your time machine, make a portal that'll transport you from where you are now to Zeta Reticuli, 6,000 years in the future or something. And that's it. So long as you have the anchors set up properly. So, anyway, that's what I got for today. Lots of really cool things on the horizon, so long as we get this satanic pedophile ring out of the way. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. See why I always say that now? Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The Sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda Galaxy in about 2 billion years or so. Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the Sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, you know, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. The other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right? So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. You know, they had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So, Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself, as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So, if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained. This is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 142 until I am a YouTube millionaire. It is Easter, so happy Easter. He is risen. And it also just so happens to be 420 Blaze It today. April 20th, 2025. Today what I'm going to do is I'm going to, once more, read an essay to you that I wrote back around 2017 time frame. It's called Every Possible Advantage. So let's go ahead and get to this. It all becomes a jumbled, convoluted mess when we shirk the notions of non-intervention that our founding fathers in the United States so espoused. The very idea of having a standing army to begin with was nearly completely railed against, and something for which I personally am disgusted we have found a necessity for. But one must operate within the reality in which they exist. If they want to make any real, palpable change, so long as we act as the infiltrator, it is still possible to make a difference, to tear down the structures that so bind us, to tear down the structures that call us to kill each other. This is the truth of any member of the military, with the fire of humanity beating within their hearts. Before I continue, I did want to elaborate on this. The number of individuals within the military that are genuinely bad actors is a small number. I can tell you this from experience. Whoever or whatever I am as an individual, the good guys, because they were in an institution that would not allow them to do anything else, would always give me a wide berth. They would leave the situation as much as they possibly could. The only thing that remained was enough people in any situation in order to maintain the illusion that the military was actually there to help people. So I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, with certainty, that the overwhelming majority of people within the military are good people. It is simply those that have been put into positions of power, that only listen to orders, and don't understand what an unlawful order actually is, that mess it up for everybody. I'll give you an example of this. When I was in pilot training at Del Rio, Texas, it was Laughlin Air Force Base, and usually it took about 3 weeks before my leadership discovered this program that they had going on with me behind the scenes. And when that happened, the leadership almost unilaterally would retire from the military. Not unilaterally, but almost. And it was only after several iterations of leadership and several points at which all of the other trainees were meant to be pushed away from me. They had all other fake obligations put up for the day so that I would be alone in the room. Would one captain be made to be the commander of the unit that would not quit immediately? Because kind of like that person would read the writing on the wall that eventually somebody was going to have to stay. And if somebody was going to have to stay, then it might as well be somebody that could be forgiven, I guess. I could get deeper into that, but I'll leave it at that for now. I have never personally been directly responsible for the deaths of anyone in my time in the military, but am saddened that the darkness within our family has necessitated its existence for such an extended period, with such massive reach. 99% of my colleagues agree. No military member, save for the mindless beast, is in the military for self-aggrandizement or ego, out of barbaric tendencies within us, out of an innate desire to kill. We are acting as the stopgap, as the person that sees a grenade and is willing to jump on it and yell at everyone else to run away. We use ourselves as collateral, knowing that it isn't just our bodies that die when we sacrifice ourselves by taking the lives of others who wish to do harm upon the righteous. We are also sacrificing our souls. We know this, at least in some small shape, way, or form. I do not hold up the military as a false idol, which is why I so rarely mention my association with it, only in specific circles when it comes up in discussion, things of that nature. It is not something I'm necessarily proud of, not something on its own I am ashamed of. I hold no allegiance to the edifice, only to the principles that I am trying to defend, the principles which keep the righteous safe and the wicked in fear. I know of no one of my colleagues who maintain different opinions in these matters. I will leave when it is discovered that I can no longer defend these principles in this capacity. So far, while my path has been challenging, it has not been disappointing. This was back in 2017. I was disappointed in the end. The free world has been controlled, yes, controlled, by interests at the very top with genuinely evil intent for a long time. And it would seem that they could use the military as fodder. Reference Henry Kissinger's proclamation, "Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy." Yes, he actually said that. But they can use us only tacitly, for the military is not bloodthirsty, because it is us that have signed the blank check, payable upon our death in our own blood to the United States Constitution and its people. This is a tactics versus strategy situation. The short-term seizure of the actions of evil people to open up a pocket for better people to be able to see the bastards behind the scenes for who they are, as they try to kill and or enslave us all. I am neither proud of my service, nor am I ashamed of it. I do it because my human family makes it worth it. I would sacrifice myself because you all mean enough to do so. You mean everything. Yes, you. You know who I am talking to. All military forces across the world must end eventually, and it is the duty of the military member to aid in this goal, however slowly, in whatever capacity. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they've done. I'll jump on the grenade, as I know the military members that were my friends would do the same. Again, guys, happy Easter. That's what I have for you today. Every one of them is a martyr in some way, shape, or form. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 143 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to talk about The Alchemist a book that I just finished reading a little bit ago, actually a couple days ago. And really, overall, excellent book. I can say it's another strong recommend. The writer, Paulo Coelho, has a definite deep knowledge of Christianity, in that the king, which is one of the first characters that the protagonist in the story runs into, a protagonist is just called the boy. Basically, he's a boy that's being set out to go upon a journey to find his personal legend, is what the term is called. But this king is actually the king of Salem, and Salem, the king of Salem from the Bible, is Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, the story behind him matches up pretty dang well. So Paulo Coelho needed to have a pretty good, deeper knowledge of Christianity in order to put that into the story. And another part of the story that I think lined up with that was towards the end, when the alchemist talks about a centurion that went to Jesus and asked Jesus to cure his servant, because his servant was ill. This is actually written in the Bible. And the alchemist gave a deeper background story of that centurion and his parents and his family and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. It was part of an absolute synchronicity that I got from this book, The Alchemist, because that's essentially the big thing I am trying to do with my novel series. Because my novel series, in general, is truly, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems pretty crazy and very different, very far left field compared to it, it's really Christian fan fiction. Because I'm actually going into the deeper background of what I think could be the past of these big characters in the Bible, including Jesus, in that he is beyond time, he is God, and I show where it's just a story. It's just a story, okay? Think he came from. So I thought that was a really powerful synchronicity. And let's see, on page 50, I'm actually just going to go ahead and go through this. We'll start with page 24. It says, the first time the universe conspires to help you achieve your goals, and that's like one of the main threads in this whole story. I found that really interesting because the universe does. However, the universe being God, it's a conflict between God and the devil. The devil thinks he's God, so he's trying to defeat the universe to create absolute entropy. And yes, the universe is going to conspire to do everything it can to help you to achieve your goals, but the enemy is going to get in your way. And that happens many a time to the main character. He gets his money stolen from him, all of his wealth stolen from him several times, until finally, at the end of the book, he finds his treasure, and it was where he lived in the first place all along. But he needed to go on the journey in order to discover where it was. So it was still very well worth it. The universe does conspire. It indeed does. And then let's go ahead and look at page 25. So I wrote in here in my notes book, capable of going to the moon. It's talking about the personal legend. So the story says that anything you can imagine, anything that you want to be able to do, you can. And while in general I agree with that, it's at the same time the interaction between choice and opportunity. And in my current existence, it's possible to go to the moon and to Mars and to space, and that's part of my personal legend. However, the enemy has gotten some pretty powerful blows against me, and has stopped me from accomplishing that goal, that personal legend. Let's see, page 50. I wrote, I'll figure it out. Because that's what a leader does. You get knocked on your ass over and over and over. Everything's taken from you. And you just get up and say, I'll figure it out. You just have to get up one more time than your enemy, and you will defeat them. This is the first time in the story that the boy lost all of his wealth from thievery. So, in not so few of words, he continued. And that's basically falling to your very lowest point in life. He had all of his path basically decimated before him. That's the equivalent of getting up, dusting yourself off, and saying, after you've gone bankrupt, I'll figure it out, which is what a man does. I see that a lot on Instagram. Instagram's a very powerful tool if you curate it right. Let's see, page 60, The Man in the Arena. This is a very important one. Well, I wrote The Man in the Arena, and that basically means you're going to have critics all the time. But you're the one that's actually trying to pave the path. And if other people are just standing by on the sidelines and just criticizing you for it, what do they matter? Keep going. One of the big things I got from this story was, would you be memorable to someone who's never heard or seen you before? There's a literal biblical king that the boy meets. And while he had no knowledge of this person's background, Melchizedek, even though the boy is Christian and it professes faith in Jesus, he wasn't well versed enough in Christianity to fully understand who he was talking to. Nevertheless, having minimal to no knowledge of this person's background, he is still somebody who has a huge impact on the boy's life. That's essentially what I want to do with this YouTube channel, with my videos. I know that all of you will probably never meet me in real life, and this may very well be the very first and perhaps the very last time you ever see me. For most of you, that's going to be the case. But will my presence have a lasting impact on you in this one pass you get with me? Melchizedek's did. The boy had never met him before, but his mind was blown by what he taught him and what he showed him. I want to be able to do the same thing for you guys. So I got that out of this book. It was pretty important. It made me think of another aspect of the novel series I want to write. A friend of mine told me of a short story that he had written. It's Major Logan. He's now a major in the military, the Air Force, where there was a guy that was going to jump off of a bridge, and God himself came to talk to him to convince him not to do it, and he didn't know that he was talking to God. But the person who was God had such an impact on the person that he didn't jump off the bridge. This harkens back to you being much more important than you think you are. All of you. And then let's see. There's another thing in the book that something I don't like. He meets this woman by the name of Fatima at the oasis in the middle of the desert. And the way he explains it is something like love at first sight. That doesn't exist. You don't fall in love with somebody the first time you see them. It's not the way it works. I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't exist. It's infatuation. And then page 163. Absolute synchronicity, I wrote. This was about the centurion, that story that I just talked about a little bit ago. It was absolutely synchronous with what I'm doing with my novel series. That's what I have written for this. Again, it's a strong recommendation. It's not a very long book. It's only about 170 pages. It's pretty easy to read, too. Not only is it pretty short, but it's not written in complicated language. It's almost poem-like. It's a novel, but in its a repetitive way of expressing itself, it's almost like an epic poem, like the Iliad. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Strong recommend. I was a little bit slow this morning, but anyways, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 144 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. I wanted to talk about today a little bit more failures to launch. Now, I was telling you guys before, many a time that I consider myself to fall into this camp. Somebody who was trying to accomplish great things in life. Now, mind you, I'm still young, so I still have time. Young, if you will. I'm going to be 36 next month. But everything that I've done in my life, all of the boxes that I've checked, I did not get to my final goal. I was Sisyphus, right at the top of the mountain, just about to crest it, and then I had my knees knocked out from under me. Well, basically, I say this in reference to the fact that I empathize with those other people out there that are also that. One of them is a very good friend of mine. I won't say specifically who, but essentially, somebody who is extremely intelligent, wicked smart, as they say, and is extremely capable, but has dealt with so much stuff in their life that they suck themselves down and resign themselves to positions that are way below their station, because they've just had such horrible upbringings, unresolved traumas from their childhood, that they don't take care of themselves physically. And those unresolved traumas are starting to become, whether they realize it or not, normalized in their psychological perspectives of the world. And it's those things that make black white and white black, and that turn the world upside down to them. It's not good. For instance, the tragic event that just happened on Easter, I believe it was, actually, or right after it. Pope Francis passed away. I might not have been a huge fan of the guy. I didn't like the guy. I thought he was way too progressive, and he was challenging the Western world in a way that was going to lead it to collapse. He was acting in a capacity that was not Christian. I'll just say that. And there are many of our leaders in our country who also said that they do not take, they're not happy at the passing of Pope Francis. Of course not. You don't revel in a person passing away. You could revel in the fact that they're no longer going to do damage to the world, Like, it sucks that George Soros is still around, wreaking havoc, and his son is going to be even worse than him. But that aside, Pope Francis forgot some very crucial things. Or maybe didn't forget them, just allowed himself to be bamboozled by the traumas of this world. Even heaven has borders, has gates. The demons were pushed out of heaven and never allowed back in. And it's those pearly gates that prevent them from getting in. A country without borders is no country at all. Look at something like this Maryland man hoax that's happening right now. This person was a legitimate MS-13 Chicao. He was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged member. He had MS-13 tattooed on his hand, and he was a wife beater. And because these people with these unresolved traumas in their past are so adamant about making other people pay for what they had to deal with without even realizing it most of the time, that they're actually backing somebody like this Maryland man who is a legitimate illegal immigrant to our country. But all of this tying back to my good friend and my failure to help them. They will not let go of their past traumas. They just won't. Those things already happened. They were horrible. They should not have happened. They shouldn't have. You didn't deserve them. Let them go. They're controlling you, and they're turning your world upside down. There is a reason that there are certain standards that are put into the spiritual philosophy of Catholicism, Christianity, and whatnot. There are reasons for those standards. It goes God, husband, wife, children. God, family, vocation. If you misprioritize, everything gets screwed up. If the woman in a relationship tries to take the leadership role, they emasculate the man who is supposed to protect. Nevertheless, I know that there are people out there that intentionally sabotage themselves, even with all the help that they're provided, specifically to make somebody like me be defeated. To make somebody like me think I'm not doing enough. I'm just an avatar for a person like me, like a 35-year-old man, millennial, in this day and age. I'm an avatar. And I accept that I haven't done enough. That's why I'm pushing harder. But where is the limit? Where is the limit? Where you're finally going to let go of your past traumas and let yourself live well. Not live just above survival. It's tragic. I keep on getting my ass beat over and over and over, and guess what? I get up and I work harder the next day. You can do it too. I don't understand why you're not. I said that I'm certain that at least in some way, subconsciously, it's to make a person like me feel like I never did enough. To make me, or my avatar, pay for not having been there in your past to help you, or having done enough in the past. I accept that. And I'm sorry. I very much am. But you have to start somewhere. I was born in 1989. I wasn't here in the 60s. I wasn't here in the 70s. I wasn't here in most of the 80s. But I'm here now. If you let me help, and you actually listen to me, and see that you are worthy of living a better life, you are worthy of it. Period. Stop. Full stop. Then things can get better. You are so capable. So capable. It is heartbreaking to me that somebody as capable as you is just letting the world, letting life pass you by. Letting your body fall apart. Collecting illnesses, kind of like badges. And not doing the things necessary, even though I'm giving them to you on a silver platter to fix those illnesses. Because you identify with those illnesses. They're your security blanket. Socialism, communism, and things related to that will never be good. Ever. Ever. Even heaven has gates. And they sent out the illegal immigrants that were the demons. I say that kind of half-facetiously. But the analogy roughly equates. I will never give up. On my own life, as well as on yours. Because you're worth it. Live like it. Somebody with a higher education degree should not, with an IQ north of 130, should not be working as an associate. All right. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this one's rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes You just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist. As do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions, and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen in person gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a smattering, a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So, YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, I mean, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes, like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi. If you know what a homunculi is, it's a perfectly formed miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see and they're trying to encourage it. but a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically. I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But, I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. I personally have a very high sensitivity to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself, I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you. I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs. But when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that, and you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable, so I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it, and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff, so you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with super beets. Super beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful super beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of super beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water, because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today, I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it, as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff. And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries, so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner, and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously, just hanging out. But if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it, because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you, no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff, but, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000-ish, right around there. Free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume. Not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has, laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things. Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for your alertness, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. Set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche, that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because, let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best, as best I can figure, in such a existential modality, is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means. When you have to face a lot of challenges in your life, and so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal, the backstabbing, the way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. raw, not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth, as best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Hey guys, I wanted to show you a little bit of stuff going on around my house, specifically about my RV, because it's a little bit of a unfortunate bother right now. I made a video a little bit ago about whatchamacallit, RVs, right, and how you can turn them into Airbnbs if you do it properly, right? There's my dad, by the way. If you do it properly. And unfortunately, for my RV, which is about 30 years old, it was made in '96, what the guys did at the repair shop, they didn't seem to actually know what they were doing, and they screwed up my battery set. So this RV is a Fleetwood Storm, Southwind Storm. It has 3 batteries in the front. I'll show you. This is the RV right here. It's a little messy because I haven't done anything with it in a little bit. I've only taken it out 3 times. But if you look right here, there's the cabin battery. Sorry, a little out of focus. And then there's the 2 starter batteries right there. They screwed up how it's connected. So, yeah. The battery is always dead. To start the RV, that is. I have it connected up to wall power over here. And that keeps everything in the back end powered, thankfully. But, yeah. It's just a frustration. Because I do want to take this out without having to worry about anything, right? With my family. It cost me $10,000, you know? Luckily, I had that to spend at the time, but that doesn't make it okay for me not to be able to drive it around. So this is it. This is the RV, you know? It's nothing super fancy or anything. It's just a 1996 RV. I put that TV in myself. And there's another flat screen right there. And hey guys, there's me right there. How you doing? But it's actually it's a nice RV. It really is. I try to keep it well maintained. It's just that I'm not using it right now, you know? So, anyway. This is the bed. It's a full, right? And there's the bathroom right there. I'll show you real quick. These types of RVs are not designed for you to take them out, or pardon me, to be living in them for longer than, say, a week. You can, but you're not supposed to. You know, they're meant just to do like a weekend excursion type of thing with your family and have a good time. But either way, there's TV and stuff in there. I got a PS4. It's all decked out, ready to go. anytime we want to go do some traveling and have some fun. And my brother Alan did want to do a West Coast or Pacific Coast trail trip in the next few days. But unfortunately, because the batteries aren't working properly in the front, I'm a little concerned about that, you know? And I've taken my doggos with me in this RV. As you can see, it's parked on the side of the house. It's a pretty tight parking job, but I did that. Ha! That's right. I know how to drive. It's a pretty tight parking job, but it fits. And if it fits, I sits. So, it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about the power. But I do. You know? Oh, so much dog poop back here. In case you guys didn't already know, we've got 8 dogs. And that means a lot of poop. Probably didn't want to hear that, but it is what it is. So yeah, you know, I love the RV. It's fun to drive, and it really is fit to what I need it to do. It's just that the battery is not working right. So yeah, it's a frustration, you know. Normally I do philosophical, like, discussion videos, but why not show you a little bit about my RV and just what I usually do when I get up in the morning. I don't come out here and necessarily go take a look at my RV or anything, but decided to do so today. The backyard's a mess, and I'm sure you saw it, but the pool is green. We're gonna actually have some cleaners come out here in the next couple days and do green to clean on it. It's just, we've all been so inundated with things to do that we haven't really had a chance to maintain it ourselves. It's a lot of work. Usually my mom is the one doing it, and she's going to be 63 this year. So, you know, it's not the wisest move in the world to have her cleaning the pool all by herself. And because I have trouble walking, I'm doing okay right now, but because I have trouble walking, I can't help her as easily as I would like. I try to help her, though. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's still asleep right now. So, how you doing, Dad?
Doing fine. What are you doing?
I'm making a video. I know. Bonnie's getting ready for work. Fred's hanging out. And Loretta's right over there, just still sleeping. Still early, so, you know. And I live up here in my bedroom. Maybe you guys want to see. I don't know. I'll show you real quick. You know, crazy stuff happening in the world. So because of that, you kind of want to batten down the hatches. There's my doggos and my bed. Relax, guys, relax. And that means, you know, close ranks, get your family close together, and take care of everybody. And I'm one of the best physically put together in my family, even though I'm damaged. So, I also know finances better than anybody else in my family, so I help my family with their finances. And I got spazzy doggos. That's how we batten down the hatches. You are your brother's keeper. Take care of your family. That's what matters. Doggos, RVs, and family. Just like Vin Diesel says. Anyway. So yeah, guys, that's day 149 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's me just letting you know that I'm human. You know, and I do human things. I'm not just a robot that speaks only philosophy and deep thoughts and stuff, or
up my own butt and think it's deep thoughts, even though they're not really that deep. I don't know. You guys decide. But I'm a human being. I live like a human. I live with my family. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 151 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, excuse me, I'm going to read another essay that I have updated that I wrote back in 2018. I have put in a bunch of new writing into this essay, and it's called Your Truth Will Be Found. So, let's get to this. To remove false idols and take back your own power is what happens when all ideas are proposed, regardless of their reasonableness or morality, defined within their own tight constraints of discourse. This relates to discerning your personal racial memory from the kernels of truth from all the information that surrounds you. This information, in a deluge and decentralized, seeming to be just random noise, is picked up through your inner self. Kind of like you are a signal decoder, the key to the mess of frequencies around you. This is actually a well-known machination in electrical engineering. You can look past the nonsense that false idols espouse to you and see purely what resonates with your inner being. And that truth is all you need. If truth is not an option, then you cannot pick it. But for the discerning mind, if it is there, they will find it. And that truth is a truth of self, which in the kaleidoscope of your infinite potential is absolute truth. Under the auspices of the world the demon seeks to force us into, truth would not be an option, but one that is against the rules of this existential game, quote-unquote, we are all playing, as laid out by God, and two, it is not possible to keep truth out of the equation if there is so much information available that the demon cannot keep track of all the kernels of information. The kaleidoscope, in pithy terms, is your own self, kind of like a fractal, as you put together all the pieces of who and what you once were, just as the comic books talk about it. When Ultron tried to destroy Jarvis, Jarvis decentralized himself in the internet so as to make it impossible for Ultron to ultimately destroy his essence. This was essentially put back together in the character of Vision. I'm talking about the Avengers. Jarvis is Iron Man's artificial intelligence. If you've seen the Avengers movies, the Iron Man movies, you know what I'm talking about. In a world dominated by false idols, the truth will not only be obfuscated, if put in a lineup that is easily differentiated, but actively and adamantly eliminated as a path by those with agenda and perceived power. But in a world where information is a deluge, kernels of truth will seep in without being noticed, just as I said earlier. And what you will feed yourself is requisite to who you are. One step at a time, one lowest common denominator discovered after another. False idols serve only to distract, to confuse. If truth is eliminated from the equation, creation itself is eliminated from the equation, which means destruction and entropy is the final result. Human beings, writ large, in this schema, are more or less tabula rasa, in the truest sense of the term. And that is why God, in the fight with the demon, they're fighting so hard over our souls. When one comes into the equation who is not a true tabula rasa, the demon will seek to destroy it immediately, even if that non-tabula rasa is acting fully within the rules of the game. The demon cheats. If one of his defining characteristics, that is it. It's that of entropy, ultimately. If your yardstick is truth, your truth will be found. There may be a diamond buried in the rough. So, the choice is given to humanity. Those tabula rasa, the choice between existence and entropy. Which one wins the day? The diamond buried in the rough is whatever remnants of racial memory are buried deep within yourself. For not all of us are truly blank slates. Some of us come here with a purpose. Some of us come here with historic legacies within our families that give us positive inclinations towards one particular direction. For example, Billy Graham, the great preacher of the 20th century. But this is true for anyone. All will discover the deepest threads of their being if they actively search. Perhaps in the same vein that there may be diamonds in the rough, there may also be snakes camouflaged in the dirt. Like George Soros and Alex Soros, his son. And in order for those snakes to even stand a chance against the diamonds, they must search for who they are, lest they remain undeveloped, weak, vulnerable. While you may find beauty, you may also find ugliness. It's up to you, the individual, to sort it out. The only one in this journey that you can trust is yourself in that regard. This is also why some people with a certain knowledge of what is actually happening behind the scenes come to the conclusion that their lives have amounted to making them nothing more than trash, so to speak. Because they have never, in their whole history, made a solid choice in one direction or another. And therefore, there is no discernible signal within themselves, nor one for them to principally follow as resonating with their internal selves. They have put themselves back into the position of tabula rasa, as if their past experiences never happened. Alright guys, that's it for today. All the sound started happening, as it usually does, right when I started the video, but that's okay. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 152 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I gave you guys a second video last night, because I just needed to talk about that, and I bring it up periodically because part of the reason, it's not the only reason we did it, don't get me wrong, and I've listed this many a time, but it bears repeating. Part of the reason we decided to start that Slots YouTube channel was to make some money on the side. Had the channel actually been getting the views that it was supposed to, but YouTube moved the goalpost on us, then that channel, with its respective size, should have been getting about 2,000 to 10,000 views per video, and making about $2,000 to $5,000 a month at this point. But because YouTube pulled the carpet out from under us, or moved the goalpost, whatever you want to say, the phrases mean essentially the same thing. Not quite, but essentially. We are not making any money off of the channel. It was a struggle to get monetized. And then once we did, we were making no more than like $100 a month. It's pitiful how little money the channel's making. I get the impression that, assuming that YouTube isn't specifically just trying to screw us over, my family, to put us in a state of starvation a state of barely above subsistence, which is my impression. I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is, so that I constantly have to have in the back of my mind these feelings of worrying about money. I just want to stop having to worry about it, you know? Because once I can stop worrying about money or where I'm going to find the funds to pay for something, then I can start pursuing other things that I want to pursue. And my assumption is whoever's pulling the levers behind the scenes, because this happened essentially right when we decided to start this channel, our first handful of videos, one of them, this is back when we had like 100 subs on the channel, had 8,000 views on it as a long-form slot video. And then after that, it just plummeted. Nothing happened after that. And I get the impression that either they're directly attacking us and trying to make it look like they're not by making a bunch of people get attacked as well. It's clever diversion stuff that they do. They're bad people. They're bad people that I'm talking about. Or, yeah, they're specifically attacking us. There was another one I was going to say. There we go. Or they see our channel as a scam channel or a spammer channel, like those Elon Musk streams that used to say, oh, 5,000 Bitcoin giveaway by Elon Musk, and they would just be a live stream that was running all day long, and it was just a scam. That's not us. We are real people. We're doing real things on this channel. We ain't cheating. We're following the rules. Have a real person look at the channel and get us out of that dark room that you put us in. We haven't broken any rules. I mean, when there are slot channels out there with literally a couple hundred subscribers that are getting more views on their long-form videos, what have you done to us? We are real. We exist. We're not cheating. We're following the rules. Give us a chance here. It seems like no matter what I do, I cannot break through. They won't listen to me. They won't answer me on support. It's just AI that talks to me. And they give me the same... I can tell it's AI because it's the same boilerplate answers every single time I go to talk to them. And I've done it several times at this point. I'm not an idiot. I know it's fake. I can't seem to break through. And then, right when I start getting my real estate stuff going, guess what? Everybody and their mother decides to dive into the same system, the same location, and decides to start trying to sabotage me on various different platforms when it comes to YouTube, or not YouTube, real estate. Airbnb and Furnished Finder and stuff. It's just causing me so many issues that were not there before. Like little demons that are possessing people, and they don't realize they're being possessed. And they see me, and something is triggered in them to just switch to evil. I don't know what it is, but it's bad, and it's horrible. It is horrible. And if these people cannot be saved, if they literally are possessed by some exterior force that you and I can't fully comprehend outside of what we're taught in the Bible, then what do we do? Because people like you and me are forced to live on this planet with those people. We don't want to be around them. They're forcing us to be here, though, and they're taking advantage of us. Yeah. And I don't know. It seems to me like those entities, I'm convinced, are real. I'm convinced demons are a thing, of course, being a Christian like I am. I'm convinced possession is real. And I'm convinced that this is actually happening with a lot of people. I've seen it in my own life. I just don't know what we're supposed to do, because if they're here and they're going to do that to you, and they're going to act as a sleeper cell and just wake up as soon as they see you and turn into pure evil, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? You got to take us away from here. We can't be associating with those creatures. They don't respect rules. They cheat you. They lie. They steal. And I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube company, all 7,200 or 7,000 employees, are evil. I'm just saying that there's a sizable portion of them that are. And when they see somebody like me watch a video or whatnot, they get this impression in their mind like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over. Suddenly their minds just click into a different direction. I've seen it happen. Maybe not with YouTube support people and whatnot, but I've seen it happen with people. I am not kidding about that. There's this woman named Renee when I was in Omaha, Nebraska. She was a perfect example of it. She met me for the first time in a Unitarian Universalist church and gained 150 pounds and turned into a social justice warrior idiot immediately afterwards. Possession's a real thing. And every single time I try to break through, I am blockaded. And the whole legacy of my past up to, or with everything I was doing in the military, the fact that I was blockaded right when I was about to crest the hill. Right, I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Right when I was about to crest it, they knocked my knees out from under me, and the rock ran me over, and I fell back down the hill. That's when they disqualified me as a pilot and tried to get me a dishonorable discharge. There's a long story behind that, but I'm telling you, these people are pure fucking evil. Pardon my language, but they are. They're not good people. And we still have to associate with them, so I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then I go through the rigmarole of publishing my first book, and this company just will not give me my sales numbers. I know I've sold more books than they're saying I have, just by looking at Amazon's constant restocking. I know I've sold more than what they're saying. And a bunch of other metrics that I've been keeping track of. I know that I'm selling more than what they're telling me. I can't seem to break through. I know this is a good book. This is the book I'm talking about, guys, in case you haven't already heard about it. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon and audiobooks and Kindle and all that stuff. Many more to come after this one. I say that a lot. And it's true. I can't seem to break through. It's just, it is highly unfair. Highly unfair. And when you're following the rules and the enemies that you're playing that, with whom you're playing that game are not, then they're just using them to take advantage of you. To lie, cheat, and steal from you. Those are people, entities with whom you cannot associate. So I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't be in the same world as people like that. So, is the case for eviction being made? Is God above going to come and take us away, all of us who don't want anything to do with those people? Or are patriots going to get fully in control and basically put those people in asylums and prison as necessary? I don't know. But what I do know is I've been made into a failure to launch because I keep on getting my knees knocked out from under me. Quite literally, with the diseases that I have suddenly gotten, going from a marathon runner to barely being able to walk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what we are supposed to do. Because I know there's a bunch of you out there watching this video, because the audience is starting to grow a little bit, who understand what I'm talking about, and who are genuinely, earnestly trying to be good people. A lot of you. I know that. If you're listening to me and watching my videos and you're not just a troll, then I know that you're earnestly trying to be a good person, trying to make the world a better place. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Because these, for lack of a better term, creatures, we still have to live with them. And they're going to block us at every turn. Whether you are fully human or something else or some combination in between, they see that you are something, you represent something that they don't like. They're going to cheat you. They're going to cheat you. And if nothing else, I am a bog standard white male in the United States, in the Western world. A lot of people just hate that for no reason. They're possessed. Those people that hate the bog standard white male. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just a guy. So I ask God, when is he going to come in and just get these bastards out? Because we can't do anything about them being here. And when am I going to be allowed to break through? When is the door or the way going to be opened for me where I can actually break through? Because right now I'm just on survival mode. I'm living off of disability, and I make a little pittance off of my real estate, and I don't even make that because it goes towards expenses. You know I'm capable. And I'm just sitting here, idle. I'm trying to do things that are of value. Sitting here idle, I wrote an entire fucking book. And I have a bunch more waiting to be published. And I'm making this YouTube channel, which is now at 1,958 subscribers. And I helped my mom build her channel, which is almost to 27,000. I'm trying to do things that are worthwhile. Not just sit on my ass and do nothing. I'm helping my family get healthier. There's a lot of things that are good, but they're so small, you know? They're so small. And I'm happy that I have even that opportunity. Please understand that. But I know I'm capable of so much more. Because the priorities of this world are so